All right, for anybody that totally disagrees with me or even a little disagrees with me, there's the link. The floor is yours. Come on here and again, say what you want. Call me what you want. Ask me, challenge me. All right, Jeff's coming on. There's Jeff. Hello,
Hi.
Jeff.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for giving me a moment to talk to you and
Yeah, man.
Arturo. I 150 million% disagree with your views. But I want to ask you about them and I want to ask you a question. I'm not here to call names or,
Yeah, that's what we're here
anything like
for.
that.
Thank you so much
Okay.
for. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Go ahead.
cool, cool. All right, so I listened, I listened to the previous podcast. I listened to your guys' discussion, and then I listened to there was like a Radio Deadly podcast thing that you put up as well, and I listened to that. And towards the end, I became immensely disturbed, and I was disturbed, and I was wondering if you could clarify your comments here. You said you started to compare white Anglo, and again, I'm not exactly quoting your words. It's
That's
a
okay.
paraphrasing of your words.
Totally.
But if, for anybody who wants to hear what I'm speaking about, just go to Radio Deadly. You can watch it on Podbean. The Radio Deadly show #1, the last 5 minutes of Michael talking,
It's really the
and
only one
you
out
you
there.
started to you started to talk about the prosecution of white Anglo-Saxon Christians and comparing it to the Jews during the Holocaust in Nazi Germany. Can you clarify those statements? What does that mean? I don't
So
understand.
what I was getting at, what I'm saying is that it's about demonization. It's the demonization of white people and Christians, white Christians in particular, folks like me, the bitter clingers, the irredeemables. When you just take people that believe in something, whether it's by their race, their ideology, and you put them in one basket and you demonize them to the point where their lives aren't as equal to yours or the other folks that are more righteous than you. What happens is we get on a slippery slope and we get to the point where we're at now. Now there's not now we've got to the point where
Yeah,
there
but
are there
The Jews were herded into camps, and there was genocide committed
that's right.
by saying by talking about white Anglo Saxons being prosecuted in the same way as the Holocaust. This is very similar to a theory amongst white supremacists. Again, I'm not calling you a white supremacist. I'm just stating that this is very similar to a
Yeah.
white supremacist theory about white genocide,
Okay.
about
Well,
the plight of white people in this country, as opposed to right now. There is we're in the middle of an epidemic right now, and the epidemic is black people are getting murdered by the police, and we have video evidence. It's happening over and over and over again, where there's just all these situations where unarmed black people are getting murdered. And we've seen
well,
situations where, hold on, I'm going to let you talk. Let me just finish my
yeah, yeah.
statement. I apologize.
No, don't
We're
apologize.
okay. All right.
Go.
I just,
Go.
okay, cool. Because I'm trying to have a conversation here. I don't want
Yeah, I know.
to, and
Yeah.
I'm mad. I'm mad, but I want to talk. Um, because I hear you saying like you're against Black Lives Matter, and it's like,
Yes.
like, would you on the 4th of July, would you say all countries matter? You know what I'm saying? It's like, or would you say, there's a lot of analogies that are being put out on social media right now where it's like, if one person is starving, everybody else has something to eat, and one person is going, why can't I have some food too? And everybody around the table is going, well, everybody matters, not just you. It's like this singling out sort of situation. And, again, like I said, there's video evidence. This is not like a he said, she said thing. This is like people are being just murdered,
Okay.
unarmed. Sorry, go
Well,
ahead. Talk.
let's start with Christian genocide.
Yeah.
Do do you uh do you agree that there's it's it's at almost genocidal the level. What's happened to Christians over the past decade?
Oh my
You
God,
don't know that.
absolutely, absolutely not. I disagree, especially
But
making
wait
comparisons
a second,
to.
wait a second,
Yeah,
wait a second, wait a second.
go
So,
ahead,
but
go ahead.
why do you disagree? Because even the UN, to UN standards, there is Christian genocide that has happened across. Do you know? You
Christian
don't
genocide.
agree?
Can I ask you a question? Are white Anglo-Saxon Christians being rounded up into camps and
Yeah.
gassed in chambers?
You know what ISIS is? Do you know the Syrian genocide of the Christians?
Okay, are they white? Just out of curiosity, are
Okay,
they
well
white?
they're Christians.
They're
Does it
Christians.
matter what color they are?
No, it doesn't. But what? But
Okay.
we're talking about. You're talking about white Anglo-Saxon
Okay. Well, I'm talking.
Christian genocide.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about Christians being killed, and
Which is a
referring,
terrible thing,
what
by
I
the
was
way.
okay, and what I was referring to was the the push and where we have gotten to in America with the demonization of white people, Christians, people like me, right? Conservatives, libertarians.
But why are you making this about you at a time where this is like black people are suffering now?
I'm not making it necessarily about me. I'm standing up for all of the people who are being and have been censored on the internet, put into these digital ghettos so that our voices can't be heard, so that the progressive radical left completely dominates the space, and so that all the views that are coming out are progressive left, these radical fascist views, and these organizations and the big money that fund it and propagate it. Do you deny that there is a major censorship issue that we have in this country, with voices like mine being completely censored and being cut off? People like Alex Jones, people like Natural News.
Alex Jones believes that
people like Candace Owens, people like Joe Biggs, on and on. People like that can't go to a college campus because they get run out and attacked violently.
Yeah, but how is that genocide? How is that?
I'm not saying what I said. What I said is
because when you say Nazi Germany,
what I
when you
said
say
is it's a slippery slope when you take Christians, white people, or Jews and whatever the case, whether it's
but just
white
the fact
people,
that you're even making two comparisons between these two groups is like insane to me. That's insane to me.
Why is that insane? Why is that insane to you? Because what I'm saying is that the end result of what is happening, when we get to the end of all of this, that it's I was talking about the guillotine. You don't agree again that white Christians, especially in America,
I think
are
white
the
Christians
are,
in
are
America
the enemy.
are at the top. No, I don't think they're the enemy, but I think they are. They benefit greatly in this country, and I think they are at the top of things. And I think that
why
again,
do you think that though? Why do you think that? What evidence?
Because this society, and another thing you said in your podcast too.
Wait a second.
Go ahead.
What evidence can you state that proves that conservative libertarian voices, mostly who are believers, who are Christians, black and white, are not being or have been completely vilified, completely demonized, and put into digital ghettos, censored, attacked across
They're not
the
censored
board?
and attacked, man. You know what it is?
What I consider an attack,
man.
What I consider an attack is when
people are tired of being against gay marriage and
Now wait a second.
Yeah.
You're
Go ahead.
Okay. So all right. So people are against gay marriage.
No,
so,
I'm
so
saying
you're saying that it's okay.
I'm saying that Christians.
You're saying that
I'm saying that
okay.
religious Christians.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but many of them are against views like gay marriage, and there's a pushback from the other side on these issues because people are tired of all this, of religion, sort of like, religious ideas making their way into, like, a great example of, like,
so people can't have religious ideas.
You can have religious ideas
are bad.
Affecting
so
it into
tell me
policy.
about why. So you said gay marriage. So
yeah.
why is that? Why if do you know what Christians believe marriage is?
Yeah, probably a man and a woman or whatever together in before God, something like that. I'm not a religious person.
Okay, well then how can you say that those viewpoints are bad?
So Michael, define for me, what is marriage? What is marriage?
All right, let me tell you. I'm a Christian, and I believe that marriage comes from the Bible. It's a man and a woman. God gave us marriage. However,
so two women can't be married?
Excuse me?
Two women cannot be married.
I don't believe that two women could be married because in the Christian belief, what I believe is that marriage comes from the Bible. However, in America and all over the world, I think it's just a word thing, right?
What about two men? Can two men be married?
I think that two men, if they want to have a civil union,
married.
It's the same thing. We're talking about the same thing. But what happens is that, again, and I have homosexual friends. In my family, I have homosexual.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Members.
Just because you know some people who are gay.
I respect that love is love, and if you're a woman and you love another woman, that is no different than me loving a woman or you loving a woman. And if a man loves a man, that's no different than a man loving another man. However, what gets bad is the radical left, these militant, the militant, lobby of gay rights says that the Christian belief needs to be wiped out. That's bad, and you can't, and so therefore you can't practice that because it's flawed. Because
who's
Christians
prosecuting
are flawed.
Gay people when there are hate crimes towards the LGBT community? Where does it generally come from?
Okay,
where does it come from?
I don't know. You don't tell me.
I'm asking you the question.
They come from. I don't know where they come from.
Tell me.
They come from people that are horrible people. Do you think that? Let's jump to the Black Lives Matter thing.
Yes, I wanted to jump to that too.
Tell me.
Okay, fine.
I want you to tell me.
Go ahead.
What data do you have? How can you demonstrate that black people are being hunted by police?
Data. It's called video. And right now they're compiling a spreadsheet. There are lawyers that are compiling spreadsheets. There's 350 lawyers. They're lawyers, and you know what?
Do you know how many white people are murdered by black people in the U.S.?
You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it for you. Okay. It's being compiled. There's a spreadsheet currently that's being compiled by lawyers, and I don't have the source, but I will post it in this chat when I leave here for you to see if you want the data.
All right, but I have but
hold on. Let me finish. But
it's not there yet. So
I'm saying that it's being compiled right now. But if you go online, and the thing that I've been doing, been doing is generally sharing all the instances of video evidence where, a perfect example, dude is sitting in his car, gets pulled over by a cop, black.
That's one incident though.
Hold on. And he goes, I am a registered.
It's one incident.
Yeah, but it's not just one incident.
But that doesn't demonstrate epidemic.
Yeah, but you got your head in your sand. You're not looking. And what Black Lives Matter means.
I'm asking you, do you know how many people?
Hold on. I don't want to say you. I don't want to say you because that's wrong.
Do you know how many black people have been murdered by white people?
I'm sorry?
Do you know on an average year how many white people are murdered by black people?
How many white people are murdered by black people?
Yeah.
I honestly don't, but I can tell
Okay.
you one
Do you
thing.
know how many
Hold
black
on,
people have been
hold on,
murdered by white people?
one
No,
second, one second.
you hold on. You hold on. I'm asking you questions. This is my show, not
All right,
yours.
where are your sources, Michael? Tell me where your sources are. Go on Google. Go on the internet. Go on YouTube and look up all these videos. There's video evidence. We
I
saw
don't
an
need to
8-minute
look up
video
videos
of a white cop lynching a black dude, and that's what Black Lives Matter is all about.
Okay, wait a second. I'm not done. Okay, do you know how many people
Dude,
were
it's an
killed by
epidemic, man.
how many white people were killed? All right, you know what? I'm not going to ask you because you don't know.
Go ahead.
And the
No.
statistics
Yes, that's
are
true.
on.
Go ahead. What are these statistics?
All right, so on
you
an
asked me
average
the question, so give me the statistics.
on an average year, there's 981 white people that are murdered by black people.
Okay, and
On
where's
an
that
average year,
statistic from? Where's that statistic from, Michael?
This statistic is compiled by. Hold on, let me. I'll find it.
Oh, you have the number, but you don't have the source.
I do have the source.
Okay.
While
While you're looking it up,
go ahead. I'll get the source. Go,
please. While you're looking it up, Black Lives Matter, man, is about the fact that like there is a disproportionate amount of violence happening towards black people by the police. It's not a lie, dude. And the video evidence is out there. And if you would let me finish before, there's this lawyer that's compiling a spreadsheet and he has over 350 videos showing instances of violence against black people, man. It's a thing.
All right,
and
everybody go
stigma.
to Statista. It's Statista.com.
Statista.com. All right.
That's
All
right.
right. You know what? I'm gonna look up Statista.com right now. What is Statista.com? That doesn't sound very official to me.
It doesn't. Well, why not?
Are you one of those fake news people, or do you believe like that news from like CNN is real news?
Are you kidding me? You're the one that's spouting off all of the CNN talking points. So just for everybody that's still paying attention.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think that CNN is fake news?
I do. Absolutely. 100%.
But you think Alex Jones is real news, even though Alex Jones admitted to that his persona was a character that he uses to sell. What do you mean? Oh, stop! He was in a lawsuit, Michael. He was in a lawsuit over calling.
I'm fake news.
I'm not calling you fake news.
Yeah, fake news.
No. Hold on.
There's some lawyers. So wait a second. You know what? Wait a second.
Pull on this thread, Michael, real quick.
All right. Hold on. I got to mute you because this is my show, and what you're saying is not true. And the problem with folks like you is that you don't want to hear truth. So in 2017, there was 457 white people that were killed by police and 223 black people. In 2018, there were 399 white people and 209 black people killed by the police. Let's jump to 2020. That's this year. There's been 172 white people killed by police and 88 black people. Now, some may argue that, African Americans make up less, than 13% of the population, right? That's the argument. But that becomes negated because African Americans represent 53% of the murders, 38% of violent crimes, and 27% of the drug crime. 0.017% of black lives are lost to police in this country every year. 94%. Hey, bro, 94% of black men are killed by black men. There you go. Done with that, dude. It's just retarded what you're saying. Now I'm gonna probably get in trouble for saying retarded, but it's not the truth. It's not the truth. What that black people are being killed on epidemic levels. It's not true. I want to ask everybody if they know who. Let's see, where is? If you know who Justine Damone is, Justine Damone. Why don't you Google Justine Damone? My point is that what I just said, those stats are actually on the news. They're out there. You can see them, and you can compare them to other stats that have been released. Just go to Statista.com. Here, I'll post the link. But the way that things go is that the people that are fully engaged in this argument, doesn't matter what you put in front of them, they're not gonna believe it. Now, all lives matter. African Americans, white people, green people, blue people, fucking purple people. They all matter. And when you peel away all this bullshit, Black Lives Matter is a political movement. It's not a civil. You think that it's rooted in civil rights, but when you really look at people who are rooted in civil rights, they're saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! This isn't us." Black Lives Matter is being. They're dumping money into the Democratic Party, progressive. They're dumping money into this to make change in this. You're talking about defunding the police. You're going to defund the police. It's just nuts, man. All right, Heather.
Okay, we are live tonight. You look so beautiful tonight. Boom, 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 boom. There's so much to discuss tonight. Tonight is a very special episode. A very, very special episode. And before I get started, I need to share the stream like I always do. Here, we're going to talk about stuff. I can't think of a good melody today to carry. Actually, we do have something to sing, though. There is something to sing, truthfully. Oh boy, there's a lot to talk about. Wow. Fuck, where do we begin? Where do we begin? We're gonna do something extra special tonight, actually, truly. Um, we're gonna do hold on. I can never talk and share the stream at the same time. Please share the stream, people. Somebody share the stream. I'm sharing this to my socials. Um, boy, it's hot. I don't know where you guys are, but it is hot in New York. I'm in New York. New York. I'm actually very close to Lodi. I'm about 30 minutes from Lodi, I want to say. My mom grew up in Teaneck. What's crazy? Yes, Brendan, that's right. There's lots of drama in Misfits land today. My mom was born in 54, went to Teaneck High School, a few towns over. What's up, Brew? A few towns over from uh, the boys in Lodi. And like, I'm like, Mom, like you literally like were in school when the Misfits were in school, like they were playing shows when you were just like hanging out in Jersey and like you just were not there. Like it's so crazy to me. I don't know. Let me just share this a few more places and we will begin. Just hold on. Don't worry. The tea is coming. That's one of the new latest terms. The tea. I just learned that recently. The tea is the info, the stuff, right? The stuff that's going on. I'm trying to fill up the dead air. Don't want to leave any pockets of quiet. Quiet. We're going to post here. There's some groups where you can't post this in because it will get deleted. Okay. I think we're good. So first and foremost, I need to give some shout outs. I want to shout out from last week. I want to shout out my friend Nick Bianco, who bought me a cup of coffee. Nick, I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Nick is a dear old friend, and his name will be added to the executive producer credits to 1979. Another person who I want to shout out, very special shout out to Rue, who is a moderator in the group. He is a faithful, he tunes in every week, always adding to the conversation. Rue, thank you so much for your support and your contribution. You help make this work happen. Your name too will be added to the executive producer credits on 1979, a year in horror business. If you don't know what that is, check it out on the They Came from Lodi Misfit page. It's there. So a big thank you to Nick and to Rue. I am not posting those links tonight, the coffee link or my website link tonight. You'll notice that information is not there. Oh, hey, Peter Rooney. Don't worry, we're going to get to that. We are so going to get to that comment that you just made, Peter Rooney. You were entitled to make that comment, JFC. But what was I just saying? Yeah, check out the page for 1979 stuff, and thank you again for your support. You will be added to the credits. You're already in the thank you credits, but you'll be in the other credits as well. Okay. So a lot of shit has gone down, as Brendan said. Lots of drama in Misfits land today. The last 36 hours have been spicy, to say the least. James wants to know what the fuck is going on. What has happened? James, we're going to get to that. Trust me, you're going to hear all about it right now. We are going to talk about it. We are talking about it right now. I'm just warming up with the preamble here. No fangs to you, Rue. James, just kick back, buddy. You're going to get the tea. You're going to get the tea right now. We're going to talk about it. Okay. So let's back this up for a minute. Let's start from the beginning a little bit. And before we even get started, I know I always do that shit where I like about to get started and then I pull it back. Well, I'm pulling it back for one reason. John, I can't pronounce your last name. Xenos, John, Xenos. How do you pronounce that, John? I don't know. John made a very good point. He's like, he wants to get back to the 77 to 83 content, as do I. If you notice, we basically keep it about 77 to 83, apart from a tangent here and there. You know what I'm saying? However, John, this is connected to 77 and 83, 77 to 83. This, what we are going to discuss right now about Michale Graves. You know why it's connected, John, and everybody else, and why I feel that, and before, about a month ago, I thought about coming on here and dissecting. I never talked about the video that I posted. I've talked about it on Facebook, but I've never talked about it in an episode of Evil Live. I kept it off of Evil Live. I did. I never once mentioned that I had a huge debate thing, or that I confronted Michale Graves about his bullshit views and whatnot on YouTube, after I had said that I made this grand proclamation of, this is the last time I will discuss this Michale Graves nonsense, and we're done with that now. And and that was not the last thing. Actually, I went on his show. He had a Michale Graves show, and I confronted him. And the reason why I'm talking about this now, why does this relate to 77 to 83? Why? Because motherfuckers are photoshopping this shit right here. See this skull? This skull is getting photoshopped into some Ku Klux Klan memes. And you want to know something? I can tell you, it really, really bothers me. It truly bothers me. You know why? Because people are lumping in the 77 to 83 shit with fucking Michale Graves and his Proud Boy shit. Look, are Glenn and Jerry? Well, I'll get to that too. Let's hold off on that for a minute. That needs to be addressed a little bit, slightly. First, let's go back to now the chronology. I'm not sure if I said that right, of things. Okay. Check this out. So going back, so Michale Graves has always been religious. He's always been a Christian. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with Christians. I'm not Christian, but I love Christmas. Nothing wrong with Christians. Nothing wrong with religion. No problems. That's not what I just want to make that clear. Not criticizing religion, not criticizing Christians. Just saying Michale Graves comes from a very Christian background. He has always been this way. We've talked about this before. He's always been super religious. And that has sort of translated as well into, or tied into, or flowed into a lot of talking points on the right side of things. And so in 2003 or 2004, Michale Graves proudly, and paradoxically, I should say, proclaimed himself a conservative punk, like. And now it's like, well, not Joey was super left. Johnny Ramone was a supporter of Ronald Reagan and whatnot. And yeah, Johnny Ramone's problematic in his own way. But we're not gonna talk about Johnny Ramone, and we're not gonna use Johnny Ramone as a precedent for Michael Graves starting something called conservativepunk.net, whatever. He started this conservative punk website, right? In 2003 or 2004, something. At some point after 9/11, he's doing his band. He's doing first he was doing Graves with Chud, right? What's going on, Russell? How are you? Glad you're here. First he's doing Graves with Dr. Chud. And Logan, left hand. No, yeah, Logan. Logan's the guy's name. Nice guy. I met Logan once. And his other guy, Graham, Left Hand Graham, who's from another band, local Jersey band. They have Graves going on. Graves breaks up, and Graves breaks up, and then it becomes Gotham Road with Loki and JV and whatnot, and Paul from, and those guys are all from Mr. Monster. Basically, the Mr. Monster backing band became sort of entrenched with Graves. Actually, I believe it's Loki's project. It's not Graves' project. It's Loki's music, and Graves put lyrics to it. If I'm wrong, correct me there. Sometime around this point, Graves decides that he is going to enlist in the army. He wants to go and fight across the seas. Yeah, that's right. Tom Logan was his name. Great is his name. Great, nice guy. Very nice guy. I like Tom. So Michael Graves decides, I'm gonna go overseas. I'm gonna fight. I don't know the details. Someone fill me in the comments. I'm not gonna proclaim to be an expert here. He washes out, right? He washes out of the army. I don't know if it was, he was discharged for some reason, or if it was due to an injury or something. I don't believe it was a dishonorable discharge. I think it was like one of those legit discharges. He leaves he leaves the army, and right around that time, he also starts conservativepunk.com. It's also around this time that Graves is beginning to lay the groundwork to go over to Europe for the first time as a solo, as a solo entity. So Calavera Lugosi says he was honorably discharged. That's what I thought. So he goes across. They're getting prepped to go across the pond to Europe for the first time. And it's right around this time. By the way, please let me know if the mic is like fucking up or like, coming in all weird and distorted. I think it sounds fine right now, but let me know if that changes. So he goes across the sea, or they're getting ready to go across the street. They have this tour planned, and Michael basically shoots himself in the foot. Not just himself, but his band. He's got, I think Loki was in the band at the time. I think JV was in the band at the time. I'm not sure who the drummer was, but they had evolved from being Gotham Road into Michael Graves solo. And thanks, Chris. And Michael gets affiliated or launches or whatever, however he's involved with conservativepunks.com. This wind breaks out of this in Europe, right? Like, and suddenly, like Germany and everywhere else, it's super, Europe is very, very liberal, very left leaning, for a lot of reasons, have problems with right stuff. I'm sure World War II plays into that. I'm not going to do a deep dive on that. Point is that for the most part, the punk movement in Europe is super fucking, don't get me wrong, there are definitely skinheads and right-wing elements. When I was in Germany with Blitzkid, we saw a tinge of that on our last night in Germany before we went back to America. We saw there was a situation actually with some we saw it in America too. That's another story. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted. Remind me of that story in Georgia. Remind me to tell that story. Crazy fucking story. Point is that it's very left wing. So they get wind of Michael Graves fucking being super conservative and for George Bush and like voting George W. Bush and whatnot, and they blackball him. Michael Graves gets blacklisted from Europe. The tour gets canceled. They were literally waiting to go to Europe. Members of the band had their bags packed to get on a plane to go to Europe, and were suddenly told that sorry, tour has been canceled. It was like that. Could you imagine the disappointment of working so hard? Those guys, they were independent. That was an independent touring band, both Gotham Road, well, really Graves, Gotham Road, and Michale Graves solo band. That was an independent, hard-working touring band. Those guys were crisscrossing the USA, making a name for themselves, building their brand. I guess that's that's going to be the theme of this episode. Building brands, right? And so they put all this hard work in, and all of the fucking sudden, boom, like just the kibosh comes down. The kibosh comes down, and they're not going to Europe anymore. And that it was like that for many, many, many years. Those dudes could not get over. Graves in his band could not get over to Europe. He could not leave the States. Graves spent many, many years, a whole handful of years, and during that time, he's raising a family, starting a family, whatever. And he's just traversing the U.S. over and over and over again. Starts doing acoustic shows. He's doing electric shows, and he's hitting everywhere you can imagine in the States. I'm sure those guys probably played all 49 states. I don't think they ever made it to Hawaii, but they made it to all 49 continental states, as far as I'm concerned. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. So, sorry, I'm trying to get my head straight. So then over the years, Michael gets involved. He gets involved with this other company. There's Hydraulic Entertainment along the way, and I will personally interject myself in the story very briefly, just to fully, like, full disclosure. My path crossed with Michale Graves a few times from 2011 to 2012 ish, roughly. It was through this guy. His right hand man at the time was Bobby Bloodfeast. This was before he had this guy Arturo, or that other guy from Hydraulic Entertainment. Bobby goes all the way back to like Misfits Central, and he used to do web. He was a webmaster for Michael. He was a webmaster for Chud. And Bobby was trying to get some Graves live DVD stuff off the ground, and he and I linked up and to produce a live DVD for Michale Graves. It never came out for a bunch of reasons. There were sound reasons. There were all sorts of reasons. He wasn't happy with the band at the time. As far as at least that was the reason that was given to me. One of the reasons. It was a weird acoustic electric band that was not really a band that the drummer he had never played with before, that sort of thing. I think Johnny B. Morbid was in the band at the time, and Chibo, who's Frankie Cheese, who was Michael's friend from childhood, and used to be Doyle's guitar tech, and he was in the Michale Graves band at the time. And Bobby was like the assistant slash producer slash merch guy slash just sort of like he was in the Graves camp. And so that never amounted to anything. Also around that time, he came on my show, Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B. He goes way back with Sal B. Him and Sal B. Sal B was in Sardonica. Graves was in the Misfits '95, and those guys know each other forever. And so Michael was on the show along with Bobby, Bloodfeast, and Chibo. And partially as payment for the DVD, because I had done a lot of work on this DVD, and partially as compensation for the work that I did on the amount of sweat equity that I put into this DVD that never came out. Michael agreed to do sit in for an interview for the documentary that this show is based on. They came from Lodi. So that's how Michael wound up in the documentary. And that's pretty much the extent. And then later on in Hydraulic Entertainment, I got a call from his guy, Mark, who wanted me to like work for free on something. And I was like, what's your budget? And the moment I said, what's your budget? I never heard another phone call again, but I spent like 45 minutes talking to this guy, Mark, about some stuff, whatever. That's the extent, really, that is the extent of me and my interactions with Michale Graves. And during that time, Michale Graves was nothing but polite and courteous for the most part, and nice, and yada yada yada, all this, that, and the other. And then the other thing was, we were supposed to do a date with them I was touring with Blitzkid, and they were it was Michael Graves and Blitzkid were supposed to do a show in El Paso, and Graves got arrested for marijuana possession and never made it to El Paso, and Blitzkid had to do the show solo. And you know, to those guys' credit, those Blitzkid guys, they gave the crowd wanted to hear some Michael Graves songs, and so they reconfigured themselves and did a version of "Dig Up Their Bones" for the kids. And JV was in the band at the time, so JV hopped on bass and they did "Dig Up Her Bones" in El Paso. I'm sure you can find that video somewhere on the internet. And it was a very I thought that was a very sweet thing for everybody to do because Graves wasn't able to play the show. Moving on. So that's the extent. So that's my extent with Graves. And then more time passes, and Graves, I guess Graves dissolves. This company dissolves, right? Or he sort of walks away from Hydraulic Entertainment. Something happens with that. And okay, here's the interesting thing. And this was, you know, I'm long gone out of the Blitzkid camp, and so I am like an outsider. I don't know what the behind the scenes were. However, I can surmise from an outward perspective what I saw happen, which blew my mind. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Goolsby becomes Graves' bass player, which was a very interesting turn of events for whatever. Not going to talk about that. But what was interesting, here's what was really interesting to me, and what I thought was kind of like incredible for so many reasons. And I don't know. So Graves announces that they are going to tour England. And this is sometime, I don't know, this is like 2017, 2018, 2016. I don't know. I can't remember, but it's, you know, it's a few years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago or something, when Graves started to really become an international touring band. And who is on the motherfucking poster? It's not, it says Michael Graves. Somebody pull up that poster. I can't find, I don't know where it is. There is, I commented on this recently somewhere. There is Michael fucking Graves, his logo, that logo that he has, with like the sketchy sort of handwriting. And there is a picture of fucking Goolsby. Fucking Goolsby. It's not Graves, it's motherfucking Goolsby. And then right below it says Argyle Goolsby. Because, you know, they very wisely, Mike Tipping says this was 2018. So they very wisely decided, you know, they created this tour package. It was a genius masterstroke, right? A genius fucking masterstroke to create this tour package. Goolsby and Graves going out together, the two bands, that's what kids wanted to see, and bring it to England. And here's the thing, Graves is piggybacking on Goolsby's clout. Because Goolsby and, you know, by way of Blitzkid is fucking, as you all know, for those of you in the horror punk world, Blitzkid is fucking huge in Europe. Not only are they huge in Europe, they are ginormous in the counterculture scene. They are ginormous in Germany. When I was with them, we toured. That's where we were most of the time. We were all over fucking Germany. It was crazy. They have such a diehard following. It's a phenomenon. And you know, it's allowed those dudes to go back. I mean, the Blitzkid guys, they went over there probably about 18 times, something like that. From 2004 to 2012, they went something like 18 times. That's fucking crazy. That's over twice. I mean, obviously we can all do math. That's like more than twice a year. Kind of insane when you think about it. Here, Joey just found. Oh, great. All right, so that's the poster. Shit. How can I? Is there a way? No. Oops. Sorry. I really want to, you know, motherfuck. Thank you, Joey, for finding that. I really want to show this in the thing because I just want to show how unbelievably ridiculous this situation is. Let me see if I can pull up a window. There is a window. All right, I'm gonna get that up right now, but I'm gonna keep talking. So, all right, so we're getting into the tea here. So, what's really interesting about this whole situation is Graves is finally making it to Europe, but he's doing it on fucking Goolsby's clout. I dare anybody to say otherwise because of Goolsby's clout with Blitzkid. So Graves, who, you know, has always been a fucking like, he's been critical of Blitzkid in the past, which kind of makes it all the funnier. Kind of makes his Proud Boy comments really fucking funny, right? Like, about everything that he's built that he refuses to apologize. We're gonna get to that too. But he didn't build his way to fucking Europe. Fucking Goolsby and the Blitzkid fucking brand did that shit. And that kind of irks me. I don't know. That kind of irks me. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I just think it's kind of fucking lame that he says, I built all this, whatever. In any case, good, the fact that he was able to finally find his way back into Europe, or find his way to Europe finally after all those years. All right, here it is. It's on Goolsby's website. One moment. I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. Yes, we want to share that screen. Okay. So look at this poster. Look how this is fascinating to me, right? This is fucking fascinating to me. Graves is on his way over to England, right? And he used, UK tour 2018, Michael Graves. And then, obviously this is the genius of marketing. It's like, let's cross off Michael Graves here. And then what does it say? It's Argyle Goolsby Tour 2018. As a matter of fact, it almost looks like Graves is opening for Goolsby and not the other way around. I'm not sure who played first during that thing. I don't know if it was Graves or Goolsby. The point is that Graves finally found his way over to hold on, I'm switching this back for now. Graves finally found his way over to across the pond and managed to make a big splash. That's the whole point of what I was trying to explain with this Goolsby thing. Using Goolsby, he leveraged himself. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, this guy Calavera Lugosi is telling me that Goolsby didn't even play a set. So you're telling me that poster is just of Michael Graves's band, and it shows Goolsby at the bottom too? I mean, what kind of that's the advertising to me. And I wonder, like, is Goolsby cool with that? Like, is Goolsby okay with them fucking leveraging, his name like that? That fascinates me to no end. That fascinates me. I thought, wow, he just played bass for Mike because he was also the bass player. That blows my fucking mind. Okay. I always thought when I had seen that, because it popped up and it bled through into my sort of feed and whatnot at the time. I always thought that was and then I thought in my head, I was like, makes sense. Package these two together, they can get a higher guarantee. They're going to make good money. So that's funny. Nowhere do you see Graves on the fucking poster as he tries to slime his way back into fucking Europe, and he uses Goolsby to fucking do it. Shame on fucking Graves. Shame on him. Like, truly. That's bullshit, man. Sean says, I think the US only got the Goolsby and Nim Vincenz. We're going to get to that. We are going to get to that, actually. I actually went to one of those shows. More on that later. So, what was I talking about? So Graves finally fucking made it over to fucking Europe. He makes it over to Europe. He makes it over first to England, and then I believe they did a European tour, and from there they did the United States tour, and that's when I think Nimvind and the Goolsby band. Goolsby has Argyle Goolsby and the Roving Midnight, and then there's Nimvind featuring Nimvind in it. Nimvind is both the name of the dude and the band. I'm a huge fucking Nimvind fan. I love that dude. Love that band. Love you guys. If you are watching or watch this at some point, support Nimvind. They are fucking awesome. Listen to Nimvind if you have not heard them. Seek them out. So at some point, Goolsby's band and Nimvind get added on, and they create this like touring juggernaut, and they are fucking commanding very healthy guarantees and just doing like 90 dates here and 90 dates there, whatever it was. I'm not speaking verbatim here. I'm just going off of my head what I can remember. um, that sort of thing. And you okay, it's back. Mike, no, it's not. And I'm going to explain why that is. We're exploring, we're unpacking the story before we get to the main fucking meat of what this is. I need to take a sip of, I need to wet my whistle. Okay. So back to the storyline, the timeline of events. Then they go to Australia at one point. I know they went to Australia. I know they go to Europe. I believe they went to South America. They're going everywhere. They're fucking. Graves is suddenly become an international touring act. I think, did they go to Japan? I don't know. Maybe not. They become an international touring act. Graves becomes an international touring act, and they form this package. There's this incredible touring package. For like $25, you can see fucking Nimvind, Argyle Goolsby and the Roving Midnight, and fucking Michael Graves band. Like, it doesn't get better than that. I mean, what a great like lineup, unbelievable. They really so Graves, after being blackballed and blacklisting himself, because that's what he did. Because let's remember one thing: the only person to blame here, the only person at fault here, is fucking Michael Graves. That's it. That's the only person. The only fingers to get pointed here is to Michael Graves. Michael Graves, you did this to yourself. Nobody did this to you. Okay. The first time you did that to yourself, you fucking aligned yourself with George W. Bush. You went on the fucking Daily Show and they made fun of you. You didn't even realize they were making fun of you. And you destroyed everything that you had been building. And then here you go. He crawls his way back up, right? Graves, he crawls his way back up. He's, doing it. He's fucking aligning himself first with Goolsby, and then he's aligning himself with fucking Nimvind. They're fucking going to Europe. They're going to Australia. They're going here. They're going there. And then Graves, so Graves has always had a show. He's had a radio show. Graves likens himself to a radio host, in addition to being a singer, right? He he's got the Michael Graves show, which is an extension of what he used to have called Radio Deadly with Michael Graves. Although sometimes he's doing Radio Deadly. I think in the video that I'm in, it has a Radio Deadly thing right here. So he's still kind of holding on to the Radio Deadly thing. But he's also doing the Welcome to the Michael Graves show. Like that whole thing. I am not so at that time though, and then at this time, okay, again, I followed Michael Graves. I never unfollowed him after our paths had crossed, and I'd always been aware of his doings and comings and goings. Oh, that's another thing. He got super into Kickstarter. He's fucking kickstarting all these projects. So in addition to all this crazy touring that he's doing, but right before that, he's teamed up with this guy, Mark Allen Stewart is his name. He's teamed up with this guy, Mark, and they have raised in excess of over $100,000. If you add up all those Kickstarter projects with their incredibly low overhead, if you know what I mean. Those guys made over six figures doing those projects. Now, you could probably say, well, pressing it up and sending it out, probably less than six figures, but they made. Point is that was bread and butter for a very, very long time, right? So he's like Graves is building this empire. He's building this ginormous empire, this enormous brand. And then at the same time, he starts doing the COVID hits, right? COVID hits. Everybody gets canceled. Everything gets canceled. I don't mean canceled as in cancel culture. I mean canceled in the sense of COVID happens and like everything has to be canceled and lots of shit got canceled. My heart goes out to every fucking buddy who got their shit canceled, especially the live musicians. I feel bad for everybody. I feel bad for the Blitz Kid guys. I feel bad for the Trioxin tribute guys. I feel bad for everybody. It sucks. Nothing makes me happier than seeing artists being able to fucking make money off of their art. I hope that you all get the chance to do that one day again soon in the future. I truly do. I truly fucking do. So Graves starts to get more active on social media with the Michael Graves show in between, and he's got so Loki has been in Loki has been there on and off since 2000. He used to roadie for Graves. So, starting in Graves and going all the way to today, Loki and Graves have always been in each other's peripheral. And Loki's been his guitar player, and not just a guitar player. It seems more like a tour manager and just a bunch of stuff. Loki's become a vital right-hand man in all Michael Graves operations, right? And so he's on the podcast too. He's part of the Michael Graves show. And you have fucking this guy Arturo, and I guess he is, if I had to guess who he is, because I don't know him apart from the one time I was on the Michael Graves show with him. He is Michael Graves' like lackey. You know what I mean? He's kind of like a replacement for someone like Bobby Bloodfeast, I think. Like, he handles social media, and he does video editing, and he handles merch and a bunch of other stuff that I'm probably not aware of. So he's become an integral part of Michael Graves' operation. So these three guys, they sit and they do the Michael Graves show. As you know, here's where it's about to get fucking political, people. All right. We're entering some politics here. I'm going to try and negotiate this as well as possible. I'm going to try and be whatever. I'm just going to go for it. So all the fucking Black Lives Matter, which has been around for some time, reemerges, right? It explodes. It fucking explodes again with the very public, brutal, fucked up, unbelievably tragic lynching of this guy, George Floyd. Yeah, George Floyd. Sorry. I think I made that mistake once before. George Floyd. It's George Floyd. George Floyd gets lynched in Minneapolis. And once again, Viva la Revolution begins. The revolution begins. And this movement, this uprising of people just being sick and tired of the shit. I'm pulling back the political side of things. Okay. I'm just saying this event happens, right? That's a fact. We're not talking about what's right and what's wrong, even though you know how I feel about that shit and how fucked up it is. This shit goes down, and people are weighing in on it and whatnot. And there's like this online viral thing. It's for a Tuesday. It's called, I think it was on a Tuesday. It's Blackout Tuesday, or Blackout whatever day of the week it was, where all you did, George Floyd. Wow. Okay. George Floyd. Why I said George Floyd. Wow. Shame on me again. I mix that up. I mix that up a lot. Obviously we know who the fucking dude is. All right. My bad. Thank you, Mitchell, for clarifying that. I make mistakes. So there's like, what was that thing? It was like Blackout Tuesday, tile out Tuesday. It was the whole idea behind this fucking thing is that you put a black tile on your Facebook, your social media, and what you're doing is you're kind of boycotting buying stuff that day. I think that's what it was. Getting sweaty just from all this talking. You're boycotting buying anything on social media or posting on social media or something. It was something of the effect. But you know what? Whether you were posting still, the whole point is that by putting on a black tile, you are showing solidarity with the fucked up shit that's happening to fucking black people in the United States right now, right? That's what it is. That's the bottom line. Now, here's what blows my mind. This is what boggles my fucking mind. I literally, I started to gossip a little bit. I started to get into the gossip mill where I mostly try to keep out of the gossip mill. But I got into the gossip mill where I'm just like, what the fuck is this dude thinking? Because it blew my mind. It blew my fucking mind to see this fucking happen. I watch as suddenly I get this notification. I think it was from Loki, from Carlos, who I'm Facebook friends with, saying, I am against Black Lives Matter. I'm against this. I'm against that. I'm against Black Lives Matter, basically. That's what it was. And I proceed to watch this broadcast of Michael Graves, and here's the thing to remember, folks, and I want to fucking paint this picture for you, because you know what? The gloves are fucking off. Before they were fucking on a little bit, because, here's the thing. I am not a guy that's interested in kicking people when they're down. I don't want to fucking kick anybody when they're down. In the same way that if somebody tragically loses their life and they're a fucking asshole because they don't wear a mask or whatever, I'm still sad that they're dead. I don't want anybody to die. I don't want to kick people when they're down. And so even then, I was kind of like, oh fuck, but like, kind of trying to like be like holier than thou a little bit, righteous and whatnot. Even though it was really fucking hard, but I sat and I listened to Michale fucking Graves, who only found out about Black Lives Matter, like the viral thing. He had found out about it an hour before he went on the broadcast. He admitted this on the fucking broadcast. He admits as much. He says, I just found out about this. So without any fucking reading, he didn't do any fucking reading, didn't do any fucking research. Do your research. Do your research. Hey, do your fucking research, motherfucker. Like doesn't do any fucking research or doesn't read into what has happened and just takes the opposite stance. I'm a punk rocker. And you know what? I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going to go against the Black Lives Matter grain because I'm fucking Michale Graves. Like that whole sort of fucking thing, right? And it's just kind of like, I'm just sitting there just dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded because, I'm not going to lie. I saw people who I'm pretty sure did not feel the way that they feel about Black Lives Matter, still put up black squares in their fucking profile picture. You know why? Because even if they don't fucking agree with the situation, and again, this is not a message about, like, you must agree with one blanket thinking or whatever. That's not what I'm saying here. That's not what I'm saying. Although I do think you're a fucking asshole if you don't agree with that shit. But that's another story. The point is that think about this from a money business perspective. A perspective of like, I'm not going to like mix my politics with my money because that's just going to fuck up my money. Yes, Sean, I do want to, Shane, let us also take a brief moment. Carlos Loki vehemently, completely 100% disagreed with everything Michale was saying in this broadcast. He did. He fucking disagreed with it. He was fucking fighting Michale tooth and nail over this shit. Over and over and over again. He was not on the side, and Arturo also seemed to not be on that side. However, it's like they still fucking like they enabled it. They fucking are enabling the shit because they're fucking best friends with the dude, I mean, it's fucked up. It's a fucked up situation when you're friends with someone who believes in some really fucking fucked up shit or some really weird, like out there shit, it makes things complicated, especially too if you think about those dudes fucking their money is tied to Michale Graves. Their money is tied to Michale Graves. There, I said it too, a little bit, if we're being completely fucking honest here, so it's like all these things go in. But yes, Shane, that must be highlighted that both Carlos, who I believe is Puerto Rican, and Arturo, who's Puerto Rican, which further baffles my mind, both disagreed with the things that Michale was saying, and they were having a debate. And Michale just kept fucking, he's just cutting everybody off. He's cutting off fucking Loki. Loki's trying to get a word and he can't. Arturo's trying to get a word and he can't. And Michale just will not shut the fuck up. And if you want to get a taste of what, I think he deleted that podcast, but if you want to get a fucking taste of what went down, just fucking watch this clip. Here's me arguing with Michale Graves, trying to get a fucking word in with that motherfucker. Trying to be polite as hell. We're going to get to this in 1 second. We're getting there. Trust me, we're getting there. Boy, this is taking longer than I thought it was. Okay. So, there's the link if you want to watch what happened. I've posted this link many, many times and talked about it ad nauseum. Actually, I might as well put it on the screen right here. So this is where, here I am going on. I'm about to get to what happened here. But it baffles the mind. You are an independent artist, and you've already been burned. This dude has already fucking been burned with the whole being like conservative thing. He fucking crawls his way back, and listen, even though he fucking rode Goolsby's coattails, he still fucking worked his ass off to get back to that place of where he is. He did. He was the one who was singing all those shows. Loki, and all the hard work that Loki put in. That's the thing. It's not just Michale Graves' hard work. It's all of fucking Loki. Loki is breaking his fucking back for this fucking dude. and doing everything he can to fucking like, you know, organize and help out or whatever, you know, whatever, you know, from whatever I've gleaned from conversations and things that I know and whatnot. You know, he is like, he's like doing he's like doing this thing, you know. He's sorry, I'm tripping over my words. What was I fucking saying? I was saying that Loki has busted his ass working for fucking Michale Graves, and I feel for him. I honestly, my heart goes out to you, Loki. I feel for you. Fucking Carlos, I feel for you, man. And I feel for you a little bit, Arturo, not as much as I feel for Loki. Because, you know, like, it's a shitty situation to be in, honestly. Your dude who's your best fucking friend believes in some really fucked up shit, and also like your aspirations, everything that you've worked so hard for, and you know, your livelihood, everything is tied in with this fucking guy who's just shitting all over everything with his shitty fucking attitude. Can't keep his mouth fucking shut. Because you know what? It's not just that it's not just Michale Graves. It's not just fucking Michale Graves who is affected by this. You know who's affected by what Michale Graves is doing? Fucking Loki is affected, but even more so, what about Michale Graves' kids? This is how Michale Graves supports his family. Going out, working his fucking ass off, doing 90 shows, doing 180 shows a year, whatever, however many shows that guy does. And mind you, those guys do not have a fucking break. Every fucking night they are fucking performing. That is an endurance trial like no other. I toured with a band for about 2 months, right? I toured with Blitzkid. We went not 2 months, like 6 weeks. We went all across the United States and we went all across Europe. And I watched those fucking guys. I watched what goes into this. I watched Goolsby do all the fucking driving along with Joey Lowe. Shout out to Joey Lowe, who also traded off with him. These two fucking guys did all the fucking driving. And then Goolsby, after driving all fucking day, he put on his fucking shirt, he'd get into his fucking gear, talk to all the fucking kids that came to fucking see him, you know, yada, 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 all the energy that goes into doing this fucking thing, right? So, like, Graves puts all this effort, and then what does he fucking do? He fucking torpedoes it. Fucking torpedoes it with this fucking broadcast. And not only does he torpedo it, he fucks up his children, man. Why do I say why do I bring his children to this? Because his children because he's a fucking providing for a family. Why the fuck are you talking about this shit publicly? Like, why? Like, let's get real here. Let's get fucking real. Danzig probably believes in, we know that Danzig is a fucking weird ass conspiracy theorist with some of his stuff. He believes in some weird shit. I love you, Uncle Glenn, but you believe in some weird shit. We know this. We all know this, right? Like, let's bottom line this here. Have you ever heard fucking, apart from the Steve Jones interview, do you hear Danzig constantly talking about politics the way Graves does? No, he keeps his mouth shut. And you really can't even compare the two. I just want to bring up the fact that you know, because that's the other elephant in the room, is that Graves is not the only one here. You know, so what is there a double standard? No, there is not a double standard. I don't think there's a double standard, because look at the way that Graves gets up on a fucking pulpit and tries to shove this shit down his fucking, the people that listen to him, and they sit and they fucking eat it. It's like he gets up on a fucking podium, pulls down his pants, spreads his fucking ass cheeks, just goes just diarrheaing this fucking Alex Jones diarrhea fucking nonsense, and all his fucking fans, his fucking bootlicking fans, are like, oh, Michael Grant, oh, I love it, oh, it's so good, oh, it's all over my face, and I love it. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, it's like, fuck, keep your mouth shut. Just keep your fucking mouth shut about this. You have kids, you know, you're fucking supporting a family. They depend on you, you know. This is what affords you all the fucking luxuries in your life, and you're just fucking with it. It made me angry. It made me angry as someone who wishes that I could be in a position like Michale Graves, where I'm touring around the fucking country making money off of my art. There's a lot of artists like that. There's a lot of musicians like that. And this dude gets up on a fucking pulpit and pisses it all away. So he says what he says, right? He says the thing. He deletes the broadcast soon afterwards. Kenneth Stewart is filling in the story for me right here. Shout out to Kenneth. Afterwards, Loki posted a very heartfelt, with tears, video
afterwards, saying that he disagrees with everything Michael stands for, but that he's still his best friend and he's still going to try his hardest to educate and change Michael. You know, I'm really glad that you posted that, Kenneth, because again, I want to like let's make sure that we're not like dragging Loki. I don't want to drag Loki's name through the mud in any way, shape, or form. I want to clarify, but it's like, Loki, you're fucking tied into this shit because you're fucking associated with him. But the point is that like Loki had tried, and Loki, and you know, listen, if I had a fucking friend that I cared about and that I loved and that I wanted to like them to see the fucking light, like I would want to do I wouldn't want to give up on my friends. So I can understand that position that Loki is in. That's all I'm saying. And what do I matter? I don't. I'm not a fucking judge. I'm not a jury. All I'm doing is I'm breaking down the situation, and I want to bring some shit to light that I think is very fucking important for the horror punk community, of which I don't really consider myself a part of, but more overall, I'm a huge fucking Misfits nerd. And it pisses me off to see what I saw. As soon as I saw what I saw, I was like, I have to talk about this tonight. I have to address what is going on, because you want to know what, Michael Graves? When you talk about that shit, you are fucking affecting me. You're affecting every Misfits fan, because suddenly people want to fucking Photoshop the Crimson Ghost with a fucking clan fucking helmet. And then what does that do to the fucking image of the Crimson Ghost? Drags it into the fucking mud. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. And that's why I'm here. I want to disavow that from the Crimson Ghost. The Crimson Ghost has never been about that. The Crimson Ghost is not about Michael Graves. To see Michael Graves, God, somebody find the thing. Somebody find that meme for me, because I need to illustrate that here too. Somebody find the meme with Crimson Ghost, with the Crimson Ghost face and the fucking pointy hat and whatnot, please. Because I want to put that there as well. He's in an echo chamber of fans, probably blocked his vision and drowned out the real world. Yeah, Kevin, you're right about that. Brendan says, what did he think was going to happen? I mean, that's what I don't understand. Like, Brendan says, I mean, did he seriously not see this coming when he made the Proud Boy post? Like, what the what did you think was going to happen, Michael Graves? Did you think that you were just going to fucking, that you would stand up, that you would get to this place where, like, you know, and people would fucking respect what it is that you were fucking standing for? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. All right. So anyway, back to the thing. So that brings us to this video that you're about to see right here. I'm going to play the first bit of the video just for reference sake, just because we're here, right? So here's what happens.
Totally disagrees with me, or even a little disagrees with me.
Just this first part.
There's the link. The floor is yours. You know, come on here and again, say what you want. Call me what you want. Ask me, challenge me.
Can you hear that, guys?
All right, Jeff's coming on. There's Jeff. Hello, Jeff.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for giving me a moment to talk to you and Arturo.
Let me know if you can't hear that.
I 150 million% disagree with your views, but I want to ask you about them, and I want to ask you a question. I'm not here to call names or, you know,
that's what we're
anything
here
like
for.
that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. All right, so I listened to the previous podcast. I listened to your guys' discussion.
This is important.
And then I listened to there was like a Radio Deadly podcast thing that you put up as well. And I listened to that, and towards the end I became immensely disturbed, and I was wondering if you could clarify your comments here. You said you started to compare white Anglo, and again, I'm not exactly quoting your words. It's a paraphrasing of your words. But for anybody who wants to hear what I'm speaking about, just go to Radio Deadly. You can watch it on Podbean. The Radio Deadly,
you can still hear that podcast.
The last 5 minutes of Michael talking, and you started to talk about the prosecution of white Anglo-Saxon Christians and comparing it to the Jews during the Holocaust in Nazi Germany. Can you clarify those statements? What does that mean? I don't understand.
So what I was getting at, what I'm saying is that
all right, I am. Okay, sorry. Let me turn this down now. Okay, check. 1 2 1 2. Box of salted carols. Okay, that's good. All right, so
So, all right, I figured it was better just to show it than to explain that all, or at least to like give you some clarification. Okay. Sorry, fucking stupid mic situation. The stupid mic situation. All right, I'm gonna try and talk while I fix my microphone stand. Did you know that was Graves' name before he became Michael Graves? He was going to be Mike Stand. Mike Stand. That was his stage name. That was what Jerry Only had thought up for him. And then I believe it was the Tank who changed it to or suggested Michael Graves. Okay, so I go on the show, right? Because here's what happens. After the initial Black Lives Matter like protest thing that he does, he posts a podcast full of the most disturbing InfoWar, Alex Jones, fucking conspiracy. He starts basically spewing theories that are parallel to white supremacists believe, right? So he's talking about like themes that are akin to what white supremacists talk about. I start to go, holy fucking shit, as I'm listening to this. And he's quoting verses from like the Bible. Like, here's the side to Michael Graves. So there's a lot of different sides to Michael Graves. There's like a stoner side to Michael Graves. There is the humble musician. Oh my God, thank you so much. You make me. Thank you so much for being, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. And then there's like the I need drugs Michael Graves side. And then there's like there's this other side. There is the fundamentalist like believer. There's the believer Michael Graves, and he uses that in the video. He says for believe. I don't know. I can't point to the side of the screen. There it is. There. Well, it's weird. Wait. What? I am really stupid. I am a stupid human. There it is. See, he points. He talks about in this video. He talks about being a believer. Believers and stuff. So there's the believer side of Michael Graves where he just starts to get super duper Christian, like quoting shit from the Bible, talking about like, just getting super righteous, so there's like all these like multiple personalities of Graves, right? And that starts to come out in the podcast that I'm listening to, the Podbean, and you can find this YouTube video, go on the fucking link, you will find it, listen to the last 5 minutes, especially. It is fucking disturbing fucking shit. And so while that's going on, there are people that are fucking criticizing Michael Graves. They're fucking shouting him out. They're confronting him. They're confronting him, going like, saying like, fuck you, Michael Graves, about your Black Lives Matter stuff. You're a bootlicker this, bootlicker that. And so the Graves camp decides, they do a huddle. They do a Graves huddle. What are we going to do, guys? And they decide, Michael decides, probably, I guess it was Michael. It was somebody in that camp decided, sorry, I'm having a terrible hair day. I'm not incredibly vain. I'm not a vain human being, but God, my hair looks terrible. So they decide in their Michael Graves camp, well, let's have a platform. Let us create a platform. We're going to invite people, because I can do that too. That's where actually it was this it was this video that inspired me to start using StreamYard, which is the service I'm talking to you on right now. So Michael Graves goes, okay, humble Michael Graves, musician guy. Thank you so much. Come on my show, and if anybody whoever disagrees with me, I want to have a conversation with you. But that wasn't the first one. The first one was actually, I'm just going to listen to your comments. I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to listen to your comments. He just wanted to listen. He wanted to create a platform because he believes so much in free speech, because that's what Michael Graves is all about. He's all about free fucking speech. Free speech, Michael Graves. And so he sets up this thing, and his fans go on. It's all fans, right? And onlookers like me, rubbernecking, right? And so they go on, and they're just like, one after another. I'm watching and just going like, Michael, oh my God, I can't believe I'm talking to you, Michael Graves. I love you so much. Do you remember the time when I
when, in somewhere Oklahoma where I, or wherever Michael, or Iowa, or just some middle part of the country, because Michael Graves just tours everywhere, bringing up their personal memory with Michael Graves, to which Michael Graves goes, oh yeah, I remember you. Oh yeah. Oh, like he just like remembers him. He doesn't, I don't know, who knows if he really remembers him or not. Maybe he remembers some people. But the point is that like they're all like super fucking starstruck to talk to Michael Graves. And then they go, Michael, it's a free country. You believe in what you believe in. And I don't see what the problem is with that. You're such a good dude. You're such a humble dude. Your music saved my life. And it's just like, and everybody's like, thank you. And then, Loki chimes in. He's like, guys, I want some criticism. Can we have some criticism here? Is there anybody who's going to fucking, who disagrees? There were people that were disagreeing. So where are these people now? Why don't they come out of the woodwork and, talk that sort of thing? And one after another, they're going, Michael, they're saying on the fucking air, they're going, Michael, I don't know why everybody has a problem with you, but you're so great, or there's nothing wrong. Because, Michael Graves also, he's starting to post on his Facebook thing. He's going, my dad's a cop, and God bless my dad for being a good cop, and, God bless cops, and blah, blah, blah. And then people are commenting going, oh man, Michael, like, what's wrong with you loving your dad for being a cop? What's wrong with being an allegiant to the police? We're like, yeah, I know there's some bad stuff, just all this just bullshit, fucking bullshit. And when asked the questions, what's the controversy, Michael Gray goes, it's your platform. It's your platform. I'm not going to talk. You talk. So Michael Graves is not even letting his fans know what the controversy is, right? He's not even letting them fucking in. Because on this first podcast where he's fucking, protesting Black Lives Matter, he is saying some ignorant and racist shit. He's saying some seriously fucked up racist shit. He's denying that this country was not built on slavery, that, he's denying, he's blaming the fucking rap industry in fucking, all right, maybe fucking people believe that shit in 1990 or whatever, right? Like that was like a fucking, that's such a 1990s thing to fucking say. Oh, the rap community is propagating this shit. He's blaming fucking record companies. He's blaming the record companies. They're propagating this stuff with this rap music and these like bull fucking shit. He's saying all the shit. No one's calling him out on it. And Michael Graves just sitting there like an angel. And Loki's moderating it, and he's going, all right, on to the next person, on to the next person, on to the next person. And Michael's just sitting there like an angel, twiddling his thumbs. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, so glad you like the music. Humble musician, Michael Graves, right? Rue says he came out of the closet. That's what he did. He fucking came out of the closet, man. That's exactly what fucking Graves did. He outed himself, right? All right, so moving on. Then comes the video here that you see here. So a second round of this platform where he's calling people out. And I'm listening. I'm washing the dishes upstairs in this house. I'm washing the dishes and I'm listening. Sorry, I had a salami sandwich. It's making me very burpy. He's going, come on, who disagrees with me? Oh, I thought there were people out there who disagreed with me. Huh? Come on, like a bully, like a fucking bully, like a fucking like an emperor without any fucking clothes on, just standing the fuck around, being like, who's gonna fucking fight me? Who's gonna come on my platform? And everybody that comes on is just like, oh, Michael, like just like, oh, such a big fan, just like really, you're just super terrific. I don't know why everybody has a problem with you. Same thing as the previous one. And that's when I was like, all right, I impromptu decided, I was like, fuck this shit. I am fucking going on the show and I'm going to confront him. And, I thought in my head, I said a couple of things to myself. I said, one, so here's the thing. I'm Jewish. Okay. I'm Jewish. I'm a Jew. I identify as a Larry David Jew. You know what that means? It means that I'm culturally Jewish. My wife is religiously Jewish. I'm culturally Jewish. I'm a bagel Jew. I like a good schmear. I eat Chinese food on Christmas. I like to I eat Chinese food and I go see a movie on Christmas. It's a very Jewish thing to do. I'm also a Christmas Jew. I love fucking Christmas. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm just saying that like, that's the type of Jew that I am, just to give you some context, but I am a Jew, And I'm like, I'm not going to bring up the fact that I'm a Jew. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to, that's not important to this situation. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut about being a Jew. I'm also not going to mention how I know Michael, because I sort of pseudo as a distant acquaintance who crossed paths with him and worked with him at one point, fucking have, we had a past, a brief past, but a past. And I'm not going to bring that up either. And frankly, I don't think he recognized me because of how fat I've gotten. If I'm being quite honest with you, I put on quite a few pounds, probably about 50 pounds. You know, quitting smoking will do that to you. I think he had no fucking idea who I was. Not that he would really ever have an idea, and not that I'm anybody to begin with. I'm nobody. I am a nobody. And that's exactly how I remained on his show talking to him. So he's just talking to a guy, right? So we start talking, and you know, fuck, god damn it, I wish I was more prepared. I wish, you know what, my biggest regret, and here's what I really wanted to show you. So let's go to these comments for a minute, if it will load for me. Somebody really broke this down so eloquently, so much better. I can't take credit for this. I want somebody else to take the credit. So I want to make sure that I properly label them right. Blah, blah, blah. Trevor says, God, I fucking hate. Stop. Shut up. Sorry about that. I was just trying to load this thing. That's when the conversation got more heated. I wrote, hey, Jeff from the past. This is Jeff from the future. Cancel Michale Graves. But that's not what I'm looking for right now. Here, Deep Blue. Deep Blue said it best. This is what he said, and I think he really breaks down. But Trevor, yeah, you're right. When it comes to like, if you're gonna fucking like, if you have some fucking seriously fucked up political views, just keep them to yourself. If Glenn Danzig, I'm not making accusations, Uncle Glenn, but I'm saying, if one has fucked up political views, nobody needs to fucking know that. Keep it to your fucking self. Keep it to yourself. You know, like whatever it may be. Just say it. Doesn't fucking hurt. Does not fucking hurt one bit. Deeper Blue said 1 week ago, he gave such a breakdown. You probably can't read it on the screen. I'm going to read it for you. Ready? He says to me, he's grading my performance. You did great, but dropped the ball at 16 minutes and 30 seconds by questioning Statistica. Now, Graves brings up this website, Statistica, which is a valid site. I had no idea what it was. It's a statistics website. I thought it was some bullshit Alex Jones InfoWar nonsense. I didn't know what it was. Honestly, it was ignorance. I just didn't know. I was naive. I didn't know. So I went in there with no fucking prepared arguments. I went in with no fucking like sources to cite, because when you're fighting, when you're arguing, when you're debating, because here's the thing about what this debate was and what you may have seen from the video. By the way, we're going to work past this video. This is not about the video, but I have to explain the video in order to get to what happened in the last 36 hours. When you're debating someone, when I was debating Graves, I didn't want to, it wasn't going to be like a fuck you. It wasn't going to be, there couldn't be animosity. I wanted to genuinely have a dialogue without calling names and without using the word you. When you go you, you're attacking the other person and they close themselves off to you. You know what I mean? You're never going to fucking get a fucking word across. But as I would find out, that didn't really fucking matter, as Deeper Blue suggests. Ready? Graves confuses total numbers with probability of occurrences, and that is why his argument falls so flat. The problem with talking to Michael, and what you found after 18 minutes, is that he is not willing to listen at all. He just had you on his show so he could claim to be fair and balanced, but he is not interested in real conversation. His problem is not just that he lacks the fundamental understanding of privilege, but that the concept of privilege would contradict his deeply held core belief of white Christian prosecution, because that's what it was all about with fucking Graves. That's what it was all fucking about. This entire fucking thing, this whole argument. I'm actually going to put this in the comments for anybody who wants to read it. Thus, the only way he can maintain his identity as a white Christian being prosecuted is to deny any sort of privilege and play victim. He cannot hear Black Lives Matter without feeling it as an attack on white people. It's quite perverse thinking, but this ideology is the same ideology that is the core to the white supremacist movements. I don't think Graves is capable of recognizing this. And that's what I was saying at the very beginning of what I had posted. I'm confronting him, going, Graves, all I'm saying is like, I won't let me post it in the comments. Forget it.
All I'm saying is I didn't accuse him. I said it sounds like, even though in my mind I was accusing him, and I knew, but I knew for the sake of that argument that I could not fucking go you. I'd have to say it sounds like, so that way to try and disarm the situation. In this interview, not only does he express sympathy and support for Alex Jones and Candace Owens, but also Natural News, which has moved from an anti-vax site to a full-on right-wing conspiracy site. Great job, but there's no reaching Graves. He'll have to find out his own way. He'll have to find his own way out of this world of lies he has so deeply ingrained himself in. So, I mean, that's the other thing too. Here's a dude who's like quite clearly, he thinks that on some level the fucking COVID is a hoax, or like at least pretends to espouse these views of hoax, right? That some sort of like whatever, there's some sort of foul play going on. And what is he fucking selling on his fucking website? What is that motherfucker selling on his website? Masks. He's selling masks to his fucking followers, man. What the fucking fuck? You're going to sit here and fucking hold all these fucking views about, oh, it's a conspiracy. Oh, they're, that's what it's all about. They are out to get us, right? And you're going to fucking peddle masks? Have you no shame? At least stand by the fucking opinion that you like pretend to cater to. Like, fuck you, man. Like, what the fuck? You're going to sell Michale Graves masks. Why? Because that's hot right now? If you fucking so believe in your shit that you're willing to torpedo your career, Ryan Potts says, I got something to say. Down. Michale Graves came out as a Nazi today, and it doesn't matter much to me. His career is now dead. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Dave Riches says this. Great context, Dave. I'm really glad all these comments. I'm sorry if I'm skipping over some of them. It's just because I'm trying to get this fucking narrative out, but I get so fucking distractive, right? Lots of great political bans. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you choose to add politics to your brand, be sure to be ready to deal with the consequences. Well fucking said, Dave. Well fucking said. As with many things, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Marty says, is Graves going to add White Devil's Rise to his set? Yeah. Again, as I said previously, Glenn Danzig, and there is some stuff there. I'm not here to unpack Danzig. Okay. We're not unpacking Danzig. Danzig is not going out there and like saying the Black Lives Matter movement is a bad fucking movement. Glenn Danzig is keeping his fucking mouth shut. And I'm not going to sit here and fucking attack Uncle Glenn over it. I'm just not. I'm not going to do it. But there's probably a great reason why White Devil's Rise was left off of fucking Danzig 4 with good fucking reason, right? Jose says, okay, we're gonna break this down real quick for Jose Lopez here, real fucking quick before I move on to the next part of the story, right? He says sorry because he's already put it there, so I'm not gonna bury the lead anymore. Ready? Sorry, but there is a difference between a white supremacist and a Proud Boy. Not all rightists are white nationalists, and not all nationalists, and I am one, are Nazis. It's just something that the left likes to group in to deflect from their own historical behavior and recent rioting. Comparing the numbers of leftist loons to small numbers of outright true wool Nazis. Okay. Jose, let's fucking get to the bottom of this. What did you just say? You said there is a difference between a white supremacist and a Proud Boy, right? All right, let's fucking think about that. Let's break down what a fucking Proud Boy believes. I'm going to minimize this for a minute, and we are going to bring this up for a little history lesson. I feel like I'm in class right now. Ready? Since we're going there, since fucking what's his face is since Jose is there. And obviously, I'm not like Michale Graves, because you know how Michale Graves finished that conversation with me? He muted my microphone and talked at me. He would not, and then he fucking X'd me out completely. So, that's not what I do. That's not what that's fascist. That's fascist behavior. And I wrote that on a Post-it. I wrote fascist much, and then I held it up like this to the friggin' screen. You could see it in that video. So let us fucking let's break down what this means. Graves says right here, I am a proud Western chauvinist, and I refuse to apologize for building the modern world. Okay, so for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Proud Boys, we're getting there a little bit earlier than I wanted because fucking Jose here brought this up. It just infuriates me. Jose, I'm mad. I'm mad at what you said. I'm mad. That's bullshit, buddy. It's fucking bullshit. Ready? What is a Western chauvinist? You know what? Let's have fucking Jose answer this fucking question. Hey, Jose, before I answer, I'll answer. I'm not going to be one of those because that's what the other side likes to do. They like to answer a question with another question. So before I answer the question, I'm going to ask Jose a question. Ready? Hey, Jose, what is a Western chauvinist? Can you define Western chauvinism for me? What do you think Western chauvinism means? And maybe, honestly, Jose, I'm not going to insult you, buddy, but I'm just going to say maybe you're just like naive and like don't understand what it is, like what it actually really truly is. So go ahead. Jose, are you there right now? Jose, ding, 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 knocking on the window. Jose, what is Western chauvinism? What does Western chauvinism mean? Go ahead. Tell us. Are you going to answer? Leftists don't own punk as much as they like to. There are various political strains within punk, not just small neo-Nazi, but a bunch of commies. To me, punk isn't supposed to be political, hence why I'm always a Misfits fan. Saying, wow, that's probably the dumbest thing you've ever said, Jose. Even dumber than the thing above. But go ahead, Jose, come on. What is it? If you don't answer in 2 seconds, I'm going to answer for you. Jose? Jose, come on, buddy. Answer. All right. Fuck it. I'm going to answer. I'm not going to leave any dead air. Hold on. I got to drink something. So, ready? Oh, wait. It goes down here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Western chauvinist. What is Western? What does Western mean in the term Western chauvinist? Western is another way of espousing Europe, European. What's another word for European? White. We've got white, right? White. Okay. So white chauvinism, right? What does chauvinist mean? Let's actually look it up. Let's look up the textbook definition of chauvinist. Ready? Chauvinist, right? Here we go. Up on the screen. Okay. Chauvinist, in case you can't see it because it's really small, a person displaying aggressive or exaggerated patriotism. Okay, fine. What does patriotism? What is patriotism, right? So we got European or white, if you want to, because that's what Western is really mean. That's what Western means in this name, right? So what is patriotism? The quality of being patriotic, devotion to and vigorous support for one's country. But patriotism. Patriotic. Whoops. Having or expressing devotion and vigorous support for one's country. Similar to nationalist. A person who strongly identifies with their own nation and vigorously supports its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the interests of other nations. So what are we basically trying to fucking say? Basically saying white supremacy, right? That's what it really is. White pride, white nationalism, European nationalism, right? Inav says chauvinism is a form of extreme patriotism and nationalism. My wife, everybody, this is my wife. My wife has just come on and is adding to the conversation. Honey, I love you. You are the best. Chauvinism is a form of extreme patriotism and nationalism and a belief in national superiority. Look at that word, superiority. Superiority and glory. It can also be defined as irrational belief in the superiority or dominance of one's own group or people. Western chauvinism is white motherfucking supremacy, little fucking Jose Lopez motherfucker. That's what that shit fucking means, okay? That is it's the same shit. It is a fucking dog whistle. And this, you know what this symbol is right here? This means white motherfucking power, right? So now let's go back to it. What is Graves doing? What is Graves doing right here? Huh? What is that? That is white motherfucking power. He is saying that he is a proud Western chauvinist. He's displaying the white power fucking symbol right here. He's got fucking InfoWars, Masculinity, Real Men, Monster Dad, Trump 20, of course, Trump 2020. And here's the thing. I just want to say one thing about Trump and conservative. I'm not going to talk about Trump, actually. I don't even want Trump to enter into this conversation. You know why? It makes things more problematic for a lot of reasons. And I don't want, I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say there's nothing wrong with being a conservative at all. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong if you lean conservatively. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. That doesn't mean first of all, fuck Trump. I fucking hate Trump. Fuck Trump to death. Like, fuck that guy. I fucking hate him. I think he's a piece of shit. And I fucking seriously question your fucking intelligence if you still support that guy. However, there is a huge difference between being a Trump supporter and being a fucking Proud Boy in my book. Personally, I personally think that Proud Boy is the next fucking level of this shit. You know, half of the people out there, or a third of the people, or 40% of the people, whoever, are fucking Trump supporters, like it or hate it. They're fucking here. And you know what? I don't fucking censor, defriend, ridicule. I like, even though I don't agree with you, I'm not going to fucking live in an echo chamber. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. I want to have fucking conversation. I may not agree with what you fucking believe. I may hate what you believe, but I always want there to be communication. You know why? Because as long as we are fucking communicating, there's the possibility of maybe you fucking seeing the light. That's right. I'm saying that I'm right and you're fucking wrong. Point is that, like, again, nothing wrong with being a conservative. There's not. I don't think that. I think that's fine. If you want to be a conservative, you have conservative viewpoints. That's your own fucking business. But what this is right here, dude, this is a lot harder than it looks. What this is right here, this is a dog whistle for white supremacy. Gavin McInnes, the guy who founded the Proud Boys, good friends with Richard Spencer. You know what? Richard Spencer is a fucking Nazi. You know what Richard Spencer fucking said about motherfucking the Proud Boys? He said it is a great recruitment center for fucking Nazis. So that's what it is, man. That's what it fucking is. It's like a place to source people to move them further right. You know, because when you go far enough right, you fucking wind up in fascism. And when you go super fucking far right, you know where you end up? Fucking left. That's right. The fucking extreme left is the same as the extreme right. It's the exact same. It's a circle. It's not a fucking line. It's a fucking circle. When you go far enough right, you wind up fucking left. It's just fucking extremism. And extremism sucks. And that's what the Proud Boys are. They are the beginning of that extremist shit. And this is their little fucking like inside joke. This right here, this is their little inside fucking joke. White power. Fucking incels. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a giant fucking subversive joke to them. You know what subversiveness is? Subversion. It's like the thing underneath. In the same way that the new fucking Misfits are a fucking secretly a Christian metal band. If you're not familiar, they are a Christian metal band. All right, let's go back to the story and wrap it up, because I'm getting so fucking tired of talking. My voice hurts. And as you can see here, Graves starts to post, and I screenshotted this before it was taken down. All of his social media is down. Here's a bunch of shit. Here's Graves with Alex Jones, and here's Graves with some Photoshop Black Lives Matter bullshit, and some fucking Blue Lives Matter bullshit. All the fucking bullshit, bullpucky, whatever it is, man. Let's see what else we have here. Just more Mel Gibson and all his nonsense and yada, yada, yada. So Graves is really starting to, he's starting to fucking lose it. He's doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on all the fucking things he says. This is after the whole Black Lives Matter video and all that. He sort of deletes it. He goes radio silent instead of being radio deadly. He goes radio silent for a while. Everything's honky dory, and then he comes back now, and he doubles down on what he says. And what boggles my mind, and this is what I wonder, and this is what I ask myself. Loki, what is Loki like? Is Loki behind the scenes going, Graves, don't fucking do this, bro. Don't fucking do it. Don't fucking post the fucking Proud Boy white power shit. You know what I mean? Is there any fucking protest from his camp? Because it's not just Graves. There's Arturo and fucking Loki there. And this is what I mean. You guys are fucking tangled in it. In the same way that the Misfits themselves, the fucking idea, the band, forget about fucking Danzig, forget about Only, forget about anything. The fucking music, the imagery, and the band, the idea of the Misfits is fucking weighed down, connected in some way, shape, or form to Graves and his bullshit now. As per what I've seen today on social media, which is what caused me to make this fucking video in the fucking first place, right? Tom says, did I see the post that he put up after the Proud Boys one? I did not. Tom, could you post that here for me, please? I would like to see that. The point is, does Loki like fucking like say to Graves, like, Graves, what the fuck are you doing right now, bro? Like, don't fucking post this fucking picture of you doing this white power thing. Let me see if I can find it. White power, okay, symbol. I mean, it's so fucking obvious. Proud Boy. What does Proud Boy mean? We're pride. Western pride. What is Western pride? White fucking pride. And then let's tackle what this other fucking side is. And I refuse to apologize for building the modern world. These fucking insecure pieces of shit think that they are the ones who built the modern world, and they're going to refuse to apologize for it. As this was said all fucking day on social media, and it had me fucking laughing. And again, it's really hard not to fucking kick a guy when he's down, but this is fucking hysterical. Here is a guy declaring himself a fucking Proud Boy, refusing to apologize for building the modern world. He didn't even fucking build the Misfits. It's not even his fucking band. It's not even his fucking songs. Yeah. American Psycho, fucking Famous Mouse, whatever. I like that album, American Psycho. That's right. Even after all this, I like that album. Not a bad album. Not Misfits, but I like that album. But it's like, bro, you didn't even fucking make the Misfits. You fuck like everything that, like, you didn't fucking get to Europe on your own. You fucking used Goolsby. You know what I mean? You didn't fucking build the Misfits. And now with like your shit like fledgling, what do? You fucking jump on the Proud Boys bandwagon so that you can like attach yourself to something else, because that's all you fucking do. You attach yourself to things. Fuck you, man. And what saddens me to no end is that you do this and you talk about being a Proud Boy. There are so many fucking kids that love you and follow you. You've disappointed and let them all fucking down. You've let down so many people, Michale Graves. You let them all fucking down with your bullshit fucking beliefs, man. And the ones that you haven't let down, you're fucking influencing them. You're teaching them these things. And that's what's worse than anything else. You're using your platform to promote this shit. You're promoting this fucking terrible shit. InfoWars. Do you know what InfoWars is connected to? InfoWars is connected to a guy that went on fucking television or went on the internet and fucking like got people there are adults who had their children were gunned down in Sandy Hook. Their children were executed with fucking AR-15 guns. And this motherfucker is fucking supporting a guy that is basically spewing diarrhea about how it's a false flag operation. So on some level, Graves believes that Sandy Hook is a false flag operation. Graves, on some level, must believe that a bunch of parents fucking didn't really lose their fucking kids, that those little kids didn't fucking die, and that it's all fucking propagated by the fucking government. Like, what the actual fuck, Graves? What the actual fuck? And then you're spreading that shit. You know what? You fucking deserve what you fucking reaped. You reap what you fucking sow, man. You reap what you fucking sow, man. You did. And the reason why I'm on here is that, like, I think us as Misfits fans, we cannot fucking allow the Crimson Ghost and this idea of fucking Michale Graves being connected to the Misfits anymore. It has to fucking stop. It has to stop now, right? Like, I don't want fucking people connecting Michale Graves and white power to fucking the Crimson Ghost. I don't want to see the Crimson Ghost in a Ku Klux Klan get up because Michale Graves sang for the Misfits for 5 years in the 90s. I don't want to see that. So what's the solution? Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think of that right now. Maybe the solution is to just stop talking about him. And we're like, whoa, Jeff, you fucking giant hypocrite. What are you doing right now? You are fucking talking about Michale Graves and this whole fucking Michale Graves mess. Yes, but maybe this needs to be the last time. Maybe, John, if you're still listening, it probably got off by now, but John's like, come on, just make it about 77 to 83. So let's make it about 77 to 83 from now on. Let's not fucking talk about that shit anymore. Let's not bring him up. Let's not bring up that fucking cannibalistic drummer. Let's just not bring it up. Let's just that's the fucking consequences. Will I ever listen to American Psycho again? Sure, I'll fucking listen to those songs. The songs are part of my youth. I'm not gonna like fucking turn my back on them. Because here's the thing. I also truly believe in separating the art from the artist. However, in order to separate the art from the artist, I feel like at this point, Michale Graves needs to be like put on a shelf and under lock and key and just keep him away from the Misfits and the fucking Misfits. Ryan Potts says, but what about Devil's Rain? I actually listened to Devil's Rain today. And I gotta tell you, I actually kind of enjoyed it. Not as a Misfits album, but kind of just going, Jerry, Jerry, you're trying your best there, buddy. It's I gotta tell you, the production is actually really good. Like the way they recorded it with Ed Stasium, who recorded Road to Ruin with the Ramones, and they did a pretty good job of recording that album. And you know what? That song Dark Shadows, not that bad. Kind of fun. It's fun. It's fun, Jerry only fun. That's how you have to think about it. It's the Jerry only band having some Jerry only fun. That's how you think about Devil's Rain. In any case, back to Michale Graves and the situation. So Michale Graves posts this today, and the backlash is, as you all know, Jay says sicko. Yeah, it is kind of sick. And so Michale Graves posts this fucking proud Western chauvinist thing. And mind you, if you go on Twitter, let's pull up Twitter real quick. Real quick, let's pull up Twitter. Fuck. Where did Twitter down here? Yeah. Okay. So Michale Graves is still on Twitter. Look, and by the way, so for people who think he left, he willingly left social media, he did not. His account was disabled because people were probably flagging it and reporting it, right? That's what happened to him. He goes, and there goes Facebook. That was at 4:27 p.m. So Michale Graves was actually, it looks like Michale Graves was frozen out of Facebook, and the same thing for Instagram too. He says 7 years, 40,000 followers, account deleted. Look at this fucking idiot. Fucking bitching about so you fucking earned 40,000 people, and then whose fucking fault is this, Michale Graves? Is this our fault? It's your fault. Why are you fucking saying all this shit? So your account has been deleted for not following terms. You won't be able to log into this account, and no one else will be able to see it. We are unable to restore accounts that are deleted for these types of violations. 7 years, 40,000 followers, account deleted. Whose fault is that, Michale Graves? Are you going to blame that on fucking Black Lives Matter? Are you going to blame that on the communists? That was your fucking fault because of your fucking words, you fucking idiot. Honestly, Michael, you're a fucking idiot, man. He goes here, he says, and punk rock has canceled me, ... Again, referring to what I would mention back in 2004 or whatever. So finally, this article, and now, here's what's really funny. So a month ago, after the event, after the what's it called? After the fucking thing, the what's it called? The after the Black Lives Matter debacle, I started to share the video around. I was trying to raise money for Black Lives Matter using Michale Graves' name, using Michale Graves' platform. I raised $675 on my Facebook page for Black Lives Matter for the NAACP Education Fund, all because of Michale Graves. All because of these words, $675 were raised in that dude's name. It was fucking beautiful. And John, shout out to John Steinmeier. I want to give him a shout out because he donated to the, I think her name is the girl, Taylor, who was fucking brutally murdered in her sleep. he donated, I think it was $10 or $15 in Michale Graves' name to her GoFundMe. That was fucking excellent, right? So like, so all this money is being raised in using these Facebook groups, putting the word out there about who Michale Graves really is, and what he really feels about Black Lives Matter and whatnot. And there is some blowback. There is some there are comments of like, dude, don't fucking make a big deal about this because it's gonna fuck everything up for the community. Like, in the sense of like, a punk website is going to pick this up and, write about this, and then horror punk bands are not going to be able to get booked. And what, I'm not going to lie, I was irked. I was a little irked by it because it came from a good place. It came from a place of concern. I'm not going to deny that, but it's just kind of like, it's like, why is this me sharing what this fucking guy is doing in a public space is what's going to like get like, horror punk bands like barred from performing in venues? I'm pretty sure Michale Graves going on his platform and spewing hate is going to be the thing that gets somebody to pick it up. Who cares what I'm fucking saying? I'm a fucking nobody. I'm just a fucking guy. Michale Graves is Michale Graves, right? And so here we are a month later, and punknews.org has written, Michale Graves says he is a proud Western chauvinist and a proud boy. And therefore, the fears expressed in that group a month ago and the fear of like what it could do to the horror punk community came true. And you know who did it? I didn't do it. Fucking Michale Graves did it. Michale Graves did it all by himself. He fucking, and you know what? If he fucking ruins it for other horror punk acts, I don't think he will. But if he did, shame on him. Shame on him. He's connected to so much. When you're a public figure and you say shit, you got to be fucking careful. You're connected to so much shit. And so, so Michale Graves posts this. Michale Graves essentially now is canceled. It seems like it's burst wide open. And so, like, what's the solution now? What is the solution? What do we do with Michale Graves? Like, what do we do with this fucking guy? This fucking jabroni? How do we reconcile? And again, did somebody I really want to see, where is the can someone find the Crimson Ghost in the Ku Klux Klan get up? Maybe I can find it actually. It was under this dude's somebody. And I don't blame the dude who posted this at all. He's just sharing it around. He's angry. He's fucking angry about it. But what I am mad about, I'm mad that Michale Graves, when you fucking share your shit, look what you're fucking tying into. You're not, you may have a saying for the Misfits, but you are not the fucking Misfits. And look what you fucking do to the fucking, the whole Misfits shit, And you could go, oh, okay, Jerry Only fucking donated to Trump's contribution thing. Okay, again, I've never, ever, ever heard Jerry Only ever, because Jerry Only's smart. He's never going to fuck with his money. I've never heard Jerry Only mention Trump or his political views once. I never fucking have. Say what you want about the guy. If you don't like him or if you like him, whatever. I'm not here to comment about his character. But I am going to comment on the fact that Jerry Only has kept whatever his personal beliefs are. He has kept them to himself. Okay. And he does not let those fucking beliefs influence his audience. He hasn't, hold on 1 second. And if I'm wrong about that, please. See, this isn't like an echo chamber. I'm not right all the time. Prove me fucking wrong. Anything I'm saying here right now, I invite you, please prove me fucking wrong. Show me where my errors are, and I will look at it and I will appraise it. And if I'm fucking wrong, I will fucking admit it. Okay. Just in the way that I didn't know what Statistica was, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that I didn't know what Statistica was. Apparently it's a pretty big Statista. I'm not even saying it right. It's not Statistica. It's Statista. I didn't even know what Statista was. And I went on a public forum to debate this fucking guy. And I don't even fucking know what he's fucking using and how legitimate it is. It's just, hold on. I'm trying to find, I think maybe he deleted it actually. Here we go. We have this thing. It's not here. Oh my God. I'm sweating so much down here in this basement. It's all this heat from all these computers. All right, guys, I'm going to abandon this if I can't find it. Punk with a camera. Yeah, this punk with a camera guy wants to fight Graves. I would love to see that. That'd be pretty great. Oh, all right, Russell. You just fucking found it. Thank you. Hold on. How am I going to get that over there? Sorry, my computer is so slow. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Hold on. You know what? It's not even going to let me. All right. So there's the link, but I can't. I got to go to the live feed here. Hold on. Sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the interruption here. The point is, whoops. Going back in time. God damn it. Gosh darn it. Here, let me mute that. Here we go. Thank you, Russell. All right, I got it now, guys. Sorry. So sorry. We're going to get back. Here it is. So this is a result of Michale fucking Graves and his fucking bullshit, fucking nonsense bullshit. Danzig. Look at this. So I don't know who fucking created this shit, right? This sucks to me. This fucking sucks. This is what made me so fucking like angry. This made me so angry as a human being. Look at that shit. This right here is the I swear this is harder than it looks. I'm such an idiot. All right, there we go. Yay, Jeff. Yay. This right here is fucking bullshit. This is the fucking bullshit I'm talking about. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this. See it on my arm? Am I a fucking Ku Klux Klan? The Jew? The Jew? Am I the fucking, Ku Klux Klan guy? No. You know what I mean? So it's like, look at what Michale Graves' comments fucking have created. You know what I mean? This is what boils my blood. This is why I feel the need to come on this platform right now. Platform, not really a platform, to come on Facebook Live and talk about this. What is the fucking solution, people? What is the solution? Is the solution to just like ignore Michale Graves from now on, from here on in, right? Just don't fucking bring him up anymore. Well, you should just stop talking about him unless it's to make fun of him. I don't fucking know. Like, what is it? Dan says memes are supposed to inspire joy. That meme is bullshit. It is a bullshit meme. It's like tying things together that are not. It's tying things together that don't belong together. Since when does Michale Graves get to speak for the fucking Misfits with his fucking politics? And that's what upsets me. That's what upsets me. That's why I'm fucking here talking about this now. And I don't know what the fucking solution is. I mean, the dude is off social media now. Maybe it really is up to us in the same way that masks are up to us. If we're ever going to get out of this fucking COVID situation, everybody's supposed to wear masks when they're indoors. And, when you're in a tight social situation, you're supposed to fucking wear a mask. Perhaps if we fucking all just like, wear a mask when it comes to Michale Graves, like we just fucking block that shit out and disassociate him at any cost with the Misfits, like Dominic says only Danzig and Doyle all need to speak up. You know what, Dominic, maybe you're fucking right about that. Like maybe that's the answer, I don't know if they would, here's the thing. Graves tried to advertise with the American Psycho album cover when he was doing his American Monsters tour. That's where he went out and did American Psycho and Famous Monsters. And it's just like, again, here is a dude at the top of his fucking game winning. He's fucking playing all those fucking Misfit songs to great fanfare. He's collecting those sweet motherfucking guarantees, those money guarantees, going from city to city, selling his fucking merch. And he fucking blows it all up with his fucking hate, with his fucking nonsense. It's fucking crazy. And and Jerry sued him or fucking put a cease and desist and said, fuck you, Graves. You're not using the American Psycho album cover, the Crimson Ghost, that Basil Gogos, who's in this documentary, by the way, rest in peace, fucking painted that shit. And you're not going to fucking use that thing. Paul says, not the answer. Glenn and Doyle want nothing to do with Tristan DeGraves. With Michale Graves. Yeah, probably not, Paul. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know what the fucking answer is. All I know is that like to see memes like this deeply disturb me as a Misfits fucking fan. And I don't know what the fucking solution is, people. I don't know what we can do. Let's go back and read some of these comments here. So many comments. I ignored so much. Okay. Jai says, wish I knew where pics of him playing Frankenfooter back in the early 90s were. We were both in the same Rocky horror cast as teens. Wow. See how well his conservative followers would feel about that. There's a lot of things about Graves that his conservative followers would not appreciate. And I'm not going to, it's not my place to talk about them. I'm not going to go there. It's not my laundry to air out, but there's plenty that conflicts with his Christian views. Let's just put it that way. Marty says, we used to really struggle with skinheads invading the shows in the 80s. It's sad that things haven't changed as much as we had hoped. Graves, don't you remember those bastards? And it's like, yeah, man, that shit is just clawing its way back. You know what's funny? There's that meme on Facebook right now. Have any of you seen it? It's the meme of like Nazi or a dude with a fucking swastika comes into a bar to sit down and have a drink, and he's like being really polite and respectful, and the guy just says, "Get the fuck out." The bartender says, "Get the fuck out." And the reason behind it is like, if I fucking even tolerate you, then you're gonna bring your friends in here, and suddenly it's gonna become cool for you to be here, and suddenly it's gonna be known as a fucking Nazi bar. And that's kind of like how like this fucking shit works. You know, this Proud Boys, white pride, white supremacists nonsense, all of it's fucking tied together. And again, I know that there are people that fucking love Trump and are fucking conservative that are on this page, that are in this space. And to all of you, I do not agree with any of your fucking views. I fucking hate that shit. But you know what? I am not going to fucking block you or shutter you or anything. You are entitled and free to believe whatever it is you want to believe. But let's fucking not talk about it. Let's keep it fucking, I'll keep my mouth shut. I promise you, after this fucking episode, you will not hear another fucking political thing about this stuff from me ever again. And you won't bring it up either. And we'll all fucking coexist the way we're supposed to. We're all supposed to fucking coexist. We're all supposed to be able to be in this place together. Okay? Unity, right? So unity means you can't block anybody, right? You know, and if the things that you believe in are fucking bullshit, like either leave them at the door or let's not fucking talk about them. Let's just like keep it to us. And you know what? Whoever is like no longer like following this page after today and after the things that I say because of this stuff, so be it. Then so fucking be it. This is where I put my stake in the sand. Especially because it relates to the thing that I love. And the thing that I love is the, you know, Glenn Danzig 77 to 83 Misfits, you know. And when I see this shit, it's fucking it ties into all that sort of nonsense. And I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want this to be tied into that. Let me see what else we have here. I think we're winding down here, guys. Yeah, Goolsby just played bass, blah, blah, blah. Still can't believe it. One of my favorite artists turned out to be such a bigoted sack of trash. Heartbroken and furious that someone with such influence and iconic status in the amazing horror punk community uses platform for such hateful bastardry. Yes. What else do we have here? Right, Loki's video. Sorry, I'm just going back through the comments, just seeing if there's anything else. Thank you for mentioning Glenn's conspiracy obsession. Even as he has had theories that skirted being problematic at best, he never made it part of his brand. He didn't. He really didn't. And he has never, to my knowledge, openly aligned himself with a known hate group. This is true, Dave. And I guess this is the fucking gray area where it's like, don't ask, don't fucking tell. This is where that fucking super homophobic, fucked up, like, shit from the fucking 80s of don't ask, don't tell, like, kind of applies in the sense of, like, you know, like, I'm not going to ask you about your political beliefs. Don't fucking tell me about them. You know, and who knows what is written, you know, embedded in songs. I mean, look at fucking Let the Day Begin. You know, look at fucking Violent World, you know, Nazi demons, Nazi youth, you know, Wolverines in dark brown suits, shove them in an oven and they're starting to cook. he's talking about, you know, the Nazis and how like the world is violent. You know, he's talking about how he hates everybody and let the day begin. Let the Jews all burn. I don't fucking take umbrage with that. I fucking don't like that shit. I also understand the context of which it's being said. Not my favorite song, not gonna lie. I saw someone post what looked like a screenshot from someone else with Graves moaning about Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, that was Twitter. That was Twitter. God, I fucking hate politics in every direction. Just play. Agreed, Trevor. Agreed. Now, that's not to say that politics cannot be in fucking music. It can, but like, you know, if you don't, better fucking just stand beside what you're fucking saying. I got some. Yeah, we already said that. A lot of great political bands. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But yeah, we already went over that. Thank you, Dave. This fucking guy, Jose Lopez. Jose, you fuck. What a fucking just dumb. Listen, Jose, you can believe whatever you want, but you're a dumbass for believing it. Straight up. Chris says punk has always been political from like the jump, and it has always been about speaking out against injustice. Well fucking put. What I was at a loss for words 5 minutes ago or like 2 seconds ago, Chris says perfectly. Punk has always been political from the jump, and has always been about speaking out against injustice. And while there are undoubtedly examples of authoritarian regimes created using supposed leftist ideas, East Berlin being a solid example, it only takes a cursory glance at right-wing beliefs to see that they are antithetical to punk's ethos. Well fucking said, Chris Lavigna. I've never said your name out loud. Chris Lavigna. Oh God, my wife and her beautiful comment. I'm just going to leave that up there. There you go, sweetie. Honey, I'm so fucking proud of you and that comment. That once again, at a loss for words to nail my point home, and she just nailed it home perfectly. He has that's what I was hoping, but this has been happening to consistency. But maybe so. Marty is saying that Graves has lost his mind and needs real help, probably. And that's the thing, Graves. I hope you fucking learn from this shit. I hope that this is a teachable fucking moment for you. I hope you fucking learn. I hope maybe you change your fucking tune, man. You can believe whatever you fucking want, but like you're gonna fucking suffer for it karmatically, and that's what's happening to you right now. And I don't mind fucking saying that in a public forum. You know, I kept my mouth shut for a long time. Tom said blah blah blah. And Jay, is it Jay or Jai? Jay Schnadenfraud says, and if you need to post how masculine you are, that's only going to make people question whether when no one was going to in the first place. Yes, very true. Very true. Logan says, yes, Logan, his Instagram was deleted. All right, Jimmy, what are you saying here? Proud Boys are pranksters. They're clowning Michael and he doesn't know it. They probably saw him on the Daily Show or something. Very serious topics, but everyone involved in Jiminy, I don't understand what you mean by this. The Proud Boys are they think they're proud pranksters, or maybe they're trying to come off as pranksters. They are not fucking pranksters. The Proud Boys are fucking white supremacists, and their fucking dog whistle is shrouding that white supremacy in something called Western chauvinism. Western equals white, chauvinism equals supremacy. There you fucking go. It's such a shame. Graves was such a cool guy when I met him, and I was so happy for the band at that time. Again, Graves. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michale Graves. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, I'm so humble. I'm a humble guy. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Dan, I know I unfollow his shit a few weeks back. I don't remember what stupid shit he posted, but I was like, I'm done. Exactly. Guys, I'm at the end. I think I'm dead. I'm fucking dying here. Russ says Graves is so perplexing in his views and words on so many levels. Yeah, because his belief in Christianity, like apart from like being like a white Christian being prosecuted, I mean, like just the idea of being a Christian is love. Isn't that what Christ ultimately is? Christianity is love. Graves doesn't fucking love fucking other people, man. He fucking hates. He fucking hates with that fucking bullshit. You know,
like with his words, he's fucking hating on black people. With his words, he's hating on gay people. We had a whole discussion about fucking gay marriage. He outed himself about what he truly believes about gay marriage. You know, he fucking said it right there on the fucking air. You know, and that's what was funny. I was hoping. He says, yeah, it's pronounced Jay. Sorry, Jay. Jay Schadenfreude. Frood. Jay. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think the Proud Boys are pranksters. This is Jay's comment. I don't think the Proud Boys are pranksters at all. I think they are so much more menacing. And that's the thing that the Proud Boys' greatest defense is their ability to be like, come on, bro, it's just a joke. You know what I mean? That's like what they do. Oh, it's just a joke. We're just joking around. All you got to do to know what the Proud Boys are about is just go and Google Gavin McInnes. Gavin McInnes, their founder, in a fucking screwdriver t-shirt with a fucking white power tattoo. Gavin McInnes, he co-founded Vice. He actually lives in the a neighborhood away from me. He's like 10 minutes from me right now, Gavin McInnes. He got mad that everybody put hate is not known here signs on their lawn. Like, you know, those like hate free sign sort of situation jobbies. Yeah. Does anybody else have anything they want to add or say or contribute to this fucking conversation here? Like, what else? Is there anything else to say right now about this? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I think we're done here. We're 6 minutes. We're gonna conclude this broadcast. So if anybody has anything that they want to fucking add, and the conversation can continue after I get off the air. Okay. So if anybody wants to fucking pick this up, please do. And talk amongst yourselves. And again, I apologize if I was not, you know, I probably could have worded myself better. I did all of this on the cuff from those 3 screenshots of what you're seeing right here. I did all of this off of the cuff. I probably could have been a lot more structured with my words, my thoughts, and things. I think I'm hoping that I got everything across that I meant to get across. I hope I explained why it does fucking matter to people that only are concerned about the original Misfits with Glenn and Jerry and Doyle. You know, it does affect them. That what I just posted before, what I just showed up here before, you know, proves that. This right here is why. Right here. That is why. That is exactly why we have to fucking talk about this. And it's my solemn oath that after this, like, unless anything else really fucking crazy, we won't put never, say never, but unless anything really fucking crazy happens, this page is now truly like, we're not going to fucking talk about Graves on Facebook Evil Live anymore. We're really fucking not, unless something really crazy happens. I'll leave that little back door. So I'm not a hypocrite if it does come back. Jay says, okay, Jay says, thanks for doing this, and let this be the final word about this, Chucklehead. Yeah, for now. Yes. We have more important things to look up, and I'm going to address, since I have 35 people. Dave Riches says, silence is complacency. I'm posting this shit right here. Silence is complacency. We need to continue speaking his name and driving home what he is and is not for those who might hear about this, all of this from other sources. We might also vote with our dollars and make sure others are doing so as well. You want to know something? Fuck yeah, bro. What a profound thing. This might actually be the thumbnail. I'm going to make this the thumbnail for YouTube. Hold on, let's make a little thumbnail real quick. We're at the end of our broadcast here. I actually have to hop into another Zoom meeting. Dave, well fucking said, bro. Well fucking said. So, no, that's not a good. I just need a. Wait. Yeah. No, that doesn't work either. What? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good. That's a good. Let me get my good side. Sorry, let me get a little vein here for a minute. Like that. Come on, we all do this. We all secretly do this. Shut the fuck up, all you guys. Wait, I can't. There we go. There we go. That's the thumbnail. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. What is that?
Yeah, Chris, what you think I should give the finger? Yeah, maybe that's good too. I don't know. I'll figure out one of those things will make it. All right, we have 3 minutes, people. Maybe Dave, I think you're right, man. Maybe you're right. Silence is complacency. We just got to keep fucking, blowing the whistle on this shit when it comes out. When it comes out, we blow the whistle and we're just like, fuck you, fuck this shit. It's fucking bullshit. And I do hope fucking Jerry only says something. I mean, the Misfits have never been political. They really have not. They've never made the most political statement they've ever made is the cover of Bullet, right? Like that's the most political they've ever gotten in any incarnation, in any way, shape, or form. It's always been about fucking, every day is Halloween sort of stuff. And so it's like Graves fucking like doing all this stuff with his connections and affiliations to the Misfits, especially when he benefits. He benefits from this. He's going out there and playing those American Psycho and Famous Monsters albums. He's banking on his history with the Misfits to make those money guarantees. He tried to get fucking Chud involved. He called up Chud and was like, Chud, will you come play on my tour? And Chud never fucking responded to him. Chud has his own skeletons in the closet. So a little birdie tells me, but that's not for me to say right now, here or there. Okay, this was really good. Listen, I want to thank you all for tuning in and listen to me stumble over my words. And share this shit. Share this fucking stream. Share it out there. Post it places. I'm gonna post this is going right on YouTube. And yeah, maybe Dave is right. Maybe we do continue. We do perpetuate this. However, Facebook Evil Live is going to move forward with 77 to 83 content. And if this needs to be fucking addressed from time to time, it will be. Okay, one last thing, since I have 38 people watching, real quick. Hey, very important announcement, people. Let's get all this shit out of here. We don't need. All right, let's unshare the screen now. We can stop the sharing. Okay. So one last thing I have for you. This is in regards to 1979, A Year in Horror Business. Join the fucking Facebook group tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to get our very first big sneak peek. We are going to. So here's the thing, because it's so big. I know. I think it was Russ and it was fucking Russell and it was Rue and some other people. We were like, no, we want it in one big chunk. We want it in one big, piece. I'm going to do that. It's going to be done on a public level. It will be, but in the Facebook group for the first watch party, we're going to watch some. We're going to watch like a chunk. We're going to watch a chunk of it. Okay. It's going to be a nice size chunk. I don't know, maybe 25 minutes. I don't know. It's going to be a big piece, sneak preview. Okay. That's what we're going to do since this is taking so goddamn long. But I'm coming close. I'm really, 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 really close to the end. I can taste it. What happens is I keep finding new things to add, and I'm like, oh, that needs to go in there. That needs to go in there, because I'm on this mission to be so incredibly thorough, and it just like fucks everything up to want to be so incredibly thorough. But you've seen what I've been posting. I mean, last week I fucking delivered that fucking video. Fine, dude. Trust me, tomorrow is going to be great. You are going to fucking love tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be awesome. In the group, Facebook group, join our Facebook group. Okay. Join the Facebook group. You will not fucking regret it. It's going to be this is going to be a ginormous peak. This isn't just like 5 minutes or 7 minutes. This is going to be like a watch party style thing. So be prepared. Want to build this up. Okay. And okay, that is really it. I'm leaving. I'm done. Goodbye. Peace and hair grease. Okay. Peace. Oh, whoops. I can't hold it. Trying to do the David Bowie. What's that David Bowie album? Right? What David Bowie album is this? Is this
This is Heroes, maybe. What David Bowie album am I thinking of? I can't remember. This is Heroes, right? I think this is Heroes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Heroes. Thank you, Raymond Rodriguez. Shall this populate just a little bit more? Give it a minute before we start. I don't even really know how to begin. I have a lot of stuff I want to say, and there's some stuff I shouldn't say, and there's some stuff that I feel that I should say. Uncle Jeff, what's up, Uncle Austin? How are you? Welcome to the Facebook Evil Live. I will. No, you know what? I'm not plugging anything. I'm not even going to plug 1979. What's going on, Rue? If you want to know what 1979 is, look on the Facebook page. Tonight is not about plugging shit. It's not about asking you to buy me cups of coffee or click on my ad thing. It's not about any of that shit. It's really not. That's what none of the links are posted. This is about addressing the shit talking that has been going on from one dude. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I kept my mouth shut. I kept my mouth shut since October of 2019, really, truly. And I figured we did an episode on Michale Graves. Well, let's do an episode on Dr. Chud too, right? So, and some of it is my stuff, and some of it is not. But I kept my mouth shut, I guess, for a long time because I really didn't think that. I mean, I was like, I saw the blowback that I got just from posting. Dr. Chud, he makes this post, the lowest common denominator. Guys, hold on. I want to say one thing. Hey, Chris, how are you? I want to say one thing. This is going to be a shit talking show. If you do not want to hear me blabber and shit talk, leave now. Go away. That's not what this is about. If you want to stay, stay. But I don't want to hear any complaining on the page. Oh, make it about 77, 80. I know. This is a 77 to 83 page. I get it. Normally we do one episode a week, right? So I already did that episode on Monday. This is a very special episode, okay? So it's okay to talk shit. So that's what this is a shit talking episode. Now, especially in general, it's not good to talk shit. You don't talk shit. That's not the professional thing. They always say, don't be, be professional. Don't talk shit. But you want to know what? There are some times where people, they punch under the belt so fucking much that sometimes things need to be said. I'm actually, Mike, I'm sharing this, Mike, because you said it. You said it first. Mike says he's going to actually take a shit while I do it. It's the least that he can do. Thank you, Mike, for your service. I wish you a smooth and creamy deposit in the bank, and wishing you much luck and success. Gray Eve says, shit talk Dr. Chode till the cows come home. He earned that shit. Yeah, I think he did. And you want to know what's funny? So here's where I fucked up. I fucked up a while back because to go to I saw Dr. Chud respond to Michale Graves. God, this is such like a YouTube thing to do. Like, oh, he talks shit. It's so ridiculous. Well, look, guys, there's not that many more Misfits to go, so I think this might be the extent of it. Wait, what? Oh, for real? Oh, Austin, I gotta see that. I wonder what he said. He probably talked a lot of shit. I want to hear, Austin, I want to hear what he said about me. Probably nothing good. He wrote, oh my God, let me see if I can find this too before we begin. Hold on. Let me see if I can find he wrote me a comment. He saw my episode to him, or the episode about him. and he wrote something, and let me see if I can find it here. It was so funny. I was like, is that actually Michale Graves? I think it is. Here it is, right here. I found it. Here. I'm gonna post this up real quick. Austin, send me that. Send me the episode when it's dropped. Here. This was Michale Graves' response to the very special Michale Graves episode. Boy, I should talk shit every week. We get so many more people on our little chat show. So this was Michale Graves' response to a very special episode with Michale Graves. Unfortunately, proud of your boy. Okay, Michael, you are proud. Great. Okay. Well, this episode is about Dr. Chud, so we're going to. No, he didn't actually say anything bad. I just brought up the Chud screenshots. Oh, all right. Well, in any case, so conservative punk, what a load. John, voice of doom, Stein of Doom, Heim Doom. Fuck, what's your stage name, dude? I'm so sorry. I totally fucked that up. Fuck Graves and Chud forever. If only would have used a different name for their 95 band, all would have been good. Yeah, I agree. At this point, I agree. I always was very political about that because I was, sort of had good interactions with those guys. But now that it's gone, whatever, man. I'm it's the shit talking is flying free, flying free tonight. Okay, so I've sort of lost. Okay, so we did the very special Michale Graves episode. Now this is the very special Doyle episode, not Doyle, Chud episode. So I will start sort of from the beginning. Yeah, it was a Freudian slip. Doyle is pretty cool. I like Doyle. Ian says, sorry, I'm usually working when you're doing this. Well, we're glad to have you, Ian. Ian's one of the mods in the group. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to try and not answer too many. I'm going to try and tell a block of story, and then we'll go to comments. So that way it's not, because you know me, I get very distracted, and people get very impatient when I don't stay on the story. Tonight's episode is brought to you by Passion Fruit LaCroix. That's the drink of choice tonight. I'm running low on seltzer, guys. I got to go shopping. I'm down to drinking LaCroix. Okay. So a long time ago, I used to do a cooking show with Sal B. I know some of you. What's up, Pat? How are you? I know some of you have seen it. It's called Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B. The reason why that show even began is because Sal B, I interviewed Sal B for the Misfits for this documentary, for They Came From Lodi. That's how I bumped into him. You know, it's funny. The same time that I met Bobby Bloodfeast, who was Michale Graves' assistant producer guy, which got me involved with that whole thing. That was the same time that I also met Sal B. They put all the Misfits guys in the same room at Chiller. You had and fringe guys. So you had Eerie Von from Sam Hain and Danzig. You had Mike Hideous was there. You had Bobby Steele was in the room. You had Michale Graves, Doyle, and Chud. They were all in the same room, right? So yeah, and this was Chiller 2011, and I asked Sal, I was like, Sal, do you want to be in I want to interview you for my documentary. He gave me his email, and I went over to his house, and that's when he told me about his idea to do a cooking show. He had done something with Doyle's wife. They had done a cupcake thing, this cupcake war thing. He wanted to do a cooking show. I was like, that's a really cool idea, rock and roll cooking show, which is currently being transformed now into Pizza Punk, a new talk show on the Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B homepage, because Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B is dead in the water forever. So we started doing episodes, and that's how I met Dr. Chud. And we did an Alex Story episode. We did the Cancer Slug episode. That was fun. I spent the day with Cancer Slug. And this was when Mike, who passed away recently, he was in the band, and Cassie was the bass player, and Kyle was the guitar player, and they were promoting an album called Pussy Talk. And so they came through Lodi. We shot that episode. It was great. Then we did a Graves episode. We did an Independence episode. You can't find the Graves or Chud episodes; they're both gone. And then we did the Dr. Chud episode. And let me tell you, Dr. Chud is a really hard guy to talk to. He's not an easy guy to communicate with. He doesn't understand human language. Like, you might as well be speaking, and it's true. I won't say who, but people that I know will be like, yeah, when you talk to Chud, he doesn't really understand what you're saying. He just kind of cocks his head and goes, oh, okay. Because that's true. He really doesn't understand half of the things that are being said to him. He just he pretends that he understands and he nods his head accordingly, but he's not really paying attention to what you're saying. In any case, had this whole situation back then with Rock and Roll Cooking because Dr. Chud, everybody who we did an episode with was super relaxed and cool. Dr. Chud wrote a script, and he's like, you have to do the script. Buy the script, buy the book. I want the script done. He made me he sent me the script. He actually sent it in advance. And it wasn't so much, it was a script. And then what I had to do, I had to come up with a shot list for the script, right? And it was like a crazy shot list. Let me see if I can even find it. I think I have it still on my computer. I never throw anything away. Much to my, here we go. Look at that. Look what I found. All right. I'm going to put this up here for you. This is the type of shit I've dealt with in the past with Chud. And you're going, Jeff, why are you talking about this right now? Trust me, it's all going to come into fruition as I talk. Okay. So here's this shot list, right? You can't even really see it. This is the whole shot list. It was a real to-do with Dr. Chud. Everybody else, it was like point a camera and shoot. Dr. Chud gave me a script. I made this shot list based on Dr. Chud's script because of all the demands. It was just nuts. It was a nutty situation. Lo and behold, he shows up to do the show at Salby's kitchen studio, and he brings his own cameraman, right? He doesn't trust me. That's what Sal's telling me. Sal's going, oh, Chud doesn't trust you. He doesn't trust you're going to do a good job. I'm like, whatever. So we shoot the episode. We shoot it by my shot list. I cut it all together. Chud is incredibly happy with how it turns out, even though I had a guy behind me with antiquated fucking video equipment. It was like high 8 camera. Like, here I am, I'm shooting on a DSLR, which is not top of the line, but it's not like a fucking, it's like he was like shooting on like a high 8 camera or a mini DV camera or something. It was something incredibly archaic for the time. And that was Chud's secret. If Chud didn't like the way it came out, he was going to cut the episode, or he was going to cut the episode his own way, I guess. I don't know what he was intending with that. So we shot this episode. It was really fun to actually shoot with Chud, actually. Like, when we were on set, it was pretty fun. Chud sort of just let me do my thing. It was cool. It was so different from Michale Graves. Michale Graves was actually incredibly chill. Like, he was incredibly chill the entire time we shot his episode. Not a problem. Very easy to do. That was the night he also did his Misfits interview. Dr. Chud was more high maintenance, but we still had fun. We had a lot of fun. I like a lot of the guys in his band. Pete Murder, who's also in Sardonica, was there. There were a bunch of guys in his band. We had a good time. And so the episode comes out, it's cool, and Chud and I are cool, and yada, yada, yada. Fast forward to 3 years ago. That's right. So remember when he started doing this Garbage Pail Kids? He started working with the Garbage Pail Kids guys. This was like 2015 or 2016. He's like, oh, hey, Jeff, hey, I want you to shoot a music video. Yeah, we're going to do a music video. I'm like, all right, Chud, let me know. He's showing me designs of the stage that he built. He's building the stage in his backyard or something. I want to say that all in all, it took 3 years for us to shoot this music video. 3 years, from 2016 to 2019. And every once in a while, I get a call from Chud being like, oh, we're going to do a music video, right? I'm like, yeah, Chud, we'll do the music video. And when we're talking, and by the way, why am I telling all of you this? I'm telling you all this because I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired of my name being dragged through the mud. And the reason why I'm choosing to talk about it now, why now, Jeff? Is it for attention? No, it's because somebody else who has way more credibility than I do has outed Chud for what he is. And now I feel more comfortable about telling my story in a public forum. I previously told it in a private forum. And Chud, either one of Chud's goons or Chud himself under a false name, was in the group and reported what I had posted there and had it taken down. So this is how petty Chud is. Chud goes to all the videos on my YouTube channel that feature Chud and starts flagging them for copyright. If you get 3 strikes, you lose your entire channel. I've had my channel since 2011. It doesn't have a lot of views on it, but you want to know something? I've done a lot of videos. I put them all up there. I got a lot of views. I don't want my shit taken down because you got a fucking bug up your ass. Fuck you. So I told you this is a venomous episode tonight, guys. This is venomous. So finally we schedule. So all of a sudden Chud starts getting really worried. It's getting too cold out. He calls me September 24th. I know because I spent just now, part of the reason I was waiting for my son to go to sleep, but I was also trying to find the shot list and the script that Chud had sent to me the day of the shoot. That's right. So Chud had whatever. In any case, I hear from Chud about like a week out, 2 weeks out or something. And he's like, "Oh, hey, it's getting too dark. We need to start shooting this right now. Can you do this week?" And I'm like, "Actually, I can't. My wife, I can't do it. Because I got, as some of you know, I have 2 children, I have a wife, and I work 40 hours a week, or at the time I was working 40 hours a week. I'm currently unemployed. I got laid off. Point is, I have, my life is full. My weekends are for my children, right? So, and I have a newborn baby. I had a newborn baby at the time, and so I was like, I can't do it, Chud. And then I realized that I could. There was an opening, and I was able to do it. My wife was cool, and she let me take the Saturday. I think it was Saturday, October 6th, 2019, to go travel to New Jersey to Chud's girlfriend's house. Because Chud lives in his girlfriend's house. Okay. He's had this girlfriend for many, many, many years, and he lives there. And Chud's house is really funny. Chud has like this workout room, and he has pictures of himself or like drawings of like a former Chud that was super muscular and strong. And it's like Chud's goal to like get back into his fighting weight, I guess, or something. I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny in his weight room, AKA the green room. So finally we're going to shoot this music video. I bring my friend along to be a PA. I asked him, I was like, "Hey, you want to come along? We'll do this. We'll do it. It'll be a fun time." I was thinking about what had happened with the rock and roll cooking episode. We had a great time shooting that episode. I'm like, "Oh, this will be fun." And I completely forgot what it was like to work with Chud. I completely forgot how like asinine this guy is. And there are many examples. I mean, he has crossed a lot of people. Chud has. Let's go through the list, shall we? Since we're really talking shit, right? We're just going off the chain tonight. So besides, I guess with Michale Graves, he fucked over Michale Graves real bad. Not that we really care about Michale Graves at this point, but at the time, he really fucked over Michale Graves. They made a lot of money on a Graves tour. Chud kept all the money to recoup on costs for recording an album. Bought himself a hot tub. That's why Graves left the band Graves as a result. Stuff like that. Chud has fucked over a lot of people. He's fucked over Doyle. Everybody knows about that, right? Chud had pulled this act once before with another band that he used to play with, who will remain nameless, at least for now. He does this thing. Because when I heard that it happened with Doyle, I had known that it happened once before because I had heard about it. I had heard firsthand from members of that band that what Chud does is when Chud wants more money for touring, he waits until the tour is booked. He waits until there's hours, before the tour is supposed to start, or days before the tour is supposed to start, and then goes, I'm going to pull out of the tour unless you pay me more money, or pay me my money up front, or something, some variation of that. And that's what happened with the Doyle situation. That was one of many things that happened with the Doyle. I've heard that the Doyle album is actually, the first Doyle album is not even Chud playing half the album or something. It's drum machines, or Chud had fucked up certain hi-hats or something, or blast beats or something, and they just had to redo a bunch of stuff. Whatever. Dr. Chud is a fucking idiot. In any case, he fucked over Doyle. He fucked over this other band. He's fucked over a lot of people. He fucked over another musician I know. Talk about, training to do a show, him and his band, and talk about paying people. It's like this band, his band is practicing, 3 weeks, right? They're practicing for 3 weeks, and they do a show. They get paid $400. He gives $20 to everybody and pockets the rest. That's the type of guy that Chud is, right? So I've heard various examples over the years of just Chud being a scumbag in my peripheral. But, I've never had any problems with Chud myself, apart from communication issues. Like I said, you try to talk to Dr. Chud. Hey, Chud, XYZ 1, 2, 3. And Chud's like, okay, bro. Sure, bro. Yeah. Or he goes, yeah, that's a great idea. No idea what you're talking about. No idea what you're fucking talking about. It's funny, that was told to me, and then I saw it firsthand. I saw it actually firsthand in practice. So we go to shoot the video. So here's the thing, though. So for the last week, and initially, Chud's like, I'll pay you to do the video. And I said, I gave Chud the option that I gave to Michale Graves. Michale Graves, go see the Michale Graves episode, but the TLDR, too long did not read, of it all is that I did some work for Michale Graves. I wasn't going to get paid in the way that I thought I was going to get paid. I went back to Michale Graves and I said, look, let me do an interview for my Misfits documentary, which is what this page is that you're watching right now, for a Misfits documentary about the 77 to 83 Misfits. Figuring I could get a couple sound bites, great. Oh, look, Michale Graves talking about the, just a really good pull for the documentary. He agreed, and they came over when he did his rock and roll cooking episode. He sat in and he gave me about a half-hour interview for me. Problem with Graves is Graves didn't know who the Misfits were, as some of you already know. He didn't know who the band was. He knew who Danzig was. Him and Chibo had covered Danzig, Twist of Cain, in the 80s, late 80s, when they were in high school or whatever. But he did not, or 90s or whatever. But he did not know who the Misfits were. So the only content I could really get from him, the only thing I could really get from him was him talking, I guess from a later perspective, not talking so much as a member of the Misfits or the Misfits 77 to 83, but more talking about the band as Michale Graves, former singer of the second Misfits, talking about the legacy of the band. That was valid from a journalistic perspective for me. So he sat in and did an interview, and I called it. It was square for me. Graves fulfilled his obligation. Him and I were square as far as I was concerned. We parted ways. There was no bad blood, because I was like, you know what? I was kind of annoyed because I'd done all this work, but at the same time, like, he can. And I said to him and Bobby at the time, I was like, look, guys, I did a lot of work here. Like, I'm not getting paid. Like, what? This is not cool. Like, what can we do about this? And I was very, very polite and cool about it, even though I was a little peeved that I had done all this work. In any case, that worked out great. And all the credit to Bobby Bloodfeast for, helping with the arranging of all that stuff to make it go down. So I offered Chud the same thing. Chud's telling me to do this music video. I say, Chud, he's telling me he's going to pay me. And I go, Chud, I'll tell you what, you don't even have to pay me to do this music video. Give me an interview, because Chud does not do interviews. I'm thinking, this is great. I'll get both Misfits 95 guys to do interviews for a documentary about the 77 to 83 Misfits. That will pique people's curiosity. People will want to see that shit, right? Like people will want to like see what these guys weighing in. Mike Hideous is in the documentary too. So it's like, whoa, you got Mike Hideous, Michael Graves, and Dr. Chud all talking about the Misfits. I mean, that's clickbait right there, right? For the doc. I'm like, this is good. This will be good promotion. So I tell Dr. Chud, I go, Chud, don't even worry about paying me for the music video, buddy. I'd love to do it for you. Give me an interview instead as my compensation. That is far more valuable to me. And it would have been incredibly, well, I don't know about now, but at the time, it would have been incredibly valuable to me. And the thing is, Chud doesn't do interviews. And I wonder why. Why is it that Chud doesn't do interviews? Can you guess? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Because he can't fucking put a sentence together. The guy can't fucking talk can't talk. Like, what is he going to fucking say? Like, what would I have gotten out of him even if I had asked him questions about the Misfits? Oh, the Misfits. Oh. You know, what's funny is that Chud in high school, in Lodi High School, he wasn't even into horror punk. He made fun of the dudes who were into horror punk. You know what I'm saying? He was in a band called Dan Kidney and the Pulsations, like a new wave rock band or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't even he was just as I heard today from someone who will remain nameless, he was nothing more than a fruit fly that landed on a tasty prize in 1994 and got in there. And it's funny how, you know, some people it's funny how like some people are like, yeah, Dr. Chud synonymous with horror punk and the Misfits, and it's like Dr. Chud was not even that all came later, right? So this is all an act for Chud on some level. In any case, he probably wouldn't have been able to answer questions about the Misfits from 77, 83. I would have loved to have just gotten a few sound bites, something, because he was definitely familiar. He knew who they were. He was in the same grade as Doyle. He was in the same grade as Steve Zing. And he was in the same grade as Erie. They all were in the same grade, right? Together, they graduated. So on some level, Chud knew something. And so I'm thinking that would be a valuable interview. However, Chud doesn't do interviews. And the rare time you can find a few things online of Chud doing interviews, and it's just horrible. He's like, Chud, you know, he's a fucking moron. So Chud's like, Chud won't do the interview. So I'm like, okay, so I'll just take payment instead. Now, when he called me, and this is here, I mean, this is he said, right? Like, it's my word versus his word, because it's a phone conversation between the two of us. He asked me to direct and shoot and edit a music video. That's what I do. I am a director. I'm a videographer. I'm an editor. I'm a cinematographer. More by necessity. You know what I'm saying? This is my skill. I'm a one-man band, right? And so he's calling me for these skills. He doesn't just want me to shoot it. He wants me to shoot it, and he wants me to edit it. He wants me to do the whole shebang. He wants me to light. He wants me to do all that stuff. He's the writer, co-director, producer, and I'm the director, cinematographer, editor. And that's the understanding that I thought we had over the phone. So I'm going, this is great. I'll get a Chud music video under my belt. You know, by this time, it's kind of like, you know, I mean, he's Dr. Chud, but he's also not whatever. It's like, it's something to add to my reel. I love the set that he made. You saw it in the music video. It's the same set. Matter of fact, you can see my name spray painted on the set because they needed extra spray paint. And I said, oh, put Def Jeff up there. So they put Def Jeff up there. They said, why don't you have a Garbage Pail Kid name? I said, sure. So Chud built this really incredible set. That's where Chud's talent really lies. He's good at building stuff. That set was really something else he built in his backyard. He made an actual semi-functioning trash can drum kit. And I played it. It really does play. It sounds terrible, but it plays. And he put garbage can. I mean, it really was. It was a fun set, man. It was a fun set. And but here's the thing. I don't have the script. There is no script for I don't know what we're doing. I have no idea. He vaguely tells me it over the phone. Oh, Jeff, it's and I can't even understand what he's saying. But what I'm hoping for, what I'm winging on, is, okay, he's going to give me a script. I'm going to be able to break this down in my own way. I will create, this was the shot list that my friend Jeremy Spice Handler, he wrote this down as we were driving to his house, to the set, as we were trying to break things down. This is as far as we got. I'm thinking, you know what? He'll send me the thing. I'll interpret it's his chudese. You know what I mean? Like, that's his language, his chud language, his chudese. He gives you bleh, and then you look at it. You look at what he gave you, the vomit, and you go, okay, all right, I see how to do this. Okay, we're going to do, this is actually going to be, this is a master shot. This is, you got to break it down into how you're going to shoot it. Because at the end of the day, he's expecting me to shoot it, and he's expecting it to look good. And so I'm going, all right, well, that's what I'll do. That's what I did for the rock and roll cooking episode. And it worked remarkably well, despite Chud's skepticism and needing to bring a fucking camera guy with a mini DV camera. Like, it was so fucking funny. I don't even think the dude's camera was in HD. It was like standard. It was so fucking funny. I was rolling my eyes laughing at that. So I keep messaging, and you know what the problem is? Chud blocked me. You know, I really wanted to get screenshots of everything, but he blocked me. I have no access to our chat where there's like a lot of this stuff, you know, where there's me going, Chud, where's, I need the script. You know, I need the whatever because he kept saying, I wrote a script. You got to go by the script again. And I going, okay, I'm familiar with this. I've worked with Chud in the past. I know what to do. I know I'm going to handle Chud. And, you know, we've had, you know, Chud, Sal, and I, we've, you know, that, you know, we've had a good rapport over the years, you know, whether it be at a show or in Sal's backyard or doing an episode, whatever, you know, or at Dingbats, you know. It's always been pleasant, but relatively speaking, pleasant with Chud. I've never, see, that's the thing. I've never gotten super close to Chud. I've always just like, he was always there when Sal was there, right? It was never me and Chud one-on-one. It was always like Sal, me, Chud, and whoever else, Pete Murder, or whoever else was there. So I keep messaging Chud. I'm like, Chud, I need your script, man. Where's your script? Like, where's the script for this thing? You know, usually, and let me tell you something. I am gonna name drop one person here. You know, I've done a bunch of music videos for people. I've done 5. I've done one with Steve Zing. I've done 5 with Robbie Bloodshed. And Robbie Bloodshed and I have never had a problem. Not once. Not once. Robbie, we no contracts either. You know, it's like a very simple, easy process that we get down. He tells me what his visions are, what he wants. I tried my best to execute his vision. Never had a problem, really, truly. And so going into this, and what eventually the fallout from this really upset me, because it was compounded on other fallout that we're going to talk about, because I'm ready to finally fucking say something in this sort of forum. I'm ready. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm tired. I'm tired. And I'm really glad. I'm thankful that both Alex Story and that girl Kylie said something finally, because I feel like I can piggyback onto that now, truly. So where was I in my story? So I'm asking Chud. I'm going, Chud, like, fucking, you know, get me the script, man. You know, because again, I'm working 9 to 5 every day, Monday through Friday. You know, I don't know what the fuck Chud does. I know he does construction. He's in the union. Sal B got him into the union. He does construction, but I don't even know if he's working. I don't know what his fucking deal is, right? And, you know, it's like I have a window of time to prep my gear and sort of come up with my own, you know, idea of what he wants to help him execute his vision, that whole sort of thing. And the day that we're driving, it's Saturday, October 6th, I think, 2019, the day of, or maybe it was the night before or the day of, I can't remember. I don't have the screenshots. He fucking sends me 2 pages of handwritten scribble, like this, just fucking nonsense scribbled on paper, right? Like the musings of a madman, the musings of a chud, you know, just nonsense. And I printed it out. That's how serious I took it. That's how serious I wanted to take his shit. At the last moment, I read the fucking thing, I print it out, and while we're driving to his area of New Jersey where he lives, I'm dictating to my friend who's acting as a PA, Jeremy, in the car. He's writing on this legal pad. The only evidence, the only thing that I could find, maybe this will be the thumbnail. Wait. The only thing that I could find of this thing, silhouette wide master take of stage, medium close up, harmonizing after kid intro, medium, just really trying to fly by the seat of my pants, come up with something that makes more sense to me as the person that's going to have to shoot and deal with chuddies, right? And we don't even, it's like, it's so hard to even try and block it, you know. I love this. These live streams are the motherfucking tea. Thanks, Kenneth. That made me laugh. And I'm sitting here trying to fucking just like, I'm just going, fuck, like, whatever, man. This will all work out, you know, because there's so many times where like I'll shoot a bunch of stuff and I can't even see it myself. And I'm going, I will find the edit, because this is the way I look at editing. I look at it, it's like you get a block, especially I shoot a lot of live video. So I toured with a band I did 55 shows with a band, and it was like a master class in learning how to shoot live shows. I would set up cameras. I would set up 4 cameras by myself. You know, I would sync all this footage. I'd cut it all up. You know, like I really gotta, and you know, I'm eventually and I did it in the United States, and I did it in Europe clubs too. And I'm eventually like, because you know, I'm using clamps. I'm using these here. Here's one from 8 years ago. Look at this shit. I'm using these clamps, and what I'm doing is I'm taking, here's the camera too. I'm taking these cameras, these Vixia cameras. I'm screwing them on, and I'm clamping them to places in the club so I can try and get good shots, because I'm hoping that will capture something really insane in the live footage. You never know what some audience member is going to do. So I'm like, well, I have to tape the show every night. And in taping that show every night, I started to get really like, you know, this surface stone vibrates, because you know what would always happen, the bass drum and the bass drum and the whatever, and the bass and whatever, everything vibrates and makes the camera shake. You got to figure out what the right sort of thing, you know, what the best place to prop up a camera. My point is that I've done a lot of this stuff. And sometimes I shoot something and I'm like, I have no idea how this is going to turn out, but I know that once I get into the editing part of it, it's like a block of clay. You're like a sculptor. You whittle it down into its essence. You find it within the block of footage, right? And so I'm thinking in my head as I'm driving to Chud's, I'm going, fuck, like, all right, like, I guess that's what I don't know what this is going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. Meanwhile, you know, Chud is trying to explain to me, and he's explaining it to me in his Chuddies. He's explaining it to me in his Dr. Chud lingo about like how he wanted certain things to be in green screen because they were going to be like Garbage Pail Kid cards. You see it in the video. You've all watched the video, right? His video, and you see the shitty green screen that's not even fully green screened. If you look at the bottom, there's patches that are missing. They actually did a better job than I thought they would with Chud's resources. Because I go to Chud and I'm going the night before. I'm going, Chud, here's what I'm gonna bring. What do you have? I'm like, I need some lights. You know, do you have a working green screen? I have a green screen. He's like, nah, bro, I got a green screen. It's all good. So I'm trusting Dr. Chud to have a significant amount of things available at the set, because at the end of the day, he's paying me to shoot and edit and direct and whatever. He's not paying me to fucking, you know, bring all the materials and do production design. That's all him. So I'm just in there to work with what he has, right? So we get there. And there's like there are all these people there, and some of them I don't even know. I guess they're in bands from like Pennsylvania. Actually, I would figure out later who they were. There was a girl. She was a makeup girl. She had never done any makeup in her life. Very nice girl, but had never. This was her first makeup job ever, right? And so she's in charge of doing all the makeup. There's lots of props. The props are super fun. There's a lot of detail. There's a lot of, I would say that if anything, Chud was really the production designer because he's, he puts a lot of detail into all this stuff. Again, as much as I want to hate on Chud, there are certain things that Chud does really well and does really right. And there's certain things where he pays a lot of attention to detail. He took his bedroom, where all the TVs are. That's Chud's bedroom. And so he took the mattress and he flipped it over. We had all these TVs out, except in our one, there was actually fog. In his, there were not. I have to tell you, and I'm not going to lie, I think that his music video came out pretty darn well considering what his vision was. He changed it up. He added himself in drag. That wasn't there originally. I guess he was upset that I had cut together the footage that I had shot and felt that he needed to create a variant of the video of the project, right? I got to tell you, this feels really good to finally fucking talk about this because I have kept my mouth shut for so fucking long. And all I wanted to do was just explain my fucking POV, my side of the story. And there's more to it than just the music video. The music video is just the appetizer of your tea, Kenneth. This is just a finger sandwich. This is just a cucumber finger sandwich of the tea time here at Facebook Evil Live. So I get in there and I'm like looking around. I'm trying to set up. I'm trying to figure out what to do first. So Chud is in command, right? He's basically starting to assert himself as he's in command. This is what I want to do. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm trying to I don't want to fight him so much. I just kind of want to all right, it's your fucking pony show. I remember what it was like to work with you the last time. And I know that once you just let me do my thing, that it turned out to your satisfaction. You can no longer see that thing because I had to pull it because Chud started flagging any video that involved him on my channel with copyright shit, as I said. So he shows me where the green screen is. And the green screen is just a wall painted green. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. But I go, so where are the lights? He doesn't have any fucking lights. There's no lights to speak of. I have 2 panels, but it's not enough. Because here's the thing. Anybody who knows, Mike says he's a Mike, great. You say you're a gaffer. Okay. So fill me in, Mike. Fill me in. Let me know if I'm correct or wrong. Mike, when you're doing green screen, the idea of the way a green screen works is that you have to light the actual fucking green, right? And it has to be flat. And he had a flat wall that was painted green. So that worked good. But if you have any shadows or if you have any wrinkles, like let's say you're using a curtain that's green, it's not going to fucking work. It's not going to show up because what you do is when you bring it into the editing software, you have to key the fucker out. What does that mean? It means you pick the color that you want to not be there and you press a button and it removes that color. And that gets fucked up when the color is not uniform because of shadows or wrinkles or if the light is not flat. So what you're doing is you're lighting flat. What does lighting flat mean? It means, I don't know if this is a good example. See how, here, look, people, this is flat lighting, right? See how the light is flat on the wall right there? Forget about it being blown out. The light is flat and even, right? It doesn't work if you have a fucking shadow. If there's any shadow or if the light is like this, you can't green screen that. You can green screen it. You can key out the green, but it's still going to come out looking like shit. Now, again, something else to remember. When I'm shooting something or if I'm putting my name on something, and this was I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I'm going to speak matter-of-factly about the dead. This was always my problem with Jason Trioxin, God rest his soul. Now, I'm not talking shit about Jason. I'm just saying that any time that I attempted to work with Jason, there was always some matter of cutting corners, right? Like in some way, shape, or form. And again, it's not so much a criticism. I don't know what it is. It's just the fucking truth. He wanted to cut corners in some way, shape, or form. And it always would somehow, I always was apprehensive because there were many times where Jason and I would almost, here you go, look at what Mike says. Yeah, light the screen evenly. If the green screen is fucked, so will the king of it. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. And that shit was fucked 8 ways to Sunday. That shit was fucked more than a fuckless fuck on free fuck day, to quote Negan from The Walking Dead. So Jason, there were certain times that Jason, like, he wanted, I don't know, like he wanted me to, like he would want me to shoot something but not edit it, or he what's wrong? You don't like frame by frame rotoscoping the shot? Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what exactly, because that's the thing, is that these little things always end up making more work, because whatever you think is not a big deal is actually hours in the fucking editing room. Because at the end of the day, if my name is attached to this, and that's not to say that I'm some big guy or anything, it just means that I'm trying to create a body of work using my name as a brand, which is already damaged from the past, from past situations. You know, it's like I want my work to, if it's going to be fucked up, let it be fucked up by my hand and not because somebody else was cutting corners and I was just following directions. And so Jason, again, God rest his soul, rest in peace, Jason Trioxin. Jason would always get really frustrated with that. He never wanted to. They were just, I don't know. It had to do with Kickstarter videos and just, or Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B. He just didn't want to, you know, he just cut. There were just times where he would cut corners, man, you know? And so seeing Chud's green screen, I'm starting to sweat, because I'm going, this is, because here's the thing. It always falls. And again, Mike, tell me if I'm wrong. I like that Mike works in as a gaffer. Mike, tell me if I'm wrong. If you, if you're the one that's like, you know, directing or shooting something and somebody else fucks up, it's going to be on you. It's always gonna be like, well, you're the reason why that happened. Fuck you. Or it's fucked up because of you. It's not fucked up because of like some happenstance thing. So a fucked up green screen, because Chud didn't have a green screen in the way that he said he had a green screen, or at least lights, for like powerful lights. He had this, like, it was like a cross beam. It was like some sort of fashion light thing. It wasn't even like a studio light. It wasn't any kind of industrial light. It wasn't even a painter can light. It was just this fucking thing that didn't even balance properly. And some of the bulbs weren't fucking working. It was just bullshit, man. It was a bullshit fucking thing. And I couldn't do the job with the tools that were at hand. And I knew it was going to bounce back at me. And so I was pleading with Chud, this is not going to work. You know, it's not here. Thank you, Ian. If you're not familiar with editing, it's easy to underestimate the work that goes into seemingly simple shots, or at least that's what I've experienced. That's very fucking true. And so it's just kind of like, it just kind of really fucking, it kind of fucking pissed me off that, like, you know, here I am trying my very best to, like, you know, I want to do a good job. Whenever I want to shoot something, I want it to be as good as it possibly can be, you know, especially because I'm already fighting against adversity from previous situations, you know? And all I can really chalk it up to is just like the attitudes of certain levels of musicians. It's just ridiculous. I don't know, whatever. In any case, Chud and I are going back and forth about this green screen. I'm like, Chud, this is really not going to work the way you think it's going to work. I can already tell this is going to be a disaster. I'm trying to mitigate anything I can, and time is against us, right? Like, we don't have a lot of time to do everything that Chud wants to do in the way that he wants to do it. And here's something that you should understand about what's going on with Chud at this time. Chud is getting fucking loaded. So here's Chud, who secretly thinks he's the director of the fucking music video, getting fucking loaded. Here's something that Mike says. I had a director producer demand money back because he didn't like the work the DP and I did, even though he couldn't bother to communicate that. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the type of shit that people don't understand. And it's very hard to explain. It's very hard for me to like type all that out on a, and then I look like an idiot for typing it all out. Like I'm making the big deal about it, you know? So Chud, the green screen situation is not going to work the way, and we go back and forth. And I could tell here, you know, when Chud starts to get mad about something, but he doesn't want to make a big deal. He just kind of like, his face goes like slack, and he just kind of, and Chud is, this is not to make fun of Chud's physical impairment. It's just a matter, you know, Chud is slightly, he's like cross-eyed, right? So he's not really looking at you. He has like a thing with his eyes where he's not actually looking at you with his eyes. It's a thing. And again, I'm not making fun of that in any way, shape, or form. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that this adds to the miscommunication with Dr. Chud, because he just kind of looks at you and he's like, oh, well, I don't know, bro. Just, I think it's gonna work. Just try, he just goes on and on. So Chud starts getting loaded. He is fucking drinking and he's smoking pot and doing whatever else he might be doing behind closed doors. I don't know if he was. I know elsewhere he's done, or people have spoken about how he does substances. So he's starting to get more belligerent as the night goes on because he's getting fucking loaded. We can't even start shooting until the sun goes down. So we're waiting for the sun to go down. And then all of a sudden, well, a bunch of we're trying to shoot the opening scene with the TVs, and that doesn't go well because what happens is, first of all, Chud gets Chud tells me what he wants. So I go, okay, Chud, I'm going to do that. And then I sort of do it in a different order. And because I didn't do it in the exact order that Chud wanted it, starts freaking the fuck out. Starts freaking out. Oh, bro, just do it like this. He doesn't understand how editing works. I go, I understand that, Chud. I'm getting the master shot from here because we already have the lights set up shooting this way. You know what I'm saying? He's like, no, but the first shot is actually over here. I'm going, I get, Chud. I understand the first shot is over there. We're going to shoot that. He goes, but it won't make sense in the edit. And I'm going, Chud, it will make sense. We're going to shoot this first because the lights are already set up. We don't want to waste any time. And he became very micromanaging. And then all of a sudden, the guys who are acting in the fucking thing, the guys themselves, start fucking telling me what to do. Start like giving directions. And I'm just starting to get super fucking annoyed because I'm going like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this is ridiculous. Like, Chud can't communicate what he wants. These guys are going, well, actually, why don't you just throwing out these suggestions? It's it's taking us an incredibly long time to get our shot list done. Because at the end of the day, you want to make your day. And it's taking us forever to make the fucking day. Then comes the whole mohawk debacle. Ready? So if you see in the video, Chud's wearing a mohawk. Well, he has this girl, very nice girl, not talking shit about the girl. She's very nice. She's also very inexperienced, right? She's not an experienced hairdresser, okay? Or makeup artist. This is her first job. She's a Dr. Chud fan who drove from fucking Pennsylvania to be here today, right? And she starts putting on Dr. Chud's mohawk while Dr. Chud is sitting and drinking. And we're all sitting around. Sal B is there. Was Pete Murder there? Al X was there. Fish was there. All the guys from Sardonica. There are a bunch of people there, right? And then there's there are these other kids. I guess they were in a band and they were fans of Chud. And they wanted to be in the music video too. So they're in Chud's band. Chud has a fictional band called Smegma on the thing. So Chud has that mohawk though, right? And the thing is, Chud is bald. He's bald as a fucking baseball bat. He's bald as Michale Graves is, right? And much like Michale Graves, he used to glue hair to it. I think he still does. He glues all that hair on his head is glued on, right? So he's super fucking sensitive about his fucking his head and his hair. And so we're sitting there, all of us, everybody is sitting there waiting for Dr. Chud to get his hair on. We're sitting there waiting. And it's time is ticking. And I start, I did get pushy, a little pushy, like, hey, we got to keep going. Because, at the end of the day here, people, I have a wife and 2 kids who are waiting for me at home. Well, my kids are asleep, but I have a wife who's waiting for me. I have sacrificed my Saturday, even though I was intending to get paid. I sacrificed my Saturday to be here to shoot this thing for way less money than I would have fucking, commanded for something like that. And I'm sitting here taking abuse because Chud starts to get verbally abusive, taking abuse from fucking Dr. Chud. And I start to just fucking push back because you want to know something? I am sick and tired of taking abuse from horror punk people. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of the fucking bullshit. And I just was like, what? I'm like sitting here like, what the fuck am I doing here with dealing with this? Now, and I'm gonna, now Chud, so whatever. So Chud finally gets the fucking mohawk on, right? We start shooting. Him and I get into a whole debacle about how he wants the stage to be shot. He wants it shot in a way that only makes sense in Chud's head. It doesn't make sense for how it would make sense to edit the thing. And so I'm trying to explain to Chud that we can do everything that he wants to do, but that we just have to break it up in a different way as would make sense in an edit. And he would not stand for that. He would not fucking stand for it. And tensions continue to rise. It gets later and later. So fast forward to 10:30. It's like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, right? You're thinking, oh, we'll be wrapped. Because I asked him, I said, how long is this going to take? How long do you want to shoot? He's like, we should be done by 11. And I'm thinking, well, I'm doing the math in my head of how we're going to get this done by 11. So 11 comes, almost there, right? He's got a drone operator there too. He's talked shit about me online. That's why I'm doing this. He posted, I went to his video, to the YouTube comment section, and I saw what he posted about me. And that was like, you know what? I'm going to fucking do a post on fucking my Facebook Evil Live. He's going to write that about me. I'm going to fucking say this about him. And in his post, he said I was one of two cameramen. I am not one of two cameramen. He had a fucking drone operator for drone shots. There was no the second cameraman was not even a second cameraman. He was a drone guy who came in with this fucking drone toy and was just getting coverage from this high ass angle. There was nothing. Why didn't Chud try and cut a music video with all the other footage from the second cameraman? You know why? Because there was no fucking second cameraman. It was just me. And so at the very end, so there's not just one song for the Garbage Pail Kids movie. There's two. 1980s Was So Cool and We're the Garbage Pail Kids. We were shooting a music video for We're the Garbage Pail Kids. And right then and there at fucking 10:30 at night, there's like, what is there? Like 15 people there. We're all fucking tired. It's fucking freezing outside. October. It's fucking cold. We're in northern Jersey, bordering with New York. It's fucking cold. And Chud goes, wait, we have to shoot the second song. The second song. The second song. The second song. Yeah. I got one more song. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it right now. Come on. Right now. We're gonna do one more song. Chud, we agreed on one song, buddy. Chud, I have children. I have a wife. I have to get home. We're not shooting a whole nother song at 11 o'clock at night. He didn't give a flying fuck about anybody else there. He didn't care that anybody was fucking cold. He didn't care about anything. The only thing that he was concerned about was shooting a second song. And here I am just taking abuse after abuse after abuse. Not a single thanks for coming out. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate nothing. Just fucking like how fucking dare you? I throw you this as if he was doing me a favor. And I assure you, he was not doing me a favor. He really wasn't. So he wants to shoot a second song, and he starts having a fucking temper tantrum. He starts fucking having a temper tantrum. By the way, when he does this, and it turns green and falls back, that was my fucking idea. That was not even in the fucking script. I suggested that he do that. He says that I fucking stole all his fucking shit. So I'm going, Chud, it's fucking super late. I have kids, man. I got to get home. We got to drive. Mind you, we got to drive back. It's like an hour drive. At 11, he did not give a flying fuck. And so we shot that second song, right? We wrap, we definitely did not get everything that we intended to get for the coverage or whatever. And he's telling me, oh, you'll come back and shoot the rest of this. You'll come back. And I'm going, I'm going to come back. Fuck you. You're going to, whatever I was going to be paid was not nearly enough to fight. It was like, fuck you. I was like, fuck you. I'm not coming back here. I'm like, don't you understand? Like, I have a fucking family, bro. Like, you don't have a fucking family. You're a fucking, you're a childless 57-year-old man. You could stay, you could be out as late as you want. I answer to my family. And so we're packing up, and all of a sudden, I start to see Chud hand out money, gas money to certain people. And I'm breaking down my stuff. He comes up to me, no gas money, no anything, no money, no any talk of anything. You know what he says? He says, why don't you give me the footage? That's what he says to me. That was the only thing. Not thank you for coming out tonight. Not any sort of conversation. Not any sort of, okay, so here's what, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Just let me get the footage. And I knew what that's code for. You know why? Because I've dealt with this sort of thing before. I know what's going to happen. He wants me to turn over the footage so that he can edit it and fucking cut me out of the fucking shit and probably either not pay me or not pay me on what we agreed. And so I had the drone guy, the second cameraman, the drone guy hands me I wish I had a better prop for you guys. He hands me the footage from the drone. He goes, oh, here, man, since you're editing this thing, here's the drone footage. Or if you can back this up or just send me the card or something. Very nice guy. Drone guy was a nice guy. So I have the drone card, SD card. I have an SD card that has the drone footage. It's a little drone. And then I have bigger SD cards, which have the footage, which have the actual footage on it, the B-raw files. Now, mind you, even if Chud had that footage, he wouldn't know how to fucking use it because it was shot in B-raw. And Chud, he wouldn't even be able to open the files. You need certain, he wouldn't have been able, you need DaVinci Resolve. He wouldn't have been able to open it. That's the funniest part, had I actually listened to him. And you want to know what's funny? Here's how stupid Chud is, as we're going to talk about. And boy, we are not fucking done, not by a fucking long shot. Even though this story is almost over, there is still more tale to tell. And I'll feel good once this is done. I will feel fucking good. I will be able to let this go. I will have the catharsis that I've been wanting. I can get this off my chest. So, this is how stupid Chud is. If Chud was smart, a smart man, and I've dealt with smart men too, will sweet talk you and go, dude, thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you so much for coming down. This was great. We'll talk about, I'll get, here's your money, or here's some money. I'll pay you more after you finish the edit, yada, yada, yada. That's typically what I do, is that someone pays me half for the shoot and half upon completion. It's the perfect oral contract, right? Without having to have anything written down. They're paying me for the shoot, so I'm getting paid for the day that I shot. And then it's my obligation to want to finish that fucking that project as fast as possible so I can get the rest of my money. And if they renege on payment, then they've already spent half their money and they're at a loss. And I'm at my loss because I might have edited something that I'm not going to get paid for, but I got paid half the money in the first place. So there's risk on both sides. It's the perfect oral agreement. This is how I do business. And it's been fucking wonderful to do it in that way. When you work with a gentleman, when you work with professional people who handle their shit professionally, very easy, very clean and cut, not a problem in any way, shape, or form. Obviously that varies, if it's a situation where it's like, a big order, a big job, it's like, I'd rather have the money up front, give me the money up front. You'll get, and if you have a rapport with someone, if there's trust, then that's okay. Right. Cause that's key when you're doing freelance gigging, whatever you want to call it. So if Chud was really fucking smart, Chud would just go, hey, bro, I'm Chud, like come up to you, buddy. Oh, good job with that camera, butter you up and go, hey, let me get that footage. I just want to screenshot it. I want to screenshot it. Yeah. I want some stills, just some bullshit. Take the fucking footage and fucking disappear with it. And I would have never been all the wives would be like, oh yeah, it's transferring now. Here's some gas money. I'll pay you the rest later. He could have fucking find a way to get me to fuck off with fucking sweet honey, even if he deeply hated me inside. And instead, Chud pays people. Yes, Dave. I'm going to put this on YouTube. It will be on YouTube. Chud starts handing out 20s to people. It's just such an insult. You know, I fucking, you know, I put a full tank of gas in there to get to the fucking place. Not a fucking word about gas money. Not nothing. And, you know, you could say, shame on you, Jeff. Jeff serves you right because you should have had this in writing. You should have gotten paid up front. Yeah, shame on me. Shame on me. Shame on me for fucking showing some goodwill to a dude who I had already worked with in a prior capacity, and everything turned out okay. I had no reason to not believe, even though I've heard the cheapskate stories about Chud being a cheapskate, even though I knew what had happened with Graves, him and Graves, I still had no reason to believe that he wasn't going to fucking pay me, you know? So he comes up to me, as I said, and he goes, let me get the footage. Like that. Just not a fucking, let me tell you something. I've shot some movies. I shot a feature length film. I had a lot of people that were not getting paid because I couldn't afford to pay them. And I brought them into the project. And let me tell you something, whether you pay someone or not, you fucking thank them for their fucking work. Because even if you're paying them, they're not probably getting what they should be getting. And so you should always just be grateful and thankful. And that's what the energy that I always project out to people when they fucking work for me. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So when I hear someone come up to me and go, let me get the footage, I know what's up. I know I'm terribly insulted by the delivery of the intention here. The whole thing really fucking upsets me. And so Chud, again, a testament to Chud's stupidity, Chud asked for the footage, and I look it down for 1 second. I just got the drone footage from the drone guy, and I go, sure, Chud, here's the footage. And in that moment, I didn't need to be paid anymore because I determined this. There are some things that are just not even worth money at that point. You know, there are some things, Tony, I will tell you all about what I've done. This is not the episode for it. I don't want to promote myself in any way, shape, or form. This is simply about explaining my side of things and clearing some of my name up. That's all. So I go, at this point, when I hand him the drone footage and I walk out, I've already divorced myself from the prospect of getting paid, period. I just go, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm so sour on dealing with people like this who take me for granted and treat me like fucking garbage. Because that's all that's ever happened. When I'm too fucking nice, I fucking get treated like garbage. That's what happens. I'm too nice and I get treated like garbage. It's happened in the past. And this was just the final straw. And I'm sitting there. And here's the thing that maybe one of you out there who's watching, there's 44 people watching at this moment. Have you ever been in a situation, people out there, where you just have like you have an epiphany and just go, I don't deserve to be treated this way. And there's no amount of money or apologies or anything at this point that's going to make me feel otherwise. And I, at this point, want to walk out with whatever dignity that I have left. And that's exactly how I felt. I felt like I was verbally abused. I couldn't stand the lack of professionalism on his part. Mind you, there was some friendly goodwill on certain aspects regarding money. But at the end of the day, I'm just kind of like, I don't care. So I hand him the card. But what card do you think I handed him? I gave him the drone footage. And I walked out with the footage that I shot. Because here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. And Mike, are you still there? Mike Di Lorenzo? I'm sorry, what's your last name? Di Lorenzo. Mike Di Lorenzo. I don't know if you're still there. Tell me if you agree with what I'm about to say, being a film guy or whatever. You know, here's the thing. People always accuse me of hoarding footage. But here's the thing that you don't stand, people out there, is unless it's paid work for hire in a contract Whatever I fucking shoot, I own the copyright. Let's say that I shoot a band, right? They may own the publishing and the copyright of the song, but that recording that I make, I own the copyright. I own that fucking footage. You know what I'm saying? I own that fucking footage. It's mine. It's mine. So even though it fucking features Chud, even though it fucking features Blitz Kid, even though it fucking features fucking Paul Mald or whoever the fuck his name is, I shot it and it's mine. It's my footage. It's my footage until our contract states otherwise, if we have a contract, or it's my footage until you pay me and you and I have worked out a verbal work for hire. Because what does work for hire mean? It means that it's your IP and you've hired me to shoot it for you. And if we don't have that in writing, then whatever I shoot is mine. Technically, I might have to prove it in a court of law, but it's mine. That's the way photographer and videographer laws work. That's why certain bands don't have access to certain footage or certain photographs, because even though it's them, it's their likeness, the fucking photographer or videographer owns the copyright to that shit. And so I said, you know what? I can walk away from this project if I have to. I can walk away from this project because I don't want to work with Chud a day in my life ever again after this situation. And Chud couldn't understand that. I go, here, Francois says this, and I think that's so fucking true. I never gave a final mix until the full payment was given. Francois, you're fucking right, dude. You're right. And that's on me. That's my side of the street. I own that. And that's my fault. Truly. It is my fault. That's my fault. I give him the footage. And we get up. Not even a fucking word. As I'm walking out the door, he sees that I'm walking out the door. He doesn't say a fucking word. Chud doesn't. He walks out I walk out the door. He does not offer, just the way that he's given everybody else fucking gas money. No, hey, Jeff, here's your gas money. Hey, Jeff, here's payment for the fucking shoot. You know what I'm saying? He just lets me go. And mind you, while we're there, and again, I understand that his bandmates might be two-faced. They'll say, because, ultimately Chud is their fucking meal ticket. But here's what Mike says. It's a reason I don't do too much camera work anymore. Rightfully so, Mike. Here's the thing. His bandmates are fucking behind Chud's back, are going, dude, they're saying this to me in front of my friend Jeremy. I wish Jeremy was here to retell the story with me. They're going, dude, you are so amazing to fucking, like, I can't believe you're taking all the shit that you're taking. When we were on tour, we almost walked off tour. So the band was telling me about how they almost walked off the last tour they did with Chud, whenever it was some years back, because he was they couldn't stand him. And so they're fucking trying to be like, stay strong, bro. You're good. You're doing good. I'm getting encouragement from the people right behind Chud's back. Chud has no idea that these people are saying this. And of course, they're also fucking probably two-faced in some way, shape, or form, as I later surmise about certain people, like my friend Sal B, I'm sorry to say, who will always be more loyal to Chud than to anybody else. Why? Because Chud is in the Misfits, I guess. I don't fucking know. So I leave, right? I get out of there. And we're driving home, and me and my friend, my buddy, we're laughing about the whole experience. Just fucking ridiculous, just a ridiculous situation. I'm going, good. I'll never deal with that again. I'm never, ever, ever going to deal with fucking Dr. Chud ever again in any capacity. I just don't fucking care. If he wants the footage, he can buy the footage from me and do whatever the fuck he wants with it. I don't want to deal. I don't want to edit this for him. I don't want to work with him anymore in any capacity. The very next day, yes. Let me see if I have some of the text messages. I may not. Fuck, I may have deleted the text messages. Chud almost blocked me immediately on Facebook, but let's see what I got here. Still have his phone number. Hold on, let me see what I can. Oh. Here it is. Here it is. So on October 2nd, 6:01 p.m., I ask him, could you send me a list? Could you? You can't see with the glare. October 2nd, 6:01 p.m. from me. Could you send me a list of the things you want to shoot or like an itinerary, anything? He goes, yeah, I'll have it later or tomorrow. That's October 2nd, 6:01. Cool, man. Talk to you soon. That's October 2nd, 6:04. I don't know if you can try to see that. That's me and him, right? That's us. This is what I get from Dr. Chud. So there's Dr. Chud. There's Dr. Chud's shit as Dr. Chud wants. This is what he wants from me. And it's just so fucking disorganized. It's just gobbledygook. I know it kind of looks like it's in order. This is how he wanted me. This was this was the template for how I should edit too. Like, it's just, the whole thing was so fucked. He sends, this is what he finally texts to me at, and this is why I didn't have it in my Facebook messages or anywhere, because he fucking sent it to me via this way. Wow. Now it all makes fucking sense. Holy shit. So this is what he writes. Our game plan, sorry, didn't have time to translate. Ha ha ha. So he sent that to me on October 5th, 10:59 a.m. The very next day I'm supposed to be there. He says, oh, did he just fucking text? Oh, I thought he just texted me just now. That would have been really funny. So then he says, hey, can you bring an extra camera tripod for TV? So he tells me what the game plan was, which was all these fucking ridiculous, just these bullshit fucking papers, right? Bullshit paper. And then, oh, right, we were supposed to do puke scenes. And then, oh my God, I was wrong. He didn't send me. So we actually shot on October 5th, which was a Saturday, and he didn't send me what we were shooting until October 5th. So look at this. Look at this shit. Here is October 5th at 10:59 a.m., right? And then yeah, look at that. So we got there at around 3, right? He goes, I didn't have time, 0 budget, only way to do it. Here's what I said. Here's what I wrote to him back, I guess. I wrote, fuck it. Sorry, with the glare. The reason why I want you to see this is because so you know that I'm not the one that's full of fucking shit here, okay? Fuck. Stupid glare. Is it because of the phone? Maybe if I turn this way down, will that help? Maybe? Yeah, that will help. So, oh no. So, I really wish, this is what I wrote. I really wish I had seen this 2 days before. We'll make it work, but I need to just go over it with you. And then he goes, I didn't have time, 0 budget, only way to do it. No worries. We'll make it happen. On our way over right now. So as you can see, Dr. Chud is telling me, I had 0 time to do it, or I had 0 budget to do this. And that was the reason why he sent it to me the day of, for a set that he had been building for fucking months, for a music video that he had been planning for 3 years. 0 budget. So now he writes to me. So now fast forward to Monday, October 7th, right? I've determined. So here's what's so funny. I don't hear from him all fucking weekend because he thinks he has the drone. He thinks he has the footage, but he has the drone footage because he's a fucking moron. And here's what's so funny. The dumbass, I hand him a fucking micro SD card. That's what this is, my prop. It's a micro SD card. That dumbass motherfucker had a micro SD card. He didn't even have the fucking card. He's still so stupid that he was like, he actually thought that 4K B-raw footage at God, what was it? 8 meg 1:8 ratio in resolution. He thought that it would fit on a fucking SD card, that fucking idiot. So I don't hear from him until Monday. And by this point, I'm like, I'm never going to talk to Chud again. And this is never, whatever. It is what it is. He goes, this is what he writes. This is what he writes to me, right? Hey, Jeff, I got that hard drive you recommended. So pick a time to do the video transfers. I drive down to you. I'll bring coffee and food. So now he's getting nice, right? I'll bring coffee and food if you want. Won't take much time to do. Bullshit. He wants me to transfer the footage. I got the hard drive that you recommended. So pick a time to do the video transfers. I drive down to you. I'll bring the coffee and the food if you want. Won't take much time to do. Also, you left the other night without taking your cash. There was no cash that was offered to me in any way, shape, or form. And now that Chud, I've given Chud the SD card, the micro SD card, he now is being very nice to me and starting to talk about money. He's going, oh, you left without taking your cash tonight. I can come over to do the transfers any other day, night in the next few days. So now he wants to come over to transfer all the footage onto his own hard drive and fucking give me money. And then I wrote, this is what I responded with. You have a funny way of remembering things. I remember you demanding the drone SD card and I handed it to you while you were counting bills. You could have given me gas money. You could have given me money or even gas money at any time. Amounts were never discussed. And then he writes, I'll give you cash when I pick up the video. What's good? I can do it tonight. Right. And then I responded with that emoji. Because at this point, I don't give a flying fuck. There's no fucking amount of money that you can give me, Dr. Chud, that's going to make me give you my fucking footage. Because like I said to you, whatever you're going to do with that fucking footage is not going to reflect with what I shot, and it's going to make me look bad. So I'm going to look bad for hoarding my own footage, or I'm going to look bad for giving it to you and letting you do shit with it, because you're not even going to be able to open it because it's fucking B-raw. So then he writes, because he's an idiot and doesn't understand GIFs. What is that? He goes, and then this is hilarious. Ready? He goes, guess I'll give you till tonight to respond before I move on. So now he's giving me ultimatums. I have all the footage and he's giving me ultimatums. And you know what's funny? He wants to come over and transfer the footage immediately. He has no fucking, look what Rich Vega said. Silly, Jeff, you left all your money here. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. Oh, silly me. I just simply, he didn't fucking offer me any money. He just said, give me the fucking footage. Give me the footage. Gave him the fucking drone footage. And that fucking idiot couldn't tell the difference between the two. So then I wrote this back. He says, guess I'll give you till tonight to respond before I move on. And then I wrote, oh, don't do me any favors. You can move on. If it doesn't work out, I'll present you with 4 options. Good luck. Okay, will do. I'm not at all happy about you publishing private pictures, video of my private property. This is an official warning, not to publish or post any video or photos of anything within the parameters of my private property. Thank you, David Calabrese. And then I wrote, and I'm not happy about being blamed for everything and treated like garbage on my day off. You shot yourself in the foot and should have heard my options. No bother. Not publishing anything, but that shoot will not be a waste of time. I will get something out of it. And Grease 2 will always be better than Grease, because Dr. Chud and I always would go back and forth. He always thought the first Grease was better, and I always thought the second Grease was better. And I guess Dr. Chud liked the first Grease so much because of the fucking all the rape that's in it. Ah! No, I'm just kidding. I mean, there's not. I mean, there's like a little whatever. It's a little rapey. Sorry, that was so stupid. And then this was okay. So this was my final attempt, and I decided, here's what I'm gonna do. I said, full transparency from me. You're seeing it. Here's what I said I'm gonna do. Right? Hey, Chud. This is my one attempt at peace before this escalates further. I'll give you a download link because at this point I'm going, I would rather just get paid. So I'll give you the footage, right? I'll give you a download link with all the footage and you can go off and edit however you want, fully knowing that he can't really do that because it's B-raw fucking DaVinci Resolve. He can't do it. He's not gonna be able to, there's no way he's gonna have to hire someone to do that. There's no way he's gonna be able to do it himself. That was part of why he asked me to do it. He knew I had a fucking cinema camera and he knew I could shoot the fucking thing in fucking raw and edit it and color correct it and yada, yada, yada. And then here's what I say to him. I'll give you a download link with all the footage and you can go off and edit it however you want. You sign written permission for me to use your track and let me do my own version for my YouTube site and pay my day rate. Half of 500, usually 250 to shoot and 250 to edit. But since I only shot, and that's my friendly day rate, for friends. Footage is B-raw. Remember that I have the other song too. Both match up perfectly with the drone footage. So I'm going, okay. He's definitely gonna just call it a day. He was gonna pay me anyway, right? He was always gonna pay me. So I'll give him, I will give him my discounted friendly day rate that I give to repeat customers and good, friends and stuff. And I in turn will simply hand over the footage. I'll get paid. He can fucking figure it out himself. But no, that's not what Chud, and that's the last time that Chud communicated with me. That was the end. Oh, you know what he wrote? Sorry, I missed one thing. He said, "You've been replaced. Stop texting me." Do you know what Chud did immediately after that? He called a musician who I'm not going to name because I don't want to bring them into this, and it's not. It's nothing that they deserve. I'm not gonna bring their name into it. It's not necessary. All I'm gonna say is that they are a prominent musician. I would say a big name within this community, and someone who I've had rapport with and worked with in the past and had a very positive experiences with. And he called this person up and personally told him, do not work, because I guess he knew that we might do something again. He says, do not work with Jeff Frumess. He will steal all your footage. Do not work with Jeff Frumess. Fuck him, blah, 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 blah. And what does this guy do? Calls me up the next day and goes, hey, you know what Chud said about you? Told me everything that Chud said about me. I'm just like, that motherfucker. And that was October. And then that was it. And you know what I did? The one thing I did, because here's the thing. I felt bad for all the 15 or 20 or however many people that were there. I felt bad for all the people that had done all that work and spent their time, Sal B and Fish and everybody else. I felt bad for everybody who had fucking done all that work. And I said, well, something needs to come out of this. So I'm going to cut the video footage that I have, because we weren't able to shoot everything. I'm going to cut it together the best I possibly fucking can. I'll cut it together the best I can and I'll fucking post it on the internet and call it a day. Right. Although I won't really post it, because what started to happen was that's when Chud was flagging anything, even pictures of us from before. He's flagging pictures of stills from his set on Instagram. He's flagging Facebook pictures. He's flagging all this shit. And so still, for my peace of mind, I cut the video together the best I possibly could with footage. And the video sat unseen by anybody for months and months and months and months and months, right? For a very long time. And then finally I decided to, I was hacked. And somebody stole the video from me and then uploaded it on the Internet Archive. And I was very upset about it, because they had hacked and taken a couple of things that I had done and uploaded it to the Internet Archive. And that made me very mad that it was up there. But I was also kind of like, well, I guess whatever. It should stay up there. And I had it on unlisted on a YouTube channel where people could see it. And I think that got taken down. And then fast forward months and months and months later, this is like maybe 2 months ago, a month ago, maybe, I don't know, somewhere in our Facebook group. We have a Facebook group, the Lodi Facebook group. It's a beautiful, wonderful community of Misfits fans, diehard Misfits fans. We talk about Misfits. There's no air pretension. There's no fucking like, fucking assholes that are like, like elitist Misfit snobs. Everybody's just cool and friendly. And I decide, I guess, I don't know. You know what? It was wrong of me. I apologize because it was wrong of me to even fucking post what I posted. I kind of drew first blood a little bit, being all sour, because the thing was, even though that he had badmouthed me privately, even though I knew things about Chud, which is the second part, you're going, whoa, Jeff, it's 90 minutes in and there's still more. There is still more. Even though I knew things about Chud, things I could weaponize against him, even after all this, I still didn't do anything. The only thing I did was in my own private Facebook group that's fucking mine, in the sense that, I started the Facebook group and grew it. And, we got some great moderators. Shout out to Russell Casualty and Ian and John and Rue and Tony and Tanner and anybody else I'm forgetting who moderates. I know Eric was a moderator. He retired from moderating. Shout out to Eric. We have a nice little community. So I posted this thing that I thought would not get shared. I'm going, all right, I'm going to share this. Not that like it's again, and everybody's like, it's fucking Dr. Chud. He's the 95 Misfits drummer. Who fucking cares? Like, who fucking cares ultimately, apart from it just being a fun looking video? So I posted in there and I start to tell my side of the story that I just told you in way less detail, but I still tell it, not as long as what you just heard. And I upload the video and I go, please don't share this anywhere. I don't want Chud to see it. I don't want to get, I don't want it to leave outside this group. And of course, like most things in life, we can't have nice things, people. You know why we can't have nice things? Because either Chud, as we're going to learn in a few moments, Chud has a fucking habit of, he's a clandestine motherfucker. As dumb as this fucking guy is, he's also he cares what people say about him. He's got a big ego and he is a very vain person. And so either someone told him what was in the group, and I think I know who. I think it might have been this guy, Raphael. Raphael, I think he's from South America. He's in our group. And I saw the comment, which is the whole reason for this post right now. The comment, he wrote the question based on what I had written in that group. He wrote it to Dr. Chud under that music video, already knowing the answer. You know what? Fucking, I might as well just post it now. Here, I'm going to post it because this is where the next part of everything. Give me 1 second. I'm going to post this. Let me see if I find the thing. Here, this guy, Raphael. Now, there's no last name to this Raphael guy, but I have a feeling it's the same Raphael. I have no way to prove if it is. I have a feeling it is. This little fucking two-faced fuck here. And I'm not one of those like, you got to be loyal to me, bro. But it's still kind of shitty. Because then this comment comes on fucking on Dr. Chud's Facebook. Ready? Hold on, let me share my screen. Sharing my screen. Okay. I don't know if you can see that. Let me expand this motherfucker. All right, I'm going to read this to you now. Raphael, sorry to ask this, but I've heard that you didn't pay the guy who filmed this video. Is it true? So he's like kind of like baiting the question. He knows the answer already because I was talking about it in the group. And then the response. Mind you, I just want to say, hold the picture for the fucking record. For the record here. For the record. I saw this because I jumped on to his video today with all the kerfluffle with Alex's story. And that's when I saw this comment. And that's when I said, all right, this guy fucking straight up name drops me and says all this shit. I'm going to fucking say something. Hard talk today. Ready? Just to clarify. That's how I saw this, right? This is Dr. Chud's response. If you're talking about Jeff Frumess, well, everyone gets paid if you work for me. Ask the 25 people that were involved. Second, that bad example of a human shouldn't be making videos. Whatever. He is horrible at it. Fine. He was hired to work a camera. Not true. I had 2 camera guys. Yeah, you had a drone guy, as you fucking saw in my fucking text message about the drone footage. He showed up unprepared. Right. I showed up unprepared. That's right. I showed up unprepared. You sent me your fucking script the day of October 5th, as you saw from my text messages, right? He showed up unprepared, didn't read the script I wrote. I did read the script you wrote. I told you I wish I had received it 2 days earlier, you idiot. Took an hour and a half to set up lighting for a green screen I had, and then tells me he can't do it. You heard my reasoning behind that about the whole green screen thing. He was angry the whole time because you were fucking treating me like human garbage, then stormed out with the video footage, never to hear from again. Not true. You contacted me on Monday. It's on me. People warned me about him. All right, ready for this? This hurts because Sal, I thought you were my friend. Sal B, I thought you were my friend. I thought you were my friend, Sal B. And this is the way you repay me. This is the way you repay me, Sal B. After everything I did for Sal B, this is the way you repay me. He says, Chud says, it's on me. People warned me about him, like Sal B and Blitzkid. All right, let's fucking pause the puck here real motherfucking quick. Now that you're name dropping people and making confirmations to things that I've known for years. This motherfucker, Sal B, we did a fucking YouTube cooking show and I shot that shit. I never asked for a fucking dime. Some of you have seen the Rock and Roll Cooking Show. You can still see a few episodes. He offered me gas money. I said, no, Sal, don't worry about it. This is our thing. And I love doing the show. And I shoot this for the love of the fucking show. And Sal, if true, Sal behind my back fucking says this shit to fucking Dr. Chud. That's what I'm saying. I'm sick and tired of shit. You know why we stopped doing Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B? Because I got sick and fucking tired of Sal B thinking that he was the fucking King B. When the truth of the matter is, much like Dr. Chud, Sal B can't put a fucking sentence together. That's right, Sal. You want to fucking talk shit about me? Well, here I am talking shit about you. Sal B, when you see him in the Rock and Roll Cooking episodes, it's because of the way I fucking edit it that he sounds like he's saying stuff. Because he fucking loses concentration and can't, put it out. And then I have to fucking cut around him. You know what I'm saying? And at the very end, Sal started to get annoyed and he'd go, you're replaceable or something. And that kind of fucking cheesed me off. This was after the Doyle episode, or maybe it was before the Doyle episode. In any case, the point is that I did a lot of fucking work for Sal B. And I'm hurt. Personally, I'm hurt to see this being said. And again, we know that Chud is a fucking liar, but it's not without the realm of possibility that Sal didn't talk shit. And I'll never know what was said, but I do know that I've shared things with Sal B. Like I shared him the cut of the music video for the Garbage Pail Kids, thinking maybe Chud will see this and still pay me for my work. And what did Sal do? He showed it to fucking Chud. And then I got a fucking takedown strike on Vimeo because of Sal B. That kind of fuck. And then I say, Sal, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, because he's a fucking whatever. And then Blitzkid. Here's all I'm going to say about Blitzkid. This is all I'm going to say about Blitzkid. I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to say that documentary did not come out not because of me. That's all I'm going to say. I am not the reason that documentary never came out. Not going to get into why. And the other thing I'm going to say, and I have screenshots, because you want to know something? My character and my name was dragged through the fucking mud over that shit. And you want to know something? I caught one of the motherfuckers red-handed saying shit. And it was funny. The moment that I fucking responded, he deleted everything. Not before I screenshotted it, of course, because he's scared. Because he knows that I know. He knows that I know shit. I'm not the reason that documentary didn't come out. And I feel like a lot of people stopped talking to me because of things that were said behind fucking closed doors. Right? I don't actually fucking know. But the point is, that's all I want to say. Officially, I've never officially said this. 8 years. I've never fucking said this. I'm saying it now because fucking Chud has decided to name drop Blitzkid. So Chud, you're going to name drop Blitzkid? I'll name drop Blitzkid too. And again, no, look, Blitzkid, Goolsby, TB, whoever the fuck is the drummer, guys, I'm very fucking happy for you. I'm very happy that you've reunited. I'm very happy that you're fucking doing your tours and stuff. Or at least I hope that everything settles down and that you can tour and be well and everything. Again, wishing you nothing but the utmost success. But I am no longer going to stay silent about the state of this documentary. And all I'm going to say is it's not my fucking fault. It's not my fault that documentary did not come out. And so Blitzkid telling Chud, warning them about me, not to work with me, is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. And I'm fucking tired of it. Tired of being treated like garbage. Tired of being taken for granted. And most of all, more than anything in the world, I am tired of being labeled a fucking footage hoarder. I'm not a footage hoarder. You know why? Because I shoot footage that I own the copyright to, and I don't get fucking compensated for it at all. I've been asked money. I've been asked to pay money, thousands of dollars, if you could believe that. So you want to know something? Don't fucking I'm sick of it. It's so fucking cowardly. You're going to fucking talk behind, tell everybody, don't fucking work with Jeff Frumess. He hoards footage. That's bullshit. And then the last example of this fucking bullshit. Boy, this feels fucking good. I got to tell you, this feels fucking good to say all this stuff. The last example, and I'm going to fucking bring this guy up, is Paul Mald. And Paul and I got into a very public, Paul dragged me out, and that's when I saw the Blitzkid shit, the Blitzkid talking smack shit. That fucking made me so mad. Because you want to know something? For years, I respected the silence. I knew things were being said behind my back. I kept my mouth shut. I didn't say a fucking word. I said, whatever, letting it go, moving past this. I don't want to open this can of worms, because the can of worms is really fucking ugly, really ugly. And then all of a sudden I see this shit talking happening under what Paul Mald says. This is what Paul Mald writes, right? Hold on. My throat is dry. Paul Mald says, Paul Living Dead, Paul Luxa, Loza, Loser, whatever. Paul says, I really should just pull it up. Go look on Paul. It's probably still on. If you want to search, go do a search. When you get out, go do a Facebook search. See if it will come up. I don't think Paul deleted it. Go do a search. My name, cross-reference my name with Paul Mald and see if it comes up, because he tagged me in it. At least he tagged me the first couple times. He stopped tagging me eventually. Paul Mald goes, all right, Jeff Frumess, what is it going to take to get you to release the footage? And I'm like, it's like, what? He's like, how much? How much do we have to, how much? How much money? How much money? What Paul is referring to. So as this page is for a Misfits documentary called They Came from Lodi, right? It's a Misfits documentary. And Mr. Jim Catania, some of you know him, Mr. Jim from the Static Age era. We talk about him so fondly because he is a wonderful human being. He is a treasure, Mr. Jim. Mr. Jim was in a band with Paul, because what Paul likes to do, oh my God, the shit talking. I am choking on the fumes from all the shit that I am spewing out of my fucking mouth right now. What Paul likes to do is Paul likes to go and fucking play Paul likes to play with former members of the Misfits to make himself feel like he's a famous musician. That's how Paul measures his success, by playing with former members of the Misfits. Nothing wrong with that. Former members of the Misfits are great. Fucking love Bobby Steele. Fucking love Mr. Jim. Fucking love all those guys. I love all those guys. I fucking worship them. They're my heroes. They recorded the music to some of my fucking favorite records ever. But Paul likes to style himself as a Z grade celebrity. In his words, a Paul quote that he wrote to me a long time ago. I am a Z grade celebrity, but serious, because he played bass for Bobby Steele for like 3 shows in 2008 because he hadn't rejoined the Undead yet. Paul had a band with Mr. Jim called the Ecstatics, and they were a phenomenal band. Fucking great band. Really, truly. I liked them a lot. Steve Berman from the Victims. What the hell is that? Mike something from Continental Crawler, who was also in a band with Mr. Jim. And Steve Berman from the Victims was also in a band with Mr. Jim and Rick Riley called Aces and Eights, that some of you may or may not know about. That's some super obscure Misfits universe trivia, right? So fucking let's X that out for just a minute because it's taking up space. So Mr. Jim goes, hey, can you shoot some, this is 2011. Mr. Jim, I started working on this documentary in 2010. Mr. Jim was my first interview. I owe a lot to Mr. Jim because Mr. Jim, if it wasn't for Mr. Jim saying yes to letting me do an interview, I'd never done an interview. I've done over 100 interviews now. I like to think of myself as a pretty good interviewer now. But back then, I had never done an interview. And he gave me the confidence by saying yes, by just giving me his time. So I was indebted to Mr. Jim. And when Mr. Jim would ask me, there were several times where Mr. Jim was like, can you record my band? Would you shoot some video of my band? And I said, yeah, anything you want, Mr. Jim. And I like seeing Mr. Jim. I like talking to him. I like hearing his. I'm happy to come down with my video camera. I had at that point I was shooting on a Canon X1 AS. It was like a mini HDV. It was HDV. It wasn't DSLR yet. And I brought the camera down. I think I had a Vixia. I had one of these Vixias with me, and I would do these very simple little edits, right? So I shot a bunch of footage of the Ecstatics, right? And it just so happened that Paul was the singer of the Ecstatics. And so Paul and I had, and it was funny because I had actually, Paul and I had been to the same Undead show back in 2008. He wrote that one time. I'd posted footage, dumped some footage of the second time that I had seen the Undead, which was in 2008. I guess he was at the same show as I was, which I thought was kind of funny. But Paul and I officially met then, and he was like, a very grumpy, abrasive kind of guy, but he was nice. He was a nice guy, Paul was, and everything was cool. And I put these videos up on YouTube, and everything was fine and dandy. And then I knew that Paul recorded bands really just through his computer, but Paul would engineer. He was an engineer. He was a music engineer. And so I made a movie called Romeo's Distress, and I had contacted the CK5 to record a cover of Screamin' Jay Hawkins' I Put a Spell on You, because I knew I couldn't license the original song. It would cost too much, but I knew that getting a band like Crypt Keeper 5 to recover the song would be a hell of a lot cheaper. And I wanted to record them professionally as possible within my DIY mentality. I wanted to record them as best I possibly could doing the song. And you know what's funny? I'd even asked, I said, because at the time I was like, hey, I can get Dr. Chud. I'll ask Dr. Chud to engineer the session. I made that offer, thinking that I could easily go back to Chud and say, Chud, will you do this? I really thought Chud would have done it. I think I was even planning on bartering video editing for it. And I never forget when fucking Johnny from the CK5 was like, we don't deal with Chud. We don't like Chud. We don't want to work with Chud. And I'm only saying that about them. I don't know what their status is today. Maybe it's changed over the years. But at that particular time, that was his response in response to my request. And so I said, well, what if we get this Paul of the Living Dead guy? Because he didn't go by Paul Mauld yet. I said, what if we get this Paul the Living Dead guy to record? Because I'm thinking that'll be a really easy solution. Because I believe the idea would have been to like rent a studio, which it would have been, couldn't have afforded it truly. And so I'm thinking we'll do DIY style with Paul Living Dead. Paul Living Dead goes, I'll do it, but I want to be a guest on Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B. That was his response. I think he was in the Undead by this time. He wanted the Undead to come on Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B. So he's like, I'll do it if I could. He so wanted to be on the fucking show for whatever reason, I guess. I don't know. But he wanted to be on the show. He watched the show in some capacity because he brought it up. I never brought up Rock and Roll Cooking to him. He wanted to be on it. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm like, yeah, done deal. That's great. And on Rock and Roll Cooking, Sal cooks a dish and the band sings for their supper, right? That's what they do. So the band plays a song after Sal feeds them. And that's the whole concept of the show. And it was really fun to do. We did 14 episodes. Technically, there would have been 15 had we done the Mr. Monster one. But as I said, Jason, I wanted to shoot Jason doing the song, and he wanted me to rip a DVD from 2002 of Mr. Monster. And I was like, dude, so don't come on the show. I don't want to do that. If you're gonna do it, come on the show and do what the format of the show is. We shoot you playing. I think he was worried about his voice at the time. I don't know. Again, not to speak ill of the dead. Rest in peace, Jason. Jason's he is a very nice guy and a very talented musician. Really, no bad bones. I'm sorry that him and we were not on good terms when he died, and I'm sorry for that. That bums me out because he was a nice guy ultimately, despite whatever differences we had. So Paul wanted to come on Rock and Roll Cooking with Sal B. So then what happened was, so we're trying to schedule a time to record this cover. Now I came out to Queens to see the Crypt Keeper 5 play. I surprised them. I came down to the show because I just wanted to support the band. So I came in and the band did the cover of I Put a Spell on You live. Now there is a recording of the Crypt Keeper 5 doing this. They recorded it they did a demo of it. Joey says, I really enjoyed the Rock and Roll Cooking series. I didn't realize you were a part of that. Let me tell you something, Joey. Sal B was the face of Rock and Roll Cooking, but everything else about that show was me. I did that fucking show. I shot that show. I edited that show. I did the animatic titling of that show. Sal would sometimes get the guests. I would even put words in Sal's mouth to tell him what to say when he was talking on air sometimes. And if you don't fucking believe me, or if he fucking denies that, I'll just fucking upload the raw fucking footage and you can see who fucking made that show. That's not an ego thing. I'm just sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of keeping my mouth shut about shit and people talking shit. I'm tired of it. Sorry. I'm so grumpy. I'll tell you after I'm done with this, I'm done. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm telling you now, that's it. So you listen now, or you don't listen at all. So Paul goes to so we go, Paul, we're ready to record. We had a demo of I Put a Spell on You done by that they did in their practice space, CK5, Crypt Keeper 5. And it was magnificent. Johnny, that band truly is. There's a reason why they're a band's band. Bands love that band. They have fans too, but they're a band's band because people just respect the craft that they put into their songs and their recordings. They're a phenomenal band. Check out the Crypt Keeper 5. I really do. I really admire the Crypt Keeper 5 greatly. And we almost had them on Rock and Roll Cooking too. It didn't go down. I kind of wish we did. The last band we had was the Jasons, which was in 2016. That was the final episode. So anyway, we did 15 episodes, not 14. So we contact Paul. We say, Paul, we're ready to record the song. I message him. In private message on Facebook. He reads the message and doesn't respond. He just doesn't respond. Doesn't respond at all. Completely blows us off. Never heard back from him. Was not able to record the song. It fell apart. The whole thing fell apart. Never recorded the CK5, which was truly a shame. really, really bummed me out. Yes, Tom Mustache says, I love seeing Nim Vind on Rock and Roll Cooking. Fuck yes, that was my favorite episode. That was I was a huge Nim Vind fan. And when he came for Ghouls Night Out 13, I was determined to get that motherfucker in on and we've collaborated twice since. He actually contributed the song that replaced Nimvin's song Fear O Fear, replaced the CK5 song I Put a Spell on You in my movie Romeo's Distress. We shot a music video for that, and we shot a music video for War of the Worlds. A great Nimvind, another great act that you should all check out. So I replaced CK5 with Nimvind in my movie soundtrack. And Paul just like Paul unfriended me on Facebook. Actually, he unfriended me on Facebook and he didn't respond. No reason given. And you know what? All I did was I shrugged my shoulders. I said, okay, whatever. I'm going somewhere with this story, by the way. I know this is a tangent, but it's gonna swing back in because we're talking overall about the shit talking, and I'm tired of the fucking shit talking. So Paul unfriends me and flakes on us. I think he might have even said, man, I don't really know. I don't know what was said exactly. I think he might have even said, I don't have time for that or something. He blew us off. It really infuriated me. And you know what? I decided out of spite to privatize. I made my, I took the videos down. I didn't even private. I deleted them. They're gone. They exist. They exist on a hard drive. I took down the ecstatic videos because I knew Mr. Jim didn't really give a shit. I didn't think he would care much. There's other footage. It mattered to Paul. You know why it mattered to Paul? It mattered to Paul because Paul's playing with Mr. Jim. It's footage of Paul playing with Mr. Jim, and Paul loves to show how he's surrounded by musicians of note. So suddenly, all of a sudden, I go from being unfriended. Suddenly, Paul is contacting me going, hey man, what happened to the those videos? What? And I just didn't respond. I just didn't fucking respond. I was like, I don't care. I don't know you shit. I'm not going to talk to you. I have nothing to say to you. This was the singer of fucking Mr. Jim's band. Mr. Jim was the one who came to me to shoot those videos, not fucking Paul. You know, Mr. Jim was happy that it was shot and that it was up, and it was out of sight out of mind after a few years with him. Paul was the only one who fucking cared, and Paul cared because he wanted to add it to his collection or whatever. So Paul is contacting me every once in a while, hitting me up. I think he might have even texted me on my cell phone, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong about that. And every once in a while, he would spew some sort of, because that's what Paul does. Paul's a miserable fuck. He's a miserable fuck for a lot of reasons that I'm not going to discuss, and they're not my business. And truly, I feel bad for Paul in a lot of ways, actually. I do. You shouldn't be mad at Paul. You should pity Paul. I pity Paul. I pity him for a lot of reasons. And Paul decided he was going to call me out. And when he called me out, that's when that member of Blitz Kid started talking shit. And so this like, it was like the perfect storm of Paul falsely stating that I owed him footage from 9 years ago. That's how he phrased what I just told you, that I owed him footage from 9 years ago, and where was it, and how much money does he have to pay to not hold it ransom? And then a Blitzkid member chimes and goes, oh, you're still waiting on yours too? Like it was my fault. And that's when I fucking lost my shit. That's when I said, you know what? I don't care anymore. I don't give a fuck anymore. I just don't fucking care. I really don't. And I went off. First, I went off on the member of Blitz Kid, and then he deleted his comment. And then I deleted my response because again, ceasefire. And then, and by the way, something did come out of that footage. It was something that you know what? I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to talk about it. But if you search deep and hard, one of the many things that was taken from my computer by some thief, stole it from me, was that one of the things that comes from that project, that Blitzkid project. If you search on the internet some way, somehow, I had to change. There's no longer, the documentary doesn't, it's not Return to the Living. The only thing that I've directed is something. It's a documentary called "Long Live the Horror" about a horror punk band breaking up and doing their final U.S. show. That's the only thing that exists from that project, and it is. It was stolen. It was supposed to remain on a hard drive out of respect to the band. It was stolen, and it was funny after that guy talked show. I was like, oh well, you know, I'm sure that's when I first brought up the existence. I was like, if you look out there, I'm sure you'll find something that was stolen from me. I just was stolen. It was stolen off my hard drive. In any case, moving on from that. And then Paul's, you know, trying to fucking goad me because he's just an uber fucking troll. Paul is. I'm a troll too, to an extent. I can be trollish. You know, I could be a psychic vampire. You know, I like getting a fucking rise out of people. It's a terrible character defect that I'm working on. And Paul just pulled it out of me. And so I fucking went off. I went off on fucking Paul. I went off. I said, and again, if you search his page, you'll find what I said. I tore that motherfucker a new asshole. I said such fucking venomous shit to him, not including things about his personal situation, which I will not talk about here out of respect because I don't think it's right to. But just the fact that, you know, I just was like, you're just a bitter fuck. You're a bitter fuck who, you know, you never fucking toured and you were the only guy. This is a guy who is he's the local act for Ghouls Night Out 10. Opens for everybody. He's the first one up. There's Bad Hormones and demands to be paid. And I'm not a musician, and even I know that a local band asking to be paid before a touring band is like such a fucking, and he fucking flipped his shit over it. He fucking got super fucking bent out of shape. Everybody he's ever fucking crossed paths with doesn't fucking talk to him anymore. They all fucking hate him. Everybody hates him. He's somebody to be pitied. And that's the final word about him and that. And so to see, you know, again, to see Chud, you know, just warning or telling this guy about how Blitzkid talked bad about me. That's why I brought up Paul in the first place, because that's where I had seen the proof. I had finally seen the proof of what I had suspected for so long. And then here's the final one. The band I'm working with now, The Family Plot. Who the fuck is The Family Plot? I've never heard of The Family Plot. And then I figured out The Family Plot is the band from Pennsylvania that he had brought to the music video shoot. They were the other members of his fucking band. The vampire guy, that was those guys. I didn't know those guys. How could they warn him about me if I didn't know him? So on one hand, I could say, oh, maybe Blitzkid didn't talk shit, but I know they talk shit because I've screenshotted it myself. And I'm pretty sure fucking Sal talked shit because when I shared a video with him in confidence, he showed it to Chud and Chud fucking had it flagged. So, I mean, what the fuck? Like, what the honest fuck? They all said, don't work with him. He will steal your video and use it for himself. Steal your video. I mean, the video that I shot and own the copyright to. And need to show something for my work since I'm not getting fucking paid. Fuck you. Like, that's the funny thing about some musicians. Not all musicians. This is not a blanket statement about musicians. But there are some musicians out there that are always crying about how they're never paid for their work and then turn around and take the video guy for granted. They think video guy shouldn't be paid. You know? It's just fucking bullshit. I had to take them all down. Who the fuck? And then he says, he will steal your video and use it for himself, which he did. He posted his version of My Ideas video on 6 different platforms. Not true. Not even 3 days after shooting. I had to take them all down. Who the fuck does that? As far as I know, it was stolen from me in one place, and that's where it ended up on the Internet Archive. And then, yes, I did post it to Facebook, and I posted it to YouTube. I had to take them all down. Who the fuck does that? A narcissistic jerk off does that. Oh, I'm a narcissistic jerk off. I mean, he's not wrong. I am narcissistic to an extent. I think we all are, especially performers are. If you want to perform in front of somebody, it's because, you know, you think you're great in some level, or you think you have something to offer, and therefore you put yourself on a pedestal. And so in that way, if I'm if I'm a narcissist, then color me narcissistic. And a jerk off, well, fine, I'm a jerk off. So yeah, he goes on a Chud bashing campaign. Now here's what I want to talk about, this Chud bashing campaign, which brings me back to my initial point. This is to my initial point. He brings up a good point. I did go on a Chud bashing campaign slightly, because when Chud made a post about the lowest common denominator, right? He made a post about the lowest common denominator. Joey, I know you want to hear me talk about Blitzkid, but you want to know something? Even though I said everything that I said tonight, I'm not going to, unless something is said from someone else somewhere in some other forum. I have nothing more to say about it. I've stated what I needed to state. I stood up for myself. Finally, I have expressed that this is not my fault that this documentary did not come out. There was ample opportunity for it to come out. I am not hoarding any footage. I am not. Do I have all the footage in my possession? Yes. Am I hoarding it? No, most certainly not. And there is text messages and emails to prove it. And I have nothing more to say. I wish those guys the best. They're together. There's no reason to do a fucking documentary about them breaking up anymore. I wish them the fucking, seriously, I genuinely, look, glasses off. So much so that after a long phone conversation with one of those members, I came out to a Graves show. It was Graves, Goolsby, and Nimvind. And I'm a huge Nimvind fan. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to fucking come out here and fucking just, say hello and just put my best foot forward. And I did that. And it was a very nice, brief, I don't know if not a reunion, but whatever you want to call it, a reconvening. And I got to have a very nice conversation with Goolsby. It was nice. And you know what? I could leave it at that. I could really leave it at that. He dedicated a song to me that night. It was nice. I can let it all go now. I can put it all in the past. There's no reason to fucking talk about it anymore. It's done. I had to bring it up now because everything that another member of Blitzkid said, but I'm done. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let them. I hope that I wish them prosperity. I hope that when they do tour, I hope it's incredibly successful. That's it. What the fuck was I just talking about? Narcissistic jerk off. Everybody. Oh, here you go. Pure human garbage. Anyone in his groups, I'm deleting off my page. Well, he didn't delete Raphael. If this is the same Raphael that fucking, posts all the time in my group and then fucking writes this shit over here. As you'll see, look at the comment below. There is a huge epidemic of narcissism in this country that needs to be addressed. Yeah, you're damn fucking right, Chud. You're damn right. We agree. Everyone reading this has been warned about me. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. I will steal your footage. I'm a footage stealing vampire. I'll steal everything from you. In the end, we reshot the video, costing me a lot of money and time. A lot of money and time, right? A lot of money and time. A lot of money and time, right? Oh, really? I didn't have time. Zero budget. Only way to do it. But he spent a lot of money to reshoot it, but he dodged a bullet. Wow. You know what I did? I dodged a bullet. You know why I dodged a bullet? I dodged a bullet by not having to fucking edit or work with Dr. Chud after I had shot that video. That's how I dodged a bullet. The video came out 100% better than it would have with that asshole. I'm not sure about that. I think that if we had done a second day, or if we had gotten to shoot everything that he eventually did shoot, because here's the thing, and I want to honestly say this, I think Chud's video came out pretty darn well. I really do. I think it's better than what I edited together. Truthfully, if we're being honest, it came out very well. It was a good video. I thought it was not bad. You know what I'm saying? I thought that he was, but here's the thing. It took him 8 months to make that fucking video. It took him 8 months. We shot in one fucking day. Maybe they did a 1-day shoot, but I don't think so. And if you notice, as I had told him and warned him, his green screen wasn't going to work. And because I have a level of quality that I did not want to sacrifice, I said, don't do the green screen. It's not going to work the way you want it. And if you look, go watch the video. Go watch it right now. Go watch it where this comment is. That's my thumbnail, I think. Go watch it right now and see for yourself. The green screen is fucked up because he didn't fucking listen. He didn't listen, that fuck. Yeah, but the video came out nice. I enjoyed it. I did enjoy watching the video. I admitted that to someone in a text message. I would be remiss if I didn't say that. It's not bad. It's not bad. He did for what he wanted, for the level of what Chud is. You know, it's not bad. It's not bad. Could have been better. But I admit that. I would be an idiot and an asshole to say, "Oh, the video came out terrible." It's not. It's fine. It's fine for what it is. So to answer the question, the person who shot this video was paid well and deserved it. I don't believe that. I'm not sure if that's true. That might be a lie. Whoever shot that video, I would love to know. Did you I'm getting Chris, I promise I'm getting to that. And I'm not an insider on that, Chris, but we're going to talk about it in a second. I promise. I know this was so fucking long. We're almost done here with this part. But don't you know a story is always better when you start from the beginning and like go through the fucking minutia? Isn't that what we do here on this channel? We do minutia. We minutia-ize. So anyway, and the only person you're hearing that bullshit from is Jeff Frumess. Oh, I love that. Jeff Frumess. Jeff Frumess. That is so great. I didn't even see that. I thought it said Jeff Frumess. Jeff Frumess. Oh. That's good. Okay. That bullshit from is Jeff Fruit. What does that mean? Does that mean I'm a fruit, like I'm gay, or like I'm a gay mess, a fruit mess? Why? I don't get it. So don't going around saying you heard. I'm smarter than that. You most certainly are not smarter than that. And then this fucking punk, Raphael, whoever you are, Raphael. Yes, I saw him say that, and I wanted to know the truth. And it is clear now that he is the wrong one here. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, Raphael. I guess you got to the bottom of things. Whatever, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you, Raphael. And if you are in my group, you're a fucking punk. And you want to know something else? I'm not going to ban you. But I am calling you out and calling you a punk ass bitch if you're the same person. And if you're not, and I'm wrong, I told you this was a shit talking episode. We're talking shit. Listen, when we talk Misfits, we talk Misfits. When we talk Sam Hain, we talk Sam Hain. And when we talk Danzig, we talk Danzig. And when we talk shit, we talk shit. So Raphael, if you are one and the same as the guy in my group, you're a punk ass bitch who is a two-faced motherfucker. And you can stay in our group, but I sure as shit am not going to talk to you anymore unless you apologized. I don't know. Yes, Mike, the rest of this will be on YouTube. Mike has to bounce. Okay. All right. So moving on now. All right. So I explained to you everything that just happened. I explained to you the message that I saw. This is what I did not explain. Why are we here today? Why am I talking this ungodly amount of shit on everybody and everything? Finally, just fucking spilling over to the brim, and it feels so fucking good to do it. In some cases, kept it fucking quiet for fucking years. So today, Alex Story posts this little nugget, right? And it is, hold on, going back to our split screen here. Ready? I don't know if you can see that. I'm going to read this super quick. So some coward anonymously posted poorly photoshopped fake conversations and documents, attempting to make me look like a narc or a racist or whatever horrible bullshit this is, trying to get me canceled, I guess. First, let me say this sickens me to my core. Absolutely disgusting. And I would just ignore it, but I'm not going to. And he's right not to. And I'm glad that he didn't. Because this goes beyond simple slander or trying to damage my name. This This goes against every single thing I stand for as a human being. Literally, every single person who even remotely knows me knows that I don't stand for racist language, even under extreme anger. I assume you got angry because of the song on my new album called Fuck 12, which uses classic outlaw biker slogan, the only good cop is a dead cop, as a defiant cry to rally against the unprecedented level of police brutality that has been on display lately, especially towards people of color and allies. And so this is how you attack me. You pick some random drug bust in the news, because that's what ultimately what you're about to see is a random drug bust in the news. Falsify my name on a fake document and then try to say that I'm a snitch. But as clever as you thought this was, you didn't notice that the dates you chose that I supposedly did this all, I was clearly documented on tour in Europe. Not to mention that I haven't been arrested or even in town for the better part of the last couple years, as I was in Portugal, where my girl lives, when I got off tour with, I'm guessing, Doyle, right? I've been a very vocal drug supporter and push for the legalization of drugs. There's many ways to interpret how Alex says he's a very vocal drug supporter. I'm not going to comment on that, but I'm going to refer to him as a drug supporter because that's how he refers to himself. And we're just simply going to leave it at that. He's a very vocal drug supporter and pushes for the legalization of drugs. He has also been, I have always been very vocal in my thoughts against law enforcement and their abuse of power. And as most of my friends and fam and people of color, and as most of my friends, fam, are people of color. I mean, Alex's drummer was black. He passed away. Mike, nice guy. Met him once on Rock and Roll Cooking. Nice guy. He was Alex's longest tenured drummer. That's not to say that you can be around black people and not be. I mean, look at the Proud Boys. You know, they got black members in their thing and their race, but that's neither here nor there. That has absolutely nothing to do with this. My point just simply is that clearly dude here had a black dude in his band for years and years and years. Okay, like if he really was racist the way that it's trying to be conveyed, I don't know. It's bullshit. I think it was total bullshit, especially because we know what Chud's MO is. Chud's MO is to fucking slander people. I was just fucking slandered by him. I was slandered by him back in October, and I was slandered by him recently. Everything I've said about Chud is the fucking truth. Everything he said about me is a fucking lie. And now he's doing it to Alex Story for whatever reason, you know? Well, because they used to be bandmates and fucking hated each other, and there's all sorts of shit there. Some of which is public and some of which is not. And as most of my friends and fam of color, most of the people in my life who mean more to me than my own life, I do not use racist language. I believe that. I believe that he does not use racist language, especially if he calls him Mike was his brother, you know. And even if he did, let's say for 1 second, let's say that he did, that Alex Story did use that language. Do you think he would do it with an ER, or do you think he would do it with an A? I think he would do it with an A if he did it. And I don't believe he did it in any way, shape, or form, because Chud is a pathological liar. Whoever did this was trying to cancel this dude, straight up cancel him. And it's blown back in his face. And this person is fucking Chud. And there's reasons why we know for a fact it's fucking Chud. This is not only a pathetic. Here's what's really scary, and I guess I don't know much about Huntsville, Alabama, but I do know the South is a wild, dangerous place not to be trifled with. And Alabama is probably the thick of that, right? This is not only a pathetic attempt to defame me. I don't think you understand what you really did. To call me an informant is basically to try and get me killed. I see it no different than if you had pulled a gun on me. You low cowards. David Calabrese, a.k.a. Dr. Chud, is spreading these slanderous lies. With his law enforcement family, he probably made it. You rapist scumbag. You rapist scumbag. That's the last word in the last sentence. So to back it up here, He says this is not only a pathetic attempt to defame me, but to call him an informant is basically to get him killed, because as he just said, he is a vocal drug supporter. Interpret that however you want to, right? Interpret that however you may. But that clearly, on some level, I would assume, and I'm making an assumption. I'm not saying this is a fact. I'm saying I'm interpreting what I read. What I just read, what I interpret from that, and I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Alex Story, if I'm wrong, you correct me. Correct me if I'm wrong. That would suggest that either Alex lives in some proximity or is connected or knows, or people know him, there's some sort of outlaw element here through which Alex is connected to in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's that he shares a town with these people, whether that in his vocal support for drugs, in whatever that means, that he has crossed paths, who knows? The point is what he's trying to say is that you call me an informant, so these guys don't fuck around. Someone could put a bullet in his fucking face. You know what it's like? It's the equivalent, and I'm not joking. I know this sounds fucking crazy. This is like when the fucking white woman called the cops on the black dude in Central Park. What you're essentially doing is you're trying to incite, or whether you're intended to or not, you could potentially be inciting violence on a dude in a false fucking way by defaming them. Holy shit. What a fucking thing. And then Alex does something that brought me a great sense of relief. Alex calls Dr. Chud a racist scumbag. There's a lot to say about that, I think, in conjecture, somewhat. And then what happens as a result of that, and then, it blows back on him because the slug cult guys, they are fucking loyal dudes. The slug cult rises, all that jazz. I mean, you are fucking with a posse when it comes to those guys, right? So they're all fucking riled up like angry fire ants, rightfully so. They're bloody Lord and Savior. They love this dude Alex. In the same way that we're fucking fans of Uncle Glenn. They have a whole fucking community, in the same way that there's a Misfits community. They have a slug cult community, right? So, sorry, it's really hard to talk. I've been talking for many, many hours now. 2 hours and 22 minutes to be precise. Oh shit, that's so dinky. Huh. Can we? Oh, there you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ready? So then this girl, who, and by the way, I asked permission to post this from her. You can see it on Alex's original comment. I'm not going to post the, go look at the thing. You'll see. It's so clearly Photoshopped, the thing, right? The fucking, the thing of the thing is fucking incredibly Photoshopped. It's bullshit. The digital artifacts, it's quite clearly here. You know what? It's quite clearly a hit job. Look at this shit. As you can see here, Exhibit A, right? Exhibit A. Oh, shit. All right, that's not what I wanted. So that's the other thing too. See this? It says cancel snitch. So a dummy dummy Instagram account is created. Chud posts this from his personal Facebook page and he says, David Calabrese, watch out, my HP fam, junkies be snitching, right? And then up here, this is an affidavit, probable cause affidavit that's been so clearly, I mean, look at the way it's centered. It's such fucking bullshit. This is such fucking bullshit, right? And then private messages too. I don't know who this is from, and there's racist language used in there. In any case, you can go see that for yourself. I'm not gonna parade that around, but that's the thing. And then in the comments section, this happens. Now, I briefly knew Kylie when I was on tour with Blitzkid in 2012. Kylie was in a band called Vegora. And they were playing, she was in a band with TB from Blitzkid, right? So Vegora through TB was connected to Ghouls Night Out. Vegora was opening for, or was playing on that show. So she was there. Kylie was there. And Kylie, there was an incident. I did not know the details until this was posted. So all these years, I never knew what the details were. The only thing I knew that I can personally 100% attest to, I attest to this personally because this is what I saw. Chud was at this show, Ghouls Night Out at Dingbats, and he was fucked up out of his fucking mind. Apparently on cocaine, possibly on cocaine. I'm not confirming that because I don't know it to be a fact, but Kylie mentions that in her thing. Chud is fucked up out of his fucking gourd, right? Just like a mess, falling down, super sloppy, really like rambunctious with people. But it was in my peripheral because I was literally, that was the busiest night of that tour for me, was that not only am I conducting interviews with everybody outside, I'm also conducting a 6-camera fucking multicam shoot of this final Dingbat show and trying to, make sure the audio, like all this shit is going on like in my world. So Chud is passing through my peripheral from time to time. I'm seeing him and he's just sort of all over the place and being fucking crazy Chud. And we also shot 2 episodes of Rock and Roll Cooking. We shot the Blitzkid episode and we shot the Independence episode. So in addition to doing interviews, in addition to shooting the multicam show, I shot 2 episodes of Rock and Roll Cooking back to back right there on Dingo's back porch kitchen, right? So it's like so much is happening and Chud is coming in and out of my peripheral. This is what Kylie says in her comment. I'm reading a comment. This is a testimonial from Kylie. I'm not saying this is what happened. Kylie is saying that this is what happened. And here's the thing. I've heard things about Chud. A lot of people have heard things about Chud. I'm not going to name other names. It's not my place to. In the same way that it was never my place to say what Kylie says right now. It was for Kylie to come forward and say it. And that was the thing that I've been trying to understand the social justice stuff that's been happening in the Me Too and the Time's Up. And I think it's wonderful. And from what I understand is like, just because you might want to call someone out or whistleblow on them, it's like not up to you. It's up to that, like the victims play a part into it. Like the people that this stuff was done to, they have to want to be vocal because otherwise what you're doing is you're re-traumatizing them. And just because you don't think it's a serious thing doesn't mean that it wasn't serious for them. It's all about their fucking feelings. That's what I'm reading. That's how I'm becoming enlightened in life, in the world, right? That's what I'm learning about slowly. And so go back to when Dr. Chud holds up this thing, says horror punks against racism. Yeah, no shit. No shit, fucking horror punk. We're all fucking against racism, you idiot. Like, I love how people were commending him for fucking stating the obvious. The sky is blue. Oh, congratulations, Dr. Chud. The sky is blue. You know that the sky is... Yeah, no fucking shit, Dr. Chud. We know that you're fucking against racism. I'm condemning racism. I'm condemning murder. Like, what a fucking moron. Anyway, I posted a comment made by this guy, JW, from the Keep On... This is so nerdy. From another Facebook Danzig Relay group. He just summed it up because I thought it was such bullshit. I didn't say anything. I said nothing about Chud. I really didn't. I didn't say a word. I rolled my eyes at what he did. I thought it was stupid. And then I thought this guy, JW, who runs that group, I thought what he said was so perfect. What he said, like, was spot the fuck on. And so I said, hey, can I post this on my page? Because I think what you said is fucking legit. Like, it's true. I think, like, this is what I want to convey what you said. I think it's good. I don't need to say it myself. You said it perfect. Let me use your words. He said, sure. So I posted it and I received such backlash. I left it up. You can see people like responded and they're like, dude, you're reaching for straws, over dramatic, blah, 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 blah. But the reality was that I just knew that Chud was a scumbag. And I knew that this was just like such a bullshit gesture. This was just after everything that I had seen from him, and it made me mad. And what I really wanted to talk about is what Kylie was talking about here. Not her particular story, but what I am about to touch on as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing was, I knew I had an axe to grind because I had all my shit with Chud. And so not only was it not my place to say anything, but the girls themselves, it was the girls' place. So not only was it not my place, but I didn't have any hard fucking evidence, and I didn't have any substantiated proof or testimony. And I refuse to put anything out there that I don't fucking know, even with even saying that it's conjecture, because that's just not fucking right. Contempt prior to investigate, I just can't do it. I couldn't do it. It wasn't my place. It would have been inappropriate. And so I chose instead to share about what this guy wrote about Chud, and people thought I had a hard on for Chud in the same way that I had a hard on for Grace. It had nothing to do with racism. It had nothing to do with being a Proud Boy or associating him with Graves. It had everything to do with knowing that Chud was a scumbag and saying as much. My hands are tied here, guys. Chud is a fucking scumbag. I really can't say much more than that. And I hope that someday the truth comes out. And fucking hell, the truth just came out. It all fucking just blew out. It's amazing. I can't believe that fucking happened. I can't believe this girl was fucking brave enough to fucking, because clearly, I mean, she was like, it's not even so much Chud. She was afraid of the backlash of Chud's fans. I was in a horror punk group the other day, and some girl accused a band member from some band of raping her or unwanted touching or something. I forgot what it was. Some maybe it was like fingering or something really like vile. And everybody just started commenting in this horror punk face group. It was terrible. I'm like, Jesus, no wonder people don't fucking come forward with this shit, because they get fucking mocked. And so I thought this girl was very brave. And so I asked her permission. Do you mind if I post this publicly on my page? I posted it. She posted it publicly too. So I think it's okay from that extension to post it here publicly. And I really hope that she gets the closure that she needs and that she deserves. And so here's what she said happened that night. This is Kylie's. I am not defaming anybody. I am simply reading a public statement by somebody else regarding some accusations. That's what I'm doing. Kylie Eastman. He's a disgusting human being, and I'm glad that others feel the same. I hope he gets what he's long since deserved. Me too. Jamie responds, Kylie, I remember the Ghouls Night Out 10 incident. So he's talking about some incident. I don't even know what that incident is. Chud is a 100% piece of human fucking trash, and I haven't liked him since that night. Kylie responds, I really appreciate someone actually taking it seriously and being kind about it, seeing as one of my bandmates decided to proceed to make jokes about it for years after the fact. What a horrible fucking feeling that must have been. No wonder she's never fucking said anything, because her fucking bandmate makes a fucking joke about that shit. Fuck that shit. Remember, look what she's about to say. I see it as one of my bandmates deciding to proceed to make jokes about it for years after the fact. In my experience, a large majority of that scene is toxic. I happen to agree. An extremely dangerous place for a 16-year-old girl. She was a 16-year-old girl, for everything I'm about to read, what you're about to hear. For a 16-year-old girl, and not enough people listen and believe us. Alex writes, I'm very sorry, Kylie. Kylie writes, also, who the fuck is he to say anything about anyone's drug use when he got so coked out of his mind that night after inappropriate incidents with multiple underage girls that he passed out in his car and it died and ran out of gas, from what I heard. That's true. That's what I remember hearing from that whole thing. I didn't hear everything I'm about to tell you. What I heard was that he passed out in his car and his car died and he was stranded at Dingbats. Alex Story, I appreciate that, but honestly, go fucking get him. It was nearly a decade ago now, but I'm still ready to watch this fuckface go down in flames. How do I? Oh, there we go. Shit. Is this the? Yeah. Okay. So this is the next part, right? So then this is said. Kylie Eastman. Jamie writes, Kylie Eastman, he was laying face down in the middle of the fucking street that night, and he had the nerve to call someone else a junkie. Fuck that motherfucker. He's referring to Alex. Alex Story says something that is remarkably familiar to me. I'm sorry. I regretfully am sorry to say is remarkably familiar to me, but I'm going to say it. Ready? Michael B. Jeffers remembers. I like your name, Michael B. I remember that post in the horror punk group. I recall defending her that in that string. Yeah, well, this fucked. It was a fuck string. Here's what Alex Story writes. Ready for this, folks? Ready for this? This is the big one. Kylie Eastman, the piece of human garbage, during one of his drunken rambling stories about his many conquests in question marks, basically bragged about the rape of an intellectually disabled person. I refuse to have anything to do with him. Okay. So I've heard this story. I heard the story many, many years ago. But it wasn't until a recent phone conversation. I said this in my post earlier. It wasn't until a recent phone conversation that I had with an unnamed individual where I realized where he brought that story up, and he brought it up in a way that I had never thought about. Alex uses the word intellectually disabled. From what I heard in what was told to me, and again, I am telling the version of what Alex said, of what Alex had heard, which is now public, which was publicly stated. I did not break this. This is just what I heard. That this person basically had non-consensual sex with someone who was mentally retarded, is the way it was told to me. And that information is the information that I heard it from was secondhand information. So I guess they had heard it from Chud, and it happened. What the story that was told to me is that it happened while he was in the Misfits. It happened. It was told to me that it happened while I was in the Misfits in Belfast, England, in Ireland, somewhere like that. That's what was told to me. Is it true? I don't know. There's no proof. And this is the thing that I wanted to say from the fucking beginning, and was like, it's so fucked up to weaponize something that you don't know is true, because that's what it ultimately what it would be. I would be weaponizing something because I don't fucking like the person, and that's fucking wrong. That's wrong too. However, this person, Dr. Chud, tried to defame and cancel this guy, Alex Story, in a way that could get Alex killed. And Alex chose to not only call him a rapist, but also confirms the story that had been conjecture. He heard it from Chud himself bragging about it, because that's how Chud thinks about it. Chud thinks about it as a conquest, because Chud is on some quest to have sex with every type of girl there is. And he's had sex with girls, I was told by other people, that he's had sex with girls that have one leg, simply because they have one leg. He's had sex with girls just out there. It's like some twisted, fucked up thing. And the thing about having sex with someone who's mentally disabled is that no consent can be given. And the girl did not give consent. She didn't say a fucking word. She didn't speak. He simply did what he did, and that was it. That's the way the story was told to me. And so that makes the person who did that act a rapist. If it happened. Did it happen? I can't confirm that. I don't actually know. I can only say what the tea of it all. But now that Alex has fucking said it, now that Kylie has come out and said something, I feel comfortable fucking talking about this stuff. It wasn't my place. And I was waiting. And I'm glad that I waited because it was not my fucking place to do any of that shit. And so Kylie says, Jamie Robinson, yeah, he was stumbling over himself. Here's where she confirms what happened to her. Jamie Robinson, yeah, he was stumbling over himself outside right before that, trying to take upskirt photos of while I was sitting on my then boyfriend's car wearing shorts. So I think she meant to say my crotch, my something, wearing shorts. So Chud is trying to take upskirt photos, meaning he's trying to take photos of her parts, of her lady parts. A 16-year-old girl. How old was Chud in 2012? He was born in 1964, right? Well, let's do a little math because I'm really bad with math. I'm sure someone's going to beat me to the punch. I'm going to feel really embarrassed. 48. Chud was 48 in 2012. A 48-year-old man was drunkenly taking pictures of trying to take pictures of a 16-year-old girl's vagina or upskirt area. And she was wearing shorts, not a skirt. She's trying to get a peek, however that happened. And then her bandmate made fucking fun of her for it. And she felt fucking so... Alex Story, that's fucking disgusting and makes me even more mad that no one took what he did to me seriously, because if they did, it could have stopped more shit like that over the past decade. Jamie Robertson, we didn't know each other that well back then, but if you had come to me and told me what was going on, I probably would have left the venue in handcuffs. There are a lot of people in that scene I don't fuck with anymore after this. See more. Let me see if I can. There's a problem with this. Hold on a second. We're coming to the end here, folks. I'm like dying here. But you know what? I'm glad I could finally fucking say something. Hold on. Is that the final screenshot? Oh, here it is. Here's the final screenshot. Okay. He's a disgusting human being, and I'm glad. Oh, no. That's the first fucking screenshot. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Real quick. Hold on. And you know what? If you had an experience with fucking Dr. Chud, fucking say something. Fucking speak up, right? It's fucking all out of the fucking bottle now. So just fucking say something. Don't keep that shit inside. Who knows? I mean, look at this fucking pathetic fucking loser. He's fucking, what is he, 59 now or something? He was 48 in 2012. He's 56 years old. This guy's almost fucking 60. What a fucking loser. Just what a fucking loser. Jamie Robertson, I appreciate that. I was just surrounded by too many people who made fun of the situation to feel like I could really go to anyone, especially having been a 16-year-old girl who didn't know many people and was shy and quiet. Now I forgot what she said there. Alex says, I love Doyle, and as the Misfits were my favorite band growing up, I was super excited to play with him, meaning Chud. But before our first tour, I told Doyle that either Chud goes or I do. I refused to be in the same room with that filth. So Doyle said he's gone then. So that's Alex Story's POV on that. And to compound that, I was there. That was when we were shooting the rock and roll cooking episode with Doyle. And I remember Doyle and Sal. It was Doyle, Sal, and me, and we were sitting on a couch right after they had done sound check. And Doyle was fucking like talking about how worried he was. Like he didn't know what about how Chud was out because Chud had fucking pulled this shit. Chud had pulled the power move of I'm going to pull out of the tour if I don't get double the pay. And Doyle was just starting off as Doyle. They had the name change from Gorgeous Frankenstein. They had the new album out. Everybody had the same day rate. And Chud was the only one who was unhappy with it and wanted double and threatened to walk from the tour. And as I said, this is not the first time that he's pulled this with a band. I know another band that he's pulled this with. And he tried to do the same thing to them as well, to the point where that other band had to get another fucking drummer who then came on the tour as the merch fucking guy. He came on the tour. He still, because he had taken the 3 weeks off of work to go do the tour. And then Chud comes back at the last minute, the last fucking possible second. He does that to people. He sweat him out. He walked away, and he walked away from fucking Doyle, shot himself in the foot like a motherfucker. Kylie says, that's so great to hear. I've met very few people who would make decisions like that with courtesy to others. I've never met Doyle, but glad to hear that he's conscious of others' feelings. Dave Bretta, just when I thought it was impossible to like Doyle anymore, I love hearing that he did that. Paige says, right there with you, David. I'm glad to know that he has more integrity than I already thought he did. I love Doyle and Alex to the core for so many reasons, blah, 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 blah. And then this is where I ask Kylie, may I have your permission to use your screenshot and post to my Facebook page? And below she responds with yes. And then before this, sometime before in our group, I have blacked out because I did not get permission from these people, and I did not feel that it was appropriate to drag their names into it. These are some comments that were made. He writes, aside from being an overall cheapskate, I've heard some horrific things about Chud. And then I write with the Michael Jackson meme, what have you heard about Chud? Already knowing what is probably going to be said, because the only thing I've heard up until this point, besides the recontextualization of the whatchamacallit, of the mentally disabled girl story, all I've heard is that Chud scams young girls. That's all I've ever heard. And then this happens. What have you heard about Chud? And then someone replies, back in the day, I heard he used to scam on underage girls. Definitely a creep. And then somebody else chimes in. This is in my group. That's exactly what I've heard and what I was referring to. And then I responded, and this was 4 weeks ago. If that is true, and if I was Chud, I'd be shitting my pants. And clearly Chud was not shitting his pants. Chud did the very opposite of shitting his pants. Chud decided that he was going to try and fucking Chud decided that he was going to try and what's it called? That he was going to try and cancel Alex's story, and it backfired horribly in his fucking face. Horribly. And then if you go on my Facebook page, I'm not going to post them here. There are some other incidents that all but confirm everything that we just said, everything that we just talked about. Everything that I was just saying. More people started chiming in on Alex stories. You can find it on Alex stories post. More incidences. There's another incident that's where someone posted. You know what? I might as well post it out of just out of a sense of shit. Just to cover my ass, because if I'm going to talk about it, I should show the screenshot to show that I am commenting on something that was said and not something that I personally said myself. Hold on 1 second. Oh my God. I'm like fucking dead. Wow. 2 hours and 47 minutes. I think we're approaching the record for the longest episode yet. I think this is the longest episode we're going to do, probably. Probably go for another 15 minutes and call it. Okay, guys. I can't believe 38 of you are still here. But hold on. This is give me a minute while this loads. I'm like dead. All right. Here we go. So here's the Lodi page, right? Let's see where I could find this. There's me talking in a very meta sort of situation right now. And here's some screenshots, if this will ever fucking load. Gosh, by the way, can you believe that Legacy of Brutality, the pink or even just whatever, red streaked Legacy of Brutality, I think it's going to go for 20,000, guys. Right here. It's currently sitting at $9,000 right now. It's pretty insane. It's the hard talk post I was talking about. All right, here we go. So this is posted with permission, and then here is. Let me see if I can find newest comments. So I'm getting some tags. Sorry, guys. One more second while this. Here you go. Here's some more. So these are comments that are So now, and this is what always happens with these things, right? Once someone spots smoke, more smoke gets spotted, and then there's fire. So someone wrote, fuck Chud, that piece of shit is trying to stay relevant. Let's not forget about him trying to grope up on a 16-year-old girl. No telling what else that shithead has done. Sounds familiar to my friend's experience with him. She was 16 and quote unquote consensually hooked up with Chud because she was a young kid and starstruck. He was 36. So what? Let me think about that. Oh, so this was younger. This must have been the 90s. Dude's a fucking creep. That's insane. He's such a waste of human flesh. And then someone else writes, not the only time I've heard this. So a lot of people are starting to come out of the woodwork. This is not unsubstantiated stuff. Here's another one. Had a friend who hooked up with Chud when she was 16 and he was 36 and knew she was underage. She was starstruck. That was the drummer of the Misfits. The drummer of the Misfits was definitely interested in her. Dude's definitely a fucking creep. And to clarify, it appears a lot of people are confusing David Calabrese, Dr. Chud, with Davy Calabrese from Calabrese. You weren't the first. So you heard it. Remember, folks, Dr. Chud is not the guy from Calabrese. That's a different band, right? And let's not even talk about Calabrese because the brothers, those three guys, they lost their dad today or yesterday. Papa Calabrese passed away. I briefly met him. Calabrese did an interview for They Came From Lodi many years ago. When they came to New York, I briefly met their father, ever so briefly. And he was seemed like a very sweet man, and who really encouraged his children to follow their dream of being in a band. And so let's not even bring those dudes up because they're mourning right now. All my deepest condolences to the Calabrese family. We'll call him Doctor. He's Dr. Chud, guys. Dr. Chud. So there you have it, right? Let's see. Let's go back and see some of these comments before we leave. We're gonna end this now. Michael B. Jeffers says, the shit is prevalent in music scenes in general, and I'm fucking sick of seeing it in the horror scene. It's a small scene and a place for outsiders of all kinds. This shit needs to come to the surface, and people need to be exposed for what they are so we can make the scene better. Yeah, I mean, listen, I agree. Chris says, truth comes out in the end. I guess, man. I got to be honest with you, man. I wanted to say this shit a long time ago. And if you look at my fucking post about the horror punk against racism, I and a few other individuals were basically saying as much without saying anything, because again, it wasn't my place to fucking say it. I think Tommy Kaprowski had to kick that Paul Mald guy out of the Morning Noise group. He seemed to be a huge troll and was fucking with Tommy a lot. Yeah, I saw that stuff. And you know what? I'm not surprised, because that's what fucking Paul does. Paul doesn't know how to be nice to anybody. Everybody that's ever been in Paul's life has been alienated in one way or another, because Paul is in a lot of pain. He's in a lot of fucking pain, physically and emotionally. And he fucking lashes out at the world because he thinks he's entitled to shit, just the way he thought he was entitled to my footage. And he's bitter. I think he's bitter. He thought, he wants to be a successful musician. And really, he's just a fucking wannabe, bro. He's a wannabe. You know what's funny? I am not a musician, and I've toured more than Paul Mald. And he says, oh, my psoriasis. I'm not, look, I don't know what psoriasis arthritis is like. I can't even imagine. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, no excuses. But it's just like that scene. Did you ever see that scene in King Kong? This is what, you want to know something? I bit my tongue. I did not say this to Paul when we were going back and forth, because I didn't want to hold his physical disability against him, because I don't believe in doing that shit. But I am going to say what I'm going to say here. And I'll say it simply this. There's a scene in the King Kong, the Peter Jackson King Kong movie, the remake, right? Where Jack Driscoll, played by Adrian Brody, has a choice. He wants to get off the ship, and Jack Black is trying to keep him on the ship. Remember that scene? Who remembers that scene? And what does fucking Jack Black fucking do? They come to the thing, and there's a window where Jack Driscoll can jump from the ship and possibly make it to the dock okay. And he hesitates and he doesn't jump. And he turns to Jack Black, and Jack Black said, because he was late for his play, because that's what Jack is. Jack's a playwright. He's the screenwriter for Carl Denham's movie in King Kong. And Jack Black's character says to him, he says, if you really loved it, you would have jumped. And that's how I fucking think about that. I see so many people with so much fucking bullshit in their fucking lives go out and do what they fucking love. And that dude takes it out on the fucking world. Takes it out on the world because of his situations. Let's see what the music business is a motherfucker, especially the horror punk genre. I went into things excited, eager, willing, and nice. I got burned many times in the beginning, but by the time I stopped trying to make a living making music, I was bitter, burnt, but educated. Here's what I've learned, and I posted this recently. This is what I've learned in life, in general, especially within horror punk. This is what I've learned. If you do business with bad business people, there's going to be bad business. That's what I've learned. That's the fucking truth, honestly. At the end of the day, you need to take care and protect yourself. You were hired to perform a job, and if they can't pay you for that job, the fruit is yours. Yeah, it's true, man. And unfortunately, it does happen way too often. That's fucking true. Sorry, I'm going backwards on these comments here. What was his deal? Was this him holding on to an advance from a record company, or he totally independent? I think if you're referring to the Graves thing, he recorded. So Chud got an inheritance of money, and he used it to fund the recording of the Web of Dharma album with Graves. So he actually is the owner of those physical recordings. He doesn't own the songs because they were written by Michale Graves, from what I understand. But he owns the physical fucking recording, and he pulled it. He can legally do that. And he did it again, supposedly, when he found out Graves was a Proud Boy or something. I don't know. Who knows? Who fucking knows? But he really fucked over, and they came back from a tour, and Chud was trying to recoup tons of money from the recording session, and nobody got fucking paid, and it was a bad situation. And Chud bought a hot tub, apparently, with that money on that tour. So he's a fuck. Hold on, I want to get back up to these. There were so many comments that I had to ignore because of and you know what's funny? Let's look at this. Chud took 3 years to make a music video. He took 8 months to reshoot a music video. He's put out one album since 2004. He supposedly wrote a ton of songs with the Misfits. Look how much Graves has put out. Say what you want about Graves. Say what you want about his talent or lack thereof. But you can't deny prolificness versus not prolificness. And I would even argue quality. I like that Teenage Monster song. I think that Teenage Monster song is better than anything that Chud wrote on his fucking record. Idiot Graves ruined everything. He wasn't even born when the original Misfits broke up. Nonsense. Actually, John, he was born in 75, so he predates the Misfits by 2 years. But yeah, you're right. He ruins everything. But fucking Graves, Graves recorded how many fucking albums, even if there was filler? How many albums did Graves put out? How many albums did fucking Chud put out? What does that say to you? Even Jerry, again, not to talk shit about Jerry, but we all know that Jerry is not a principal songwriter, right? How long did it take Jerry to put out an album? The guys that can write songs put out albums, and the guys that can't take a longer time. I don't know. Where's your fucking second album, Chud? Yeah, yet there's this recent Horror Punks USA. No, nothing. Well, except for that, no, he was just framing. Here's Robbie's comment. Robbie was in the X Word with Chud. Robbie and Chud used to be close. Robbie used to look up to. The song Fallen Heroes that Robbie did is about Chud. What's really sad about Chud, the only time he was tolerable when I was in his band was when he was fucked up. But when he was sober, I have never met such an egotistical rock star in my life. I'm so glad that I left when I was 16, 17. I was an impressionable kid. He would do drugs nonstop. The only thing he taught me was what not to do. Well said, Robbie. Conservative punk, what a load. Yeah, it is a load. I mean, what is it with these guys? These fucking misfit guys. Like, what the fuck? Like, they just Oh, you were waiting for Joey was waiting for a Jerry reference here. Yeah, I mean, come on, Uncle Jerry. Again, I've talked positively about the Devil's Reign, but I said as a Jerry only record, it's a good fun. Whatever, it's Jerry only music. Great. It's just when you conflate one thing with the other, you know. And yeah, I'm just glad that, you know, for a long time I was like, I don't know how to talk about this stuff with Chud. And so what I really want to say too is I'm not a fucking angel in terms of like, you know, my professionalism. I was definitely, there are many situations where I was super green behind the ears. I could think of one or two disasters in particular on a tour that I was involved with. An accident of ironic proportions that you can't fucking imagine. I'm sure it's been told behind my back many times. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. Who knows? But like, you know, yeah, I'm definitely guilty of being green in many situations, and I'm definitely guilty of like learning things. Like I'm slowly learning or learning how to do this, learning how to do that. So I'm not an angel, but in this case, man, in several of these cases, I'd like, it's like this, you know, there's a pattern, right? And it's like, well, you know, Jeff, if one person calls you a horse, that doesn't mean anything. But if 2 or 3 people call you a horse, maybe it's time to get a saddle. Where there's smoke, there's fire. In the same way, if, you know, multiple people are accusing Chud of fucking sliming underage girls, you know, like sleeping with underage girls and fucking taking photos of underage girls, it's most likely that that's what Chud's doing. Am I sitting on hoarding footage, or am I dealing with fucking people that like either don't want to pay or want to treat me like garbage or don't want to fucking, you know, finish a project or whatever, you know? It's so easy to say, oh yeah, he sits on hoards footage. So what about all the people that I didn't hoard footage from? That's why I hate this concept. And that's what Paul Mald was saying about me. He's going, come on, we'll do a Kickstarter. We're sick and tired of hoarding your footage. He had changed the narrative. The narrative had suddenly become that I am this footage hoarder and that we're all sick, that many people are fucking tired of it, you know? And it's just fucking not true. It's just simply not true. You like, I didn't have a deal with you. You didn't hire me to fucking film your band. Fucking Mr. Jim asked me as a favor to videotape one of your practices and one of your shows at the Clash Bar you did with Electric Frankenstein. I didn't even know who you were. We met through that. You know? Your family guy to eat to? What does that mean, Tony? I don't understand. Your family guy to eat to. To eat to. That sounds like a Star Wars droid. So he's going there. Oh, come on, Jeff. How much? How much? How much, Jeff? How much? And it's just like, bro, it's not about money. I don't want money from you, Paul. I'm not interested in money. I took down the videos because I felt like taking down the videos. I shot the videos. I own the footage. I wasn't hired to shoot that footage. And there was no deadline. The videos were done. The videos were done back in 2011. You weren't waiting 9 years for footage. What a fucking lie. A straight up fucking lie. And that's what these fucking guys do. And they all fucking fight with each other. They all fucking hate each other. And they all fucking talk shit about each other behind the back. And you know what? I'm glad I'm not in that fucking scene. Even if I fucking post in the groups. Oh, Tony says, my bad. Your family's got to eat too. You know, I've done a lot of free work. Let's put it that way. I've done a lot of free work. I've done work in exchange for back end that I never received. You know, I've been in a lot of shitty situations, most of which were my fault. They were my fault. It's not their fault, but that's what happens when you fucking, you know, work with some people that are just, you know, whatever. And you know what? Maybe my personality could be abrasive sometimes too. I'm not gonna, you know, is neither here nor there. But I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of keeping my mouth shut. I'm tired of not speaking out, speaking up. And this was the perfect opportunity and forum to just, I had no idea how this was going to go tonight. I had no idea if I was going to stumble over my words or if I was going to say anything of substance or if I was going to say the right thing or the wrong thing. I was a little nervous, you know, and I feel like it all came out in exactly the way, this was like therapy for me. You know, it all came out the way that I don't care what fucking Dr. Chud says about me from here on in. This is my statement. This is my statement. And just for the record, I have not accused Dr. Chud of being a rapist in any way, shape, or form. I've heard stories about Dr. Chud being a rapist. That's what I've heard. It's all conjecture. And Sofa King. You guys know Sofa King? Who knows Sofa King? So Sofa King writes a story. I thought this was kind of funny. Here's one last thing for you. Oh my God, my throat. You guys know sofaking.com? sofaking.com. Just 1 second. Damn, I got to wake up so early and get my son ready for his fucking camp. Oh, where is it? Where is Sofa King? Oh, maybe because there's a dash in there. That could be it. Sofa King. No. Ah, here it is. Sofa King Cool Magazine. Oh, that's why. Sofa King Cool Magazine. I like that. That's funny. That's funny. All right, so look at this. Let's share this. Oh, we're still sharing our screen? Cool. So look at this. So Sofa King Cool Magazine is the only one who picks up on this stuff, right? Picks up on this thing that happened. Misfits, Dr. Chud attacks Doyle Cancer Slug singer Alex, posting allegedly false documents, portraying the singer as a snitch and racist. And that's the funny thing. You can actually search those documents and find the real fucking document. You can find the real shit. Super easy. So Sofa King picks up on this. The Misfits Dr. Chud has posted some allegedly forged documents portraying Cancer Slug Doyle singer as a snitch and a racist. And mind you, both Dr. Chud deleted the post after he made it, and it got deleted from the dummy Instagram account. Okay? So quite clearly, Chud pulled back, reeled it back. Alex posted the following, the same statement that I already read to you. I'm not going to read it again, but here's the last part. Notice what it said here in between these ads. You scumbag racist. That's not what Alex wrote. That is not what Mr. Story wrote. He did not write you're a scumbag racist. They wrote that. Alex, what did Alex write? And I think this is kind of shitty reporting. I don't know if this is like a liability thing. He wrote, you rapist scumbag. Big difference there, Kimosabi chief. I wonder what that was for. Why do you think that they did that? Why? I don't know. I'm still going to tell you all the story of the ranch dressing. Not tonight. But yeah, that was some blowout. Let me see if I missed any. Dude, I started listening at work. I closed tonight. I have to open in the morning. I have a pretty short attention span, but you managed to hold my attention. I've listened through 3 towns. What does that mean, Gray? How have you listened through 3 towns? Hope his dick falls off. Me too. Yeah, I mean, I think really here. Eric says Travolta over Adrian Zemed all day long. Look, here's the thing, and this is what I always argued with Chud about, going all the way back to Rock and Roll Cooking. I said to Chud, I was like, look, here's my thing. First of all, I think the plot is better. You have a masked vigilante rider that's trying to win Michelle Pfeiffer, who's fucking absolutely gorgeous. She's such a fox in this movie. It's about a girl who has an unattainable, intangible idea of what she wants in a man. And the man actually listens to her and then fucking becomes what she wants while still retaining his true self. While Grease is all about changing who you are for someone else completely. And that's what Sandy does in the end. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. That was stupid. Rue says he wanted you to kiss his ass. Yeah, that's exactly what Chud wanted me to do. It's exactly what Chud wanted. He wanted everybody. And when we were at his house, his girlfriend's house, it's not even his house, his girlfriend's house, and she was a really sweet girl, quiet, sweet girl who probably has to deal with that over domineering. I mean, what a just, God, my God, making his drumsticks. He had a drumstick making like area in his living room where he made those stupid drumsticks, not putting out any music, not touring, just fucking making drumsticks. What a fucking goob. Nate Phillips says, it's gross that he would screw you over, especially since all musicians get fucked over by promoters at least once in their careers. That's my point, is that not all musicians, some musicians respect video guys, but that's exactly what the hierarchy is. Promoters fuck over musicians and musicians fuck with fucking video guys. Not all the time, but sometimes. Like, nobody has value for people's skills. Promoters don't value musicians and their playing ability or their playing, and it's just trickle down fucking diarrhea is what it is. And just to let you guys all know, as Dave requests, this will 100% be on YouTube. I promise this will be on YouTube. I will upload it as soon as I'm done here. That's what I'll do. I'll upload it to YouTube. And right now, I guess we're really filibustering because I really want this to be the longest episode in the history. I'm just trying to see if there's any other comments that I might have missed. Oh, I'm so tired. My throat is on fire right now. Would he need a script of how to answer your questions? I guess, is this in regards to the interview that I wanted Chud to do? I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. There's one interview with him, and the guy's asking some pretty. He's like, "Why'd you have a fallout with Graves?" And Chud's just like, "I don't want to talk about that." And it's like he's incapable of forming a sentence. That guy is not a smart person. He's low cordial, as they say. My impersonation is great. It's really an impersonation of other musicians that I've seen do it. But Chud really is like, bro, hey, bro, it's me, Dr. Chud. Fucking makes me so mad. Made me so mad, and he like flagged all my shit too. He's just such a petty motherfucker. I'll give you till this morning to respond to me. I completely forgot that he had said that. You saw all the screenshots from our communications. So who are you going to fucking believe? Who are you going to fucking believe? And you know what the difference between the two of us is? I just keep my mouth shut. I always keep my mouth shut. Way more than I fucking should. And I know a lot of shit. I know a lot of fucking shit out there. Too much. I know way too much. Let me tell you something. As much as I disliked Michale Graves, for, his beliefs and what he says, I'll never post the video that I have of Michale Graves. That video, I will never do it. You know why? There's no reason to. I would never fucking do that. I wouldn't do it to him. I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. That video would be worse than the Danzig getting punched out video if it was ever fucking uploaded. Okay? I didn't shoot that video. That video was passed on to me in my possession. Point is, like I keep my mouth shut. I really do. I'm pretty good about keeping my mouth shut. It's just that when I'm sick and tired of being badmouthed, I'm sick and tired of it. I don't want that anymore. And I'm going in my head, well, you lose. You lose either way, Jeff. You know why you lose? If you fucking talk, if you open your mouth and talk, then you look like an asshole for being, or you look like a little bitch, or you look like that's what they all bank on. They all bank on you not talking because you want to uphold being professional. And then they talk shit. And they're not fucking smart enough to know that that's not good for them either. In the car, 3 town. Oh, I see. So Gray was been listening to the broadcast for 3 towns as she was going through 3 towns. I got you now. Glad you're home safe. I feel like I've been pushed. I feel like I've been pushed into fucking finally opening my mouth. So as you see, even when I did that Graves episode, I was keeping my mouth shut about stuff. I've really there are things left unsaid, but they can remain left unsaid. I think that everything that needed to be said tonight as it relates to the current situation has been said. I feel so much fucking better about that. I feel good. I really do. I feel so much better. Really need it. It feels good to fucking talk, to say what is on your mind. And that's what, again, yeah, that's what they bank on. They bank on you being too afraid to say something because you don't want to look bad in any way, shape, or form, or you're afraid that they'll respond. So if anybody wants to fucking respond, go the fuck ahead. Do it. Do it. That's what I thought. All right, I think we've reached our official longest episode. Oh my god, I want to keep going, but it's so late at night. I have to wake up. All right. We're done. We're done. We're done. This is over. This is fucking over. I am exhausted. Aren't you all tired? Has anybody been here since the beginning? Has anybody stayed for the full 3 hours and 15 minutes? I see we've had a lot of people come and go. We had as many as Russell casualty with the comments. Ready? Wait, oh, that's Rue. Rue says, thanks again, Jeff. This cast was hard and heavy. Till next time, be good and safe, and always cough cool. I will, Rue. And this is what Russell Casualty said. Jeff, I washed 2 loads of clothes and washed dishes while listening. Alex has been here since the beginning. Oh, Zombie Alex, what's up? Listen, Zombie out. Wow, we've had so many people here since the beginning. That's so fucking cool, man. Sarah, Joffrey, Russell. Wait, Zombie Alex. Gregory has been here. Wait, Gregory has been listening and studying for a test, and Joey is still here. I'm not lame. You're not lame. Gray has been here except for the dead zones. Wait, I just want to go back. Zombie Alex is so funny. Okay, so Zombie Alex has dealt with Paul too. I think Zombie Alex and Paul, well, Zombie Alex, you were in the Bad Hormones at one time. And motherfucking that fucking dude talked mad shit about you guys, or I don't know, you had some sort of situation. Zombie Alex was also at Ghouls Night Out X and was interviewed for that Blitz Kid thing, and he actually made the final cut of Long Live the Horror. Got me through. Sarah says it got me through the end of my shift and dinner. That's great, Sarah. That's great. Wow. That's definitely some tea right there. Zombie Alex. I'm so glad. Thanks for speaking up, Zombie Alex. I hope you're well. Zombie, what are you doing these days? Are you I know you're playing with Robbie. You played with Robbie Bloodshed. And Zombie Alex is also in the Zombie Mafia, I think. That's where all those guys that they have their own little like crew clique thing. They're all Middle Jersey. They're Middle Jersey guys. I was in that band for a period, didn't realize I made the cut. What do you mean, Alex, by you didn't realize that you made the cut? What does that even mean? Are you talking about in reference to this episode, or that you made the cut in the band? Oh, you're talking about for Long Live the Horror. Yeah, if you can find it, it was stolen off of my hard drive. If you can find it, you're out there. You're in it a whole bunch. Jason Trioxin is in it, if you can find it. There's actually some really touching moments in that Long Live the Horror thing. You can find it. It's on IMDb as well. When the Return to the Living thing died, I sort of morphed into Long Live the Horror. Zombie Alex says he's doing well and that he's still playing with Robbie and the Zombie Mafia. That's wonderful. The cut for Long Live the Horror. Yes. It felt only appropriate to retitle it as Long Live the Horror. It's only about Ghouls Night Out X. It's not about any of the other part of the tour. It was my way of sort of laying that project to rest and cutting something for those who donated to the Blitz Kid Kickstarter and the Ghouls Night Out Kickstarter, since nothing ever materialized from those crowdsourcing campaigns. And Ultimately, I never released it out of respect, and then it was stolen. I don't know what happened. It was stolen after people talk shit. I don't know. Weird situation. And that's it, man. I think that's fucking everything. I don't know what else to say. I guess this is the questions, comments, concerns part of the broadcast as I filibuster to 3 hours and 30 minutes. Trying to think who else have I worked with that was really fun. Nimvind, as I said, Nimvind was really great. Interviewing Calabrese was fun. We have Guitar Wolf is in the documentary. If anybody knows who Guitar Wolf is, Alex's story is in the documentary. After we shot his rock and roll cooking episode, I drove down with them to St. Vitus, took a separate car, interviewed Alex in St. Vitus for about an hour. So there's like an hour's worth of Alex talking about the Misfits. That was one of the last interviews I did before the long hiatus that ended 5 years later when I interviewed Manny Martinez after the Misfits had reunited. So this project has been going on forever. This project is how I met Goolsby. This project is how I met Sal B, how I met Steve Zing, Damien from Sam Hain, got the two Sam Hain guys, Danzig. Who else? We've had several people pass. Joey Image is no longer with us. You know what's funny? I can't find any interviews with Bobby Steele talking about the Misfits anymore. Like, they don't exist. I don't know what happened to them all. You can see them in print, but there's nothing in video. I have like the only video of Bobby Steele talking about the Misfits. I have like 6 hours of it. I'm sure not all of it will make the cut, but there's a lot. There's a lot there. Steve Linder, who was in Glenn's pre Misfits band, Hoodat and Kujang with Mr. Jim, Jerry Byers. Who else is in it? Jonathan Stab from Government Issue. Yes, R.I.P. to Joey Image. And yes, Zing is an awesome dude. I love Steve Zing. And very sad about Joey Image. Steve Zing is currently recording Harley Flanagan from the Cro-Mags. He's doing the new Cro-Mags album. He's producing it. Very happy for him and his success. I think that's wonderful for Steve and Harley and those guys. Paris Mayhew, you may be familiar with. He's the guitar player for the Cro-Mags. He's in this documentary. I have John Holstrom from Punk Magazine. Basil Gogos is in this documentary. He's no longer with us. Patricia Reagan, who was a one-time fling with Glenn, I guess, and she was also from Punk Magazine, is in it. Mark Kennedy is in it, from Misfit Central. Franche Coma is in it. Mr. Jim is in it. Joey Image is in it. Bobby Steele is in it, as I said. Manny Martinez is in it. Mike Hideous is in it. Michale Graves might be in it if I find a good quote from him. You can see the full list of everybody I have. The Independents are in it. Nimvind is in it. Calabrese is in it. Goolsby is in it. Like I said, Alex from Cancer Slug is in it. I got a lot of good people. There's a lot of people talking about the Misfits. It's going to be a lot of fun. The guy from The Blessed, Billy Stark. Walter Lure from the Heartbreakers is in it. Billy Rath from the Heartbreakers is in it. Mike Mindless from the Skulls. Sal from Electric Frankenstein is in it. No Bunny was in it. I don't know if I'm going to put No Bunny in it. I'm like so heartbroken about No Bunny. My favorite band, dead for all time. When will we ever see this? Subs like the tits. Sarah, I don't know what you mean by subs like the tits, but it will come out, I promise. Sounds like the tits. Yes, Sarah, I think it's going to be the tits. There's a great story to be told in there. You remember that band Pony The bass player, Tony from Pony Rhymes, is also in it. James asks, is Uncle Jerry or Glenn? So Uncle Jerry, Uncle Glenn, and Uncle Doyle are not in it and probably won't be in it. Go back to the very first broadcast we did of this show, March 22nd, the very first Facebook Evil Live, and I fully talk about the genesis of this project and why Uncle Glenn, Jerry, and Doyle will never be in it. I'm sure you can figure out why Uncle Glenn, Jerry, and Doyle are never going to be in it. I mean, I would love, maybe I'll be able to get Doyle. Maybe I could set that up. I'll tell you who I was working on. I'm going to resume working on Googie. We're going to get Googie in this thing for sure. The guys from The Victims are in it. Steve Berman's in it. Rick Riley, who played with guitar with the Misfits. Barry Ryan, who played guitar with the Misfits. All these guys, they're in The Victims. They're in it. I'm going to be selling it, bro. I'm going to be selling this documentary. It's going to be, that's how I got involved with horror punk and the Misfits and all these guys. That's how I got out. I was always a Misfits fan, but that's how this all started. And then once the reunion shows happened, that's when I finally put this on Facebook because I'm really good at keeping my mouth shut when I need to. I'm really good. And I did for a very long time, even about this, because I was afraid that I was going to get sued. I didn't want to get in any trouble. Paul Bearer from Sheer Terror is in this documentary. Anybody who's into hardcore. Danny Sage from D-Generation. Howie Pyro from Danzig and D-Generation is in this. Bevan Davies from Danzig is in this. Oh, man, you know who's my great white whale? I'm going to get him someday. Erie. It's my great white whale. I'll get you, Erie, someday. Russell says, my interview with Bobby was originally on video and I transcribed it for the print version of tvcasualties.com. Yes, you did, Russell. And not only that, I then transcribed it further. I recorded myself reading your interview and then inserted that because I didn't want to use my Bobby Steele footage. That's for my documentary. I wanted to keep that separate. So I actually inserted your footage, your written transcribed stuff into 1979 is in there. So made the cut. Rue says, yeah, but you got OG members among others, among others, those alike. Yeah, man. Yeah, there's Misfits are in this. And that was the whole concept. The idea is that we're going to hear from we're going to hear from the point of view. And when you watch 1979, you'll hear that. You'll hear, it's very interesting. See, that's a thing I threw in the kitchen sink. Some of the information is redundantly said because it's interesting to hear how different people remember certain events. That's what's fascinating to me. It's like Rashomon, you know. Sarah says, bring it all by two. Do you need more coffee or what? Actually, the coffee is separate. The documentary is completely separate, man. Oh God, I should show you the treasure trove. All right, all right. All right, this is the last thing I'm going to show, and then we're going to call it a day. Last thing, and then I'm going to call it a day. For those of you who have stayed with me, I'm going to show you something really fucking cool. All right. Well, maybe you won't think it's that cool. Hold on. I'm going on the cell cam. Just give me 1 second here. This is the final thing, guys, and then I'm really leaving for real. So just hold on 1 second. Russell says that he's issuing a takedown order. Well, I verbally transcribed the interview and gave you a shout out. So I hope you'll reconsider, Russell. I mean, you're going to take me for all I got, and then you're going to own the Lodi Facebook group. Russell also has a Misfits covers Facebook group that he started. It's really fun because it's just like it's full of Misfits Facebook covers, and I just think it's really great. Okay, so here, just give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go here. StreamYard. All right, ready? Just a moment. This is what's so cool. We can split this up. We can do the split screen. You're gonna love this. Well, not love this, but here we'll call this Lodi tapes. Just to show you. So anybody who stayed this long gets to see. Ooh. There we go. Much better. Follow me. All right, ready? Follow me. Welcome to the studio. Here, I'm going to show you whoever might be new. There's my set. There's my prize set list from the show, the Riot Fest show. Okay, ready? So, ready for this? Old dirty magazines. Ugh. Okay, ready for this? These are all my tapes for this documentary. Every last one of these is interview tapes. These are all the people that I've interviewed for this documentary over the years. Everything marked, everything numbered. Every one of these boxes. See that? All of it has to be re-digitized. Documentary daily is extremely fragile. Keep away from magnets and speakers. There it all is. That's the whole kit and caboodle. Right. Oh. Now you know. Secret stash. Plan 9. Who's Plan 9? Oh, you mean the cover band? What do you mean having Plan 9 on what exactly? May not be from Lodi, but so inspired to be a Misfits cover band. Are they still active? And what are you referring to? You're talking about the show, or are you talking about in the documentary? That's my boy. I don't know. All right. In any case, I will leave you all now, guys. This was a lot of fun. I really needed this. Thank you all for listening to me talk. I really appreciate you all just listening and hearing what I was saying. And I hope I set this record straight on some things. You know what I'm saying? Like some sort of like maybe both. Who are you, James? Are you in Plan 9? Huh. Was that the band with Maurice Strauss? I don't know. James, are you in Plan 9? True, I enjoy their original stuff too. In any case, all right, look, it's late. I gotta go. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Fuck, I really gotta go. Point is, had a really great fucking time talking with you guys. Thank you for listening. Peace and hair grease. Until next time.